per hour again. If we look at the I-75 corridor, it does look like that's where the strongest part of this storm is situated. Again, this tornado warning will go until 6:30, and now it officially only includes Bradford County. So Union County is now taken out of this. As we watch that rotation quickly push up toward the northwest, we'll continue to watch the back end of this warning whittle away. Now, will they extend it? Of course, that's always up to question. These storms can very quickly, without warning, really rotate a little bit, and so that's why they issue those tornado watches as well. The watches are kind of in place to let you know well ahead of time that the ingredients are in place for this storm. I did a little segment the other day. You've got your taco ingredients, and then you've got your actual taco. The actual taco with everything combined is that tornado warning. So the weather has come together, the ingredients are there for a little bit of a spin in the atmosphere. When we look at these tornado warnings, you want to look, at least in this instance, on the southeast side of it. That's where we'll likely have the worst part of the storm, and it's going to continue to push up and out of the area. Again, this is just north of 441 and just east of High Springs in northern Alachua County, a very small sliver of Bradford. So if you are waking up and you live in Bradford County this morning, do not worry. It most likely does not include you, but still very wooded areas, lots of trees, lots of back county roads out in this neck of the woods. And so, of course, we'll be watching the potential for some tree damage today. So if you do see anything, if you have to go about your Wednesday as planned, and just be careful that you might see some trees out there that are blown over and or maybe on the roadways. So sporadic power outages could be a thing as well today. It looks like Robert Speta in the Weather Center helping me out, kind of take our velocity map to show you where the tightest rotation of the storm is and kind of time it out here for us. So by Bland at 6:32, 6:34 at Worthington Springs, Miller at 6:46, and 7:10 by Ellisville. Now this has continued to kind of broaden out, although you can still see this darker red color here right out toward La Crosse, and then the green colors as well. That difference in color is showing us where the wind is moving in the storm. So we have our radar out of Jacksonville, right? The red indicates that the wind is blowing away and the green is coming towards, and so that's why we have that spin in the atmosphere. Now this is again Doppler indicated. It'll go until 6:30, so the next 6.5 minutes here, and it'll continue to push up toward the northwest. We do have that shear in place today, and that is doing a couple of things. It's helping to weaken Elsa. That is offshore, by the way. That's why we are on air to begin with, is because we're on the eastern half of this storm. All of the weather, because of the wind shear, getting blown onto the eastern track of Elsa. And so on the eastern side of the storm, we're also seeing that wind shear create the rotation. That's why we talk about the right front quadrant in these systems. So again, Elsa expected to continue to weaken as it gradually makes its way onshore. It should be making landfall somewhere today, probably around midday or so, between Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key, just to the northwest of the Crystal River area. Now it'll significantly weaken as it begins to move onshore, but again, for now, that 5 o'clock advisory keeping it at a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. We do have that center. You can see it here, struggling, albeit, but it is about 50 miles as of the 5 a.m. advisory to the southwest of Cedar Key. This storm moving due north, so you see all of this rain band on the outer edge of the storm. They are individually moving toward the northwest, yes, but all of this activity will gradually shift up toward the north throughout the day. And again, by about 9:30 is when we'll really start to see things pick up in more populated areas. But for now, we've got that tornado warning. It'll go for the next 5 minutes in Alachua and Bradford counties. So again, county roads, areas even just north of High Springs along that I-75 corridor. We'll watch for that strongest rotation in this system to continue to push out that way, just north of the High Springs area, east of the Fort White area. And Robert, do we have anything that is going on in our National Weather Service chat? That's also a really good tool that we use because we have meteorologists in Jacksonville. They're sitting right outside the airport in town, and they are keeping an eye on things. They're the ones that are actually issuing these warnings. And so again, this one specifically goes until 6:30 in the morning. You can actually see the little couplet right there, just south of Worthington Springs. This, mind you, is an area where we see a lot of summertime storms that do have the tornado threat actually produce some tree damage sometimes. Also, they could fall on power lines as well.
They have said, Lauren, that the circulation is broadening up here, and really you can kind of see that here on the velocity. That circulation is not, the couplet's not as tight as it was just a few moments ago. So with that broadening up, it kind of indicating that this likely is not going to be extended beyond 6:30.
And that's great news. That's great news, because that means we'll be able to give you some more eyes and ears across the First Coast with all of our reporters across Southeast Georgia and Northeast Florida throughout the day. Again, this specific storm, you're looking at the velocity map. It shows the wind direction, the wind speed in this storm. And so with the tornado warning, again, it'll last until 6:30. But we're going to see this throughout the day today, okay? It's just going to kind of be a wet and windy day with a couple of things to track, like the flooding and also these tornado warnings. All right, tornado watch, again, if you're just popping on, tuning in and out, trying to get ready for your morning today. Putnam and Alachua County in the yellow here. Thank you, Robert. They are included in that tornado watch. And then once we see some little pockets pop up with the red polygons here, those are our actual warnings. Okay, so that means the weather is happening right there. And then there is a potential for, again, tornadoes, but it would likely be a very brief spin up and or just an added boost of wind, a little boost of energy pushing your way. We are looking out in Bradford County right now. We do have our Joe Massa and Leah Shields that are driving out across the First Coast to go ahead and kind of head into some of the worst weather, right? Giving us a good eye and ear across the First Coast. You can see the windshield wipers blowing. The rain is falling out there. One thing we'll be watching, especially out toward this general area, is out towards Sanderson, McClenny, the St. Mary's River, and then Bradford Union. Y'all have seen a lot of rain in the last 2 weeks, and so anything that we do see fall could pond up the roadways pretty quickly. We could see those low-lying, those flood-prone areas flood rather quickly as well. So that's why Bradford County, you are in that flood watch. You're not officially in the tornado watch, although we have that tornado warning that includes just a tiny little sliver of your county early this morning. All right, so again, National Weather Service issuing that tornado warning until 6:30. We've got just another minute and a half. Bear with me here, and then we will get back to our pals Keitha and Jeannie on the desk. And producers, directors, again, this is expected to not extend farther, which means we would be able to go to commercial break in just a moment, and then also kind of again, show you our reporters across the First Coast today. Looks like they are on the roads out in Bradford County, and it is wet, it is slick. If you are headed out today, just be careful. Of course, keep that First Coast News app as well, because what I would say is that you're going to get those tornado warnings right to your phone. If you have those notifications turned on and the weather notifications specifically enabled, then that will help you depending on where you are in your location. So folks waking up in Jacksonville, you are not getting this tornado warning. This is just for Bradford and Alachua counties. Again, until 6:30 this morning. So we're watching those very heavy rains push on in. And if we look at that storm track, it does show it moving up toward the northwest at about 35 miles per hour. What we watch in these storms is that rotation with the winds kind of going in opposite directions. And at some point, sometime, we can see some stronger wind gusts in this specific system. Now, when you look at these inbound and the outbound keys here, the brighter red color would indicate stronger winds. The brighter green color would indicate stronger winds as well. And at this point, it is very far away from the Jacksonville radar, mind you, but when we don't see them quite as vividly colored, that would mean that hopefully it's broadening out and hopefully the winds aren't to the severe criteria. But the Weather Service doing their job this morning and having to issue these as we see some of the rotation or those couplets in those storms, because this is very typical on the eastern side of the storm. Again, right now it looks like that tornado warning has been canceled, and so we are going to be able to send you off to commercial break, and we'll be right here on the other side of it.
Tropical Storm Elsa continues its trip up the west coast of Florida. And First Coast News has you covered across the state and across our First Coast.
We have the most meteorologists working for you this morning. What Elsa is going to do next and what you need to know right now. The First Coast News weather team has your most accurate forecast.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
And all eyes remain on Tropical Storm Elsa this morning, which is expected to make landfall within a matter of hours here on our First Coast and is already producing plenty of rainfall across the state of Florida.
Let's take a live look right now at the shores of Naples. This is from EarthCam, courtesy EarthCam, where the center of the storm has passed offshore, but there is still some nasty weather, particularly rough surf there in Naples.
Folks, this is a live look right now up to the Gulf Coast out in Fort Myers specifically. We're about to show you that. We will in a second, but again, a lot of areas just dealing with a lot of heavy rain. There's Fort Myers right now. We know they're dealing with lightning and thunder earlier on today. And now we'll take you to Tampa.
That's right. Let's take a live look at some Tampa conditions. We'll have that in just a second. We know that at Raymond James Stadium, that was in the background of that shot when we had that come up, the camera was just shaking in the wind. You can picture that yourself. So everybody getting a rough day in Florida. And we want to make sure that everyone here stays safe. I don't know. I woke up this morning. I knew this wasn't necessarily going to be Irma. It's not going to be Matthew, but I could feel that little knot in my stomach just because it's such tropical weather. But the good news is that this storm has weakened just a bit, and we will take any step down, right?
That's right, we certainly will. Now, we've been warning you all morning long about the things that we can expect when it comes to Irma. We do want to give you a heads up. Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to speak this morning. We're going to go live to a presser from him right at about 8:15. We need to hear what he has to say regarding how the state is expecting to respond to Elsa.
So let's talk about the impact to Duval County. We're expecting about 2 to 4 inches of rain, along with maximum wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. That's significant because those are just gusts. So we're talking about 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained winds, according to our meteorologists right here, Lauren Rautenkrantz and Robert Spetta. And that's important because that means the bridges should not close. We're not expecting bridge closures across Jacksonville. That's important. We're cycling through information on each county in our area. We're going to have that as soon as we can, scrolling at the bottom of your screen, so you can see what to expect where you live and where you work today.
All right, let's toss right now to your storm expert meteorologist, Lauren Rautenkrantz. Lauren, we understand it's been a very busy morning for you and meteorologist Robert Spetta. What is happening at this point in terms of tracking Elsa?
Yeah, you know what? Always busy when we are anticipating these storms coming, when we are tracking them, and even as they are exiting the region. But hey, steady as she goes. That is just what I've been telling myself all morning long, folks. The forecast playing out here just like we thought, with that flood threat and the isolated tornado threat as well. Currently, Elsa is sitting 50 miles just southwest of Cedar Key, Florida in the Big Bend, and we will expect it to make landfall somewhere around that area today by noon, if not earlier. All right, it's moving toward the north at 14 miles per hour with those maximum sustained winds at 65 miles per hour. We will continue to watch this storm move inland across North Florida and weaken significantly as it does so. Now, I'm going to take you to Crystal River, where we are expecting this storm to make landfall again near, just to the north of, actually. It goes Crystal River, Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach, Steinhatchee. And so Crystal River just to the south of where we're expected to see landfall. But you can see we've got that light out there, although it is very cloudy and it has been very rainy out there as well. All right, back here at home, expecting these rain bands to continue to spread toward the north throughout the day. So what we will anticipate with them is, think about that strong thunderstorm you might have seen in the last 2 weeks or so. It's just going to be an extended period of some stormy, some wet weather. As we head throughout the afternoon, we'll be watching the second rain band push across Duval and eventually the worst of the weather up into southeast Georgia as well. Now take a look at this timestamp here, because by 6 o'clock we should begin to give the all clear for our inland areas across North Florida. By 8 p.m., giving the all clear in Duval, and by 10 p.m. the all clear for areas up into southeast Georgia. Here is that first rain band that Robert and I have been watching, and it continues to push toward the north slowly as the center of that cyclone pulls to the north. But you can see they kind of have that northwest movement, right? And that's because all of this activity, remember, is rotating around the center of this cyclone, or this area of low pressure sitting just off of the west coast of Florida. In the yellow here, we have that tornado watch. Duval, Jax, even Amelia Island. My friends up in Waycross, Folkestone, Brunswick, you're not included in this. We'll say, though, it is including for now Putnam and Alachua County. That's likely to increase up toward the north, especially, I would say, for Union, Bradford, and Columbia counties, because we already have seen some rotating storms just on the southern edge of those counties. So be wary of that. And if we get any tornado warnings, we will bring them to you across the area. It actually looks like Robert is over there tracking some rotation on the velocity maps as we speak. So again, right now, things are okay across Duval. If you have to get out on the roadways, I'm not saying folks have to stay home today, but definitely be checking in with the weather when you can. And you want to make sure you have that First Coast News app as well, because you get any warnings or National Hurricane Center updates, we will be the first to send it to you. The next one, by the way, coming at 8 a.m. Jeannie?
Lauren, we're on your side. You know, even when we're not on TV, you can get breaking weather headlines and interactive radar right now with our First Coast News app. So do you have that on your phone yet? It's really simple, folks. Just text the word app to 904-633-2402, and we'll get that app on your phone for this storm and the rest of hurricane season. We got a ways to go with this hurricane season, don't we? And you can always track the tropics with our meteorologists. With our Hurricane Central section, you can access that on First Coast News app, or also on our website on firstcoastnews.com. And we're talking about our app. You guys look for that Near Me button. Send us your pictures and your video. We want to see what you're seeing today outside your window. And for the storm, we are keeping an eye on parts of the First Coast that are prone to flooding. And of course, that takes us to San Marco and Lou Turner. And I don't mean to laugh or have a little cheerfulness in my voice, but this has got to be better than Irma. I felt so sorry for the folks there during Irma. I'm watching them have to tear out their businesses, pull all the stuff out of their stores and start all over. It was just so rough.
And that's why we're here, Jeannie, right now, exactly. You know, just kind of painting the picture of what was and what this will be in two completely different conditions, synoptically set up. I mean, just atmospherically different setup, tidally different setup. We're on the St. Johns River. This is River Road. And I mean, we've been out here for live shots on River Road, and just, you know, strong afternoon thunderstorms where we've seen waves pounding up against this river wall here and coming up into the street. And this street, during the storm Jeannie had mentioned, we had kayakers, as she reminded me, coming right here through the street. And in fact, water that went into the bottom floors of these homes. Of course, in a really, really serious scenario, you would have the sandbags up the stairs. But this is a good reassuring note that that's not necessary here for this one. In fact, our high tide is going to be coming, depending on where you are on the river, depending on where you are toward the beaches, going to be coming to high tide around 9 o'clock this morning. That means we will, for the brunt of this, as it gets to be the worst of this, we're going to have an outgoing tide. That is a positive sign. Also, all river monitors, river sensors showing lower than action phase levels, so not even near the flood stage on the river. Wonderful news. The calmness here could perhaps lull you. It is a gorgeous morning, absolutely gorgeous, humid nonetheless, but it could lull you into that sense of being told we do have, as these things can happen, I'm being told we do have a tornado warning. The rotation with these things certainly pop up very quickly. Let's get back to our weather center with an update there.
Thank you, Lou. And you know how these tornado warnings roll. We've got the watch in place. The ingredients are there. So it is a no surprise situation when we see a tornado warning pop. All right. And so where exactly is it? Well, we're going to show you where the watch is. Remember, we just spoke about this minutes ago. But this current tornado warning does include Columbia County, the southern portion of the county. And that is just west of Worthington Springs. So you can see on the radar there, the reds, the yellows. The rain is falling very quickly. So don't go outside and look for a tornado tornado or even a funnel cloud because you likely will not see it. This specific warning goes until 7:15. This is for Alachua once again. Remember, kind of the same training of storms that is moving up toward the northwest at 30 miles per hour. Also now including Columbia and Union counties. Now Union and Columbia, you are not included in that tornado watch, but gosh, you're awfully close. So the ingredients are also there, as that shear will also continue to increase from the south to north today. Remember, the wind shear is helping to weaken Elsa. It's also helping to push all that weather our way. And the wind shear is also a factor when we talk about the potential for tornadoes. It has directional wind shear and also vertical wind shear, where we have higher winds aloft pulling down that energy. All right, and that is likely what we have with this specific system. So as far as our wind shear map goes, Robert is working on that to go ahead and see if we have any issues there. And it looks like our velocity map, you can see a little bit of that rotation here. Now, one thing, when I look at that just instantly, right, is that bright green color there. If we can go ahead and query that, Robert, we can kind of get an idea of the wind gusts that we are seeing out there. So this is most likely a severe rated storm. Remember, the severe thunderstorm warnings are not going to be a thing today. It's going to be the tornado warnings taking precedent over those severe thunderstorms. Now, within these tornado warnings, we will see these strong wind gusts. Remember, in our county by county graphic, you can go on to firstcoastnews.com. We break it down for all of the areas across for the First Coast. Specifically Columbia County, Baker, Union, Bradford, we've been talking about the potential for those wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and we are just spot on, or at least close to it as far as forecasts. So right now, the worst of the weather, even if there isn't rotation, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is really strong. It can knock over some trees, especially the weak-rooted or the shallow-rooted trees. The beautiful trees that we have growing across the First Coast, because guess what? We haven't had a significant cyclone in our area, at least in the last 2+ years. So things are overgrown out there. There's a lot of county roads, a lot of big trees, old Florida trees as well, out in southern Columbia County. This again includes a portion of Union County as well, and it will go until 7:15. So crews are out and about. We're going to do what we can to get you looking outside as well. And Robert, I do know that we have that weather stem camera out in Lake City also that we can go ahead and check out to see if there is anything. But right now, the strong wind gust potential with this specific storm is my greatest concern. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible out in southern Columbia County. Hey, we are showing you Lake City. This warning not officially up into the city there, but we do have the very cloudy conditions, very rainy conditions, and things will be gusty throughout the day as well. So again, we're going to be looking at this tornado warning that goes until 7:15. That's the next half an hour, and that's typically how long these things last. A warning gets issued and it lasts about 45, maybe 30 minutes or so. That way we can give time for that storm to move on out of the area. Now, that doesn't go to say that Union will probably be, Alachua, I should say, and Union will be the first ones to be dropped from this warning, because the worst of the weather right now, just west of Worthington Springs, approaching that I-75 corridor. The strongest winds will also come out of the southeast. If you know your property, you know where the strongest trees are, you're going to want to stay away from the strongest winds, right, headed in your direction. And Robert, did you have some new information over there? It looks like we're keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat. Of course, folks, if you're waking up in Jacksonville, you're waking up in Fernandina Beach, maybe even McClenny. All right, we do have the flood threat for you throughout the afternoon, although the worst of your weather yet to arrive. We've still probably got 3 hours until we see it really pick up here in Duval County. Right now, tornado warning for Columbia, and it also includes Alachua and Union. But you can see the strongest wind gusts likely right around this area, approaching that I-75 corridor, if not already there. This is well west of Fort White and will likely head just to the north of Fort White as well. So again, I-75, very tough driving conditions out there right now. Rainfall rates upwards of 2.5 to 3 inches per hour.
Lauren, also continuing to watch this cell just towards the north and west of it. And you actually can see it here on that velocity radar. And what you're looking at right here, this one just towards the east of 75, that is actually the tornado warned cell. But there's another couplet just here towards the west. National Weather Service also watching this one right here. Couplet's not as tight, but there is a little bit of rotation in the upper portions of the atmosphere, and if that does get down to the surface, of course, we could be having a tornado warning with that. So, you know, this is what we're talking about, of course, Lauren, is that you have these multiple cells continuing to push through, and there's a chance of another tornado warning just towards the northwest of this.
Absolutely. So just a couple of strong areas of rotation and or just strong bursts of wind. Now, folks, another thing I did just see is that we do have the tornado watch that has been extended into southeast Georgia and northeast Florida. So if you are waking up in Jax, hey, while the weather is not happening now, likely to see similar conditions spread up from the south throughout the day. So tornado watch for the entire area today. This is not too much of a surprise, especially with this tropical cyclone just to be about 90 miles to the northwest of Duval today as it is headed out our way. And mind you, National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center doing a good job of coordinating here because the tropical storm force winds extend 90 miles out from the center, and Duval is going to be just on the outside of that. All right, so we're not expecting sustained tropical storm force winds across Jacksonville, which is good news for the bridges, but also we're not included in that tornado warning. Areas to the west and north are, however, so that includes inland Nassau, southeast Georgia, and inland North Florida. Again, this tornado warning is why we are on the air right now. We have Elsa. That is a tropical storm. If you're just waking up, getting your day started, we do have 65-mile-per-hour sustained winds in the core of that storm. We've got it close to land, though, so it is not expected to intensify further. That's the good news, friends. If we are looking at the cone, this is the last update from the Hurricane Center. The next one comes in about an hour, although it'll be the intermediate update with the stats and the position, especially as it continues to near the coast. As it is making landfall throughout the afternoon, weakening in a big way, but still spreading all of its weather our way. So it really doesn't matter at this point, you know, the intensity as it is making landfall because our impacts are still going to be there. It's kind of like a big semi truck is heading down the highway at 60 miles an hour, right? You can't just put on the brakes really easily, right? All that energy is going to continue to pull it forward. It's more of a gradual slow. So we've got all this energy is what I'm kind of talking about here with Elsa, and it is headed up our way. You can't stop this rain right away, even if it does weaken at this point. Now the winds are something we'll be watching for how strong they'll be, especially for Baker, Union, Bradford, and even into Columbia County. So let's get back to that tornado warning here because again, this goes until 7:15. This includes Columbia and Union, and there we go. The first one to be taken out is Alachua County. If you have students in the University of Florida right now, this didn't include them at this specific warning, all right? So they are in the clear, although they are still seeing some very heavy rainfall. You might notice no lightning strikes in these storms as well. Also very typical. It's not the bright sunny days where we get that instability to pop the lightning and the thunder. This is just some very hard hitting rain and very gusty as well. So the squalls, we like to call them. 7:15 again for this specific warning, and we look at the worst of the weather, and it does look like it is now crossing over that I-75 corridor. And Robert, you can actually go ahead and zoom in a little bit farther. We can see that the worst of it south of Lake City, I believe I just saw there, or at least one of the areas of rotation we are watching. So if you are in Columbia or Union County, it does look like we've got 238 here, we've got 75, and then we've got 41 on the other side of 75 there. That's where we're looking at this little corridor here to have some of the hardest heavy rain and also some of the gustiest conditions. Moving toward the northwest at 30 miles per hour or so. So if it starts to pick up with the winds, it likely won't last all that long because it is moving so quickly. Maybe we can do a storm track as well, Robert. That would go ahead and maybe help people that are on the other side of that tornado warning.
Of course. Also, Lauren, they're still talking about this weak rotation just west of Columbia and the one west of Providence. So, of course, our tornado warn system just now starting to cross I-75. So you got I-75 right in there. I'll pull it back here. And by the way, it keeps on switching back and forth. You might be watching this thinking, why is it going from green to red? It's because this is so far away from the radar that every time I kind of move it a little bit, it completely switches the radar site. It's good that we have multiple sources here, but just if you're a little bit curious.
Yeah, it could be a little bit jarring if you are watching it at home, but we're getting the Valdosta radar, and then we're also getting the Jacksonville radar. And so it is very far away from any radar site at this point. So the farther away you go, the higher up in the atmosphere. The higher up in the atmosphere, the stronger those winds are going to be as well. So a lot of times, while these velocity maps are a fantastic tool to see how strong those winds might be, they oftentimes aren't translating all the way to the surface, okay? But if we are to take the worst of where this velocity map is showing us, where we have the most rotation in this storm near that I-75 corridor, remember, and also 241A, and then it looked like 238. If we headed up toward the northwest, Bethel Church, and then up toward the Mason area by 702, Pine Rose Church at 726, all right? So that is if it holds together. And you see how Robert kind of pulled this out toward the northwest, right where we have that other couplet as well. That's because they're all moving in the same direction around the center of Tropical Storm Elsa, which is why we are here this morning. So Robert doing a great job to go ahead and time this one out for us as well. It looks like Athens Church 653, or basically right on top of you right now. If we are to see a tornado, you're likely feeling the strong wind gusts and seeing that rainfall at a very fast rate. We'll also be watching the flooding potential in this area, because even if we don't see, again, the wind damage, we could see a lot of ponding on the roadways. Those low-lying areas, those flood-prone spots start to get a bit aggravated. Not only that, but our rivers and our creeks have just seen a tremendous amount of rain in the last couple of weeks. So it does look like we are seeing about inch and a half or so of rainfall per hour. If you've ever been in a good old thunderstorm here across the First Coast, this is very typical. Big fat raindrops, a very tropical atmosphere, and we continue to track even higher rainfall rates in the actual core of the storm. Now, where we see the core of the storm, that's where that storm is building up highest in the atmosphere. So think about it. You've got all this water vapor that is building up into the cloud tops, right? And eventually these storms get just so darn heavy, they can't hold it, right? What goes up must come down. So even if we aren't seeing rotation, another thing to watch out for would be those downbursts, or really just a lot of the energy falling out of the cloud. It kind of just gives up, and then we see that rush of air head out of the cloud. So Columbia and Union, you're still included in this tornado warning. Mind you, folks that are just outside of this tornado warning, you want to know what it's going to be like in Putnam County. We've got it on your screen right now. All of that information coming from the Weather Center and from our meteorologist as we continue to fine-tune those updates. As of now, don't expect those updates to change a whole lot. We'll continue to whittle away with that timing, especially for Bradford Union. Remember, 5 a.m. we opened the window. We started to see those storms. Likely to give you the all clear by about 5 o'clock this evening, with those gusts up to 70 miles per hour, mind you, and that same goes for Columbia County. The southern portion of the county right now is included in that tornado warning that goes until 7:15. And Robert, if you have anything else new to add, please feel free to give us your expertise as well.
At least at this time, Lauren. Nothing new coming through right now. They're still tracking that couplet that's moving across I-75. I think really that cell just towards the north and west is the big thing I want to also watch out for. It looks like some pretty decent rotation on that too. Let me actually stop looping this, because actually the loop is pretty good, because you can see the general progression of this from the southeast to the northwest. You have this cell just towards the west of Lake Butler, and I want to show you this because there's that core of the rain. And you might have seen, I put up a graphic here a moment ago that was showing hail, and I was looking for hail. Typically you don't see that in tropical systems. It's way too warm from the surface up to the upper atmosphere, but there is still a small potential there, and if we did see that, it would indicate a very serious storm. But right now, I think it's the big issue with this is that threat of a tornado. You get these weak rain-wrapped tornadoes. That would be I think the big issue, Lauren.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I mean, here you got 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. That's just a heavy, high-pressured shower. It's a lot. Reduced visibility. So as Lauren was just saying a second ago, these are not the type of cells you would want to run outside. Maybe you want to post a photo on Facebook or Twitter or something like that and be like, ooh, look. No, you're not going to see it. It's going to be rain-wrapped if the radar is confirming a tornado. Like I said, this is still radar indicated, so we still haven't confirmed if one is quite on the ground. But if we go back to the velocity, yeah, I mean, right there, you can still see that couplet. It is still there, Lauren, just a little bit, but the circulation is not terribly defined.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some stronger rotation out this way before, but still, we don't want to downplay the fact that the grounds are so saturated, Robert.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. And, you know, that's, as I mentioned earlier, you think of it like a sponge. We've had rain, for the last week now? Every day we've had rainfall, and if you just put more water into a sponge that's already soaked, you can't, it just ain't going to take any more water.
There's nowhere for go. Exactly. It takes a little bit longer for it to seep into the ground and across the creeks and the rivers. Hey, just briefly, I want to show you the cone real quick. If you are getting your day started, it is just before 7 o'clock, and we are going to be here with you throughout the morning tracking these tornado warnings, now that tornado watch across northeast Florida and southeast Georgia. So just to reset and give Robert a little second to maybe see if we have new data coming in. Tropical Storm Elsa has weakened overnight. It went from a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane late last night to a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. We'll watch for this pressure to continue to increase throughout the day, and as you see that, you'll watch those winds decrease as well. It's moving toward the north at 14 miles per hour, and that, of course, plays into our timing with our rain throughout the day today, all right? And if we just look at the actual cone closer to home, Jacksonville, you're not included in it, but do not write it off, all right? The cone never portrays the impacts, all right? It just shows where the center of the storm is going, which, mind you, should be somewhere along the Big Bend of Florida between Steinhatchee and Cedar Key sometime around midday. Let's take a look at that radar loop in the last few hours. You can just see that there is lightning in the core of this system, and Robert can back me up on this one. When you see lightning in the core of the storm, that is it trying to get its act together, and those thunderstorms are continuing to develop and intensify. However, it's just losing time, number one, because it is near land. It's already interacting with land, obviously, with the eastern half of the storm just really wreaking havoc across the Florida state. I mean, we are no stranger to thunderstorms, but tropical system is definitely a different kind of animal here. But also shear is pulling apart this system toward the east, and also there is some drier level mid-air to the west of this system. If we look at those rainfall totals in the last 24 hours, they really have picked up, especially for the Fort Myers area, just south of Tampa, Sarasota, and we'll continue to watch those increase up the spine of the state as we head throughout the afternoon hours. But specifically, Fort Myers, all right, we've got rainfall totals in the last 24 hours, about 10 inches. We've got rainfall rates up near Port Charlotte that are close to a foot. All right, here at home, we have yet to start to see our real heavy rain arrive, although I know a lot of us getting rocked by a few thunderstorms yesterday. Here is this current rain band that's producing those tornado warnings. Remember, on the bottom of your screen, you can see it's in effect for Columbia and Union counties. That'll last until 7:15. We've got another 15 minutes of it or so. You can see the heavy rain out in Tampa. You can also see our Leah Shields and our Joe Massa driving around the First Coast currently in Bradford County. All right, and in Bradford County, we did have that tornado warning spark on the southern western side of that county, but again, it has now moved toward the west into Union and Columbia County. This is for southern Columbia as well. I want to show you those wind speeds and direction currently coming out of the south of the east southeast, and they've picked up a little bit this morning, but still not incredibly strong. We're used to those 10 to 15 mile per hour sustained winds here at home. They'll increase to about 20 to 30 area wide throughout the day, with the strongest probably sustained 40 miles per hour out for areas inland. That's why you're in that tropical storm warning. Gainesville and Alachua looks like they've had a gust recently of 33 miles per hour. Again, continuing to watch for that potential to pick up throughout the day, and also in those severe storms. That's when we're going to get our strongest wind gusts. Showing you the probability of those sustained winds, there's a really good chance, again, that we're going to see it out in Columbia County across the Suwannee River Valley. And as that core pushes up, the storm will weaken, but we will still have a chance for a few of those stronger wind gusts into southern Georgia, especially for inland areas. You can see a much lower probability for areas in Jacksonville, across Amelia Island, across the Golden Isles as well. All right, Robert is still watching and very closely that velocity map, and it looks like, Robert, I'm just jumping back in here for a second. I was letting him dive on into the details, but it looks like it's broadening out a bit. Those colors not nearly as bright and as vivid.
This is why you're a storm expert, Lauren. Word for word what the National Weather Service just posted here a moment ago. They said the rotation is broadening out. It's moving north of Ellisville. There into Columbia County, south of Lake City. So exact, perfect analysis of what we're seeing. I mean, you just don't, the colors are very close together right now. You don't have any inbound or outbound winds per se. We still have some gusty conditions with this. I mean, this is actually, last check, this was indicating, radar indicated, it won't let me pull it up right now, about 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. But despite the fact that the circulation is broadening out, they still are going to continue that tornado warning until 7:15 a.m. Passing just north of Ellisville here. This is around County Road 41, just towards the wind there. We just had a radar updated west of Mason. That's where that heavier core of the precip is. So even if we don't have it, let's say we don't have a tornado on the ground, still, if you're traveling south on 75, or you know anybody traveling south or north on 75 through this area, there's going to be some significantly reduced visibility and gusty conditions out there. But I think the key thing right now, though, if you are under this tornado warning, or if maybe let's say you got, oh, actually, Lauren,
There's
this
another
was
one for
just
Suwannee and Columbia.
And that was that same couplet we were just watching a few moments ago. We even put a track up on it. Let's put it back there. That is until 7:30. Let's clear this one out. And this was just towards the northwest. You can kind of see
And that
it there.
is the one that we're probably going to want to watch a little bit closer. It looks like on the tail end of that current tornado warning for Union and Columbia, Lake Butler, you are in the clear. Lake City, you're even in the clear. We have the heaviest of the rain to the south of you on that I-75 corridor, but this new tornado warning includes Columbia and Suwannee. I would say Columbia, you won't be in this warning for the entire length of it. It goes until 7:30. This continues to push toward the northwest very quickly, so a very strong gust of wind won't be able to be ruled out, and these storms 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are what we will typically see in situations like this, especially since we already have kind of seen them on that velocity map. Now remember, this storm is very far away from the Valdosta and also the Jacksonville radar, so data is kind of sparse out here, but we don't want you headed out. We want you to hang inside if you can. If you're in this tornado warning, your boss should understand this morning, all right? No severe weather is worth, of course, maybe getting in the car and trying to drive right through it, all right? Mother Nature can pack a punch, especially as we are tracking this tropical storm off of our coast, or at least our west coast of Florida. Headed toward LakeCityWeather.com, it seems, by 7:09, Mount Elua Church. Not too familiar with the area out here, but thankfully we've got our good old technology helping us to track all of these storms. And again, Robert timing it out for us toward the northwest at about, let's just say, between 25 and 35 miles per hour, right? So about as fast as you would drive, you know, maybe on one of the smaller roads around town. So they are booking at a good pace. We can definitely see these storms roll in a lot faster and more furious. So this is a bit more tame of a cyclone, but nonetheless still that tornadic threat. And this is very classic on that right front quadrant, which is right where we are situated throughout the majority of our day today. It looks like if this holds together, we'll see this in the Columbia area by 7:22. And I do believe this is the other tornado warning. Exactly right there. So there are two tornado warnings, okay? So there's one for Columbia and Union till 7:15, one till Columbia and Suwannee until 7:30. And I don't believe Suwannee is technically in our market or our viewing area. So once we do see Union and Columbia out of these warnings, we should be able to head back into our regular show here throughout the morning, kind of give our reporters a chance to show us what they're seeing, because that is where the story is this morning, out and about. I know we have that weather stem camera out in Lake City as well, and if you all have any pictures or video, even if it's a good thing, we want to see it, all right? Our First Coast Weather Watchers are posting pictures of that sunrise. You can see those tropical cumulus off the coast. You can also see a lot of cloud coverage out there, and even in this weather stem time lapse out at the Florida Gateway College, it is just very gray, very dreary. Those clouds low lying, and then pretty shortly we are going to watch the heavier rain head in to Lake City. I would say 7:30 or so is when we timed it out, and it's not too bad as far as those computer models models are going. And it's really nowcasting at this point, right? We look at the computer model data, we look at those spaghetti plots on and on and on ahead of a storm. But right now it's on top of us, at least as far as those outer rain bands go. So now at this point, we're just kind of tracking what we're seeing on radar and timing it out based on the movement of it. And of course, the direction of where Elsa is headed toward the north at 14 miles per hour. So here's the core right here. One thing I saw when I flew in the Hurricane Hunters into Dorian was we knew that this system was intensifying because of the lightning in the core of those thunderstorms surrounding it. However, this is not the case. Elsa is expected to continue to weaken as it gradually heads toward the Cedar Key, Cross City, Steinhatchee area, and it should be close to landfall. Again, it's going to take a couple more hours for it to continue to inch a little closer and officially mark the landfall, right? We'll wait for the National Hurricane Center to kind of release that information. But it is very close, and those outer rain bands right now are really smacking spots like Crystal River, Cedar Key, up into Horseshoe Beach as well. Chiefland, Gainesville, Williston, your weather is kind of calming down now that this rain band has moved through. So Alachua County, I would say, for the time being, your tornadic threat should be on the lower end of the scale, but we'll be watching more tornado threats for Bradford, Union, and southern Columbia County. However, if we go ahead and maybe head a little farther to the east, Robert, it does look like we will have to watch some of these far outer rain bands, all right? They are much weaker than this line from pretty much western Putnam into the Suwannee. However, we'll still have to watch them because we are included in Northeast Florida in this tornado watch. And the tornado watch for the rest of the First Coast, we'll have to check the timing. I do know that they initially issued it, they being the Weather Service, initially issued that watch for Putnam County and Alachua until 8 a.m. That will likely kind of be extended as well because we've got some more heavy rain bands headed our way. Again, you see the two red dots there, the two red polygons, those are our tornado warnings. The yellow is the tornado watch. And Robert, you had some info?
I was just going to back you up there with the tornado watch is now in place all the way out until 17 Universal Time. That would be 1 p.m.
You're a military guy.
Oh, yeah, military guy. Got to know both of these times here. And yeah, out till 1 p.m. now is when those tornado watches across southeastern Georgia are in place. Do want to go back to the tornado warning, though. This is still continuing to broaden out. I would not be surprised at all here. The 7:15 is when this one that's crossing 75 is expected to end. Very, very likely that's going to be ending at this time.
Most likely just going to watch that one kind of ride out till 7:15, unless they need to cancel it early, but likely to just expire at 7:15. And then we have that other warning that is just to the northwest of it that goes until 7:30. And Robert, did you see anything new over there in the Weather Service chat?
Not yet here, Lauren.
Okay.
They are keeping us posted, though. Still, latest information is about this cell that we are currently looking at, Columbia, moving through Suwannee, eventually out there towards Live Oak. Let's actually take a look at the rotation. The key thing is, I know,
tough to see.
Yeah, it is very tough to see. I'll see if I can put it in both of these. It's
Looks like it's right, so it's southwest of Lake City, at least headed into Suwannee County. So hopefully we see Columbia taken out of this warning that expires at 7:30 pretty soon. And then like Robert said, the other warning is set to expire in just under 5 minutes or so. So there, right where Robert is kind of putting the swirls or the rotation on the map, that's where we're seeing at least the strongest burst of wind in that storm. Now, likely rain wrapped. A lot of these today, we won't even see a tornado. It's just, that's typical with the tropical cyclones. We've got so much rain falling at about 3 inches per hour. And so it is tough to see. Now we do have the sun up. And so we will continue to track the potential, for anything that we can see like a funnel cloud, but most likely there's so much rain falling that it's tough to really differentiate between the clouds. But 7:15 for this warning, the next warning behind it where we were tracking that bit of rotation into Suwannee County, and that expires at 7:30. Looks like our crew is out in Alachua County. Sorry, I just missed them there. But they are looking at those wet roadways. The windshield wipers are going. It's just going to be a gloomy, stormy day, folks. But when we talk about the flooding threat and also the tornadic threat, although it is isolated, we just want to keep you informed and keep you safe throughout the day because everyone has stuff to do. They want to go to work and maybe, drop the kids off at the friend's house. It's just kind of the better day to hang inside and wait out a lot of these storms. Your window to get outside Duval County is closing. Same with you in Clay as we watch this rain band head up your way within the next 2 hours. Okay, so it is 7:11 now, and by 9 o'clock, I would say it's sweeping through most of Clay County and into the southern portion of Duval at this point. A little bit lighter of rain on the eastern half of Putnam County. That's good news for places along the St. Johns River in Palatka, Dunn's Creek. However, more heavy rain later on the way today, and a lot of this rain is going to be because of the fresh water falling from the sky, the precipitation rather than the storm surge. The storm surge threat was for our friends out near Tampa, Sarasota, St. Petersburg, Clearwater. But for now, we've got Elsa's core right here. And you can even see Horseshoe Beach highlighted on our graphic system here. I would say that landfall is just going to be awfully close to Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key. Really, for those of you who just kind of think the Big Bend, think the central Big Bend of Florida as we're heading into the next couple of hours. Robert?
Yeah, and just to back you up there, yeah, I agree. It looks like the next couple hours continue to come on shore. One thing, yeah, it is pretty notable is the amount of lightning on the northern periphery of that. I think that may be twofold, though, and of course, before I get into it, we of course have these tornado warnings, 7:15 in Columbia and Union County, crossing 75. That's falling apart. That's 2 more minutes. Almost can guarantee that's going to be expiring. And the other one here, Columbia over towards Sewanee. But what I want to show you real quick is that you do have kind of the lopsidedness of our storm. And that's all thanks to wind shear blowing in from the west here. And it's really, imagine you kind of have a birthday cake and you're blowing on the flame and the flame tips a little bit. That's what we're seeing here. But right before the flame burns out, you kind of get that little extra burst. I think that's what we're seeing here. We're getting that westerly wind. It's kind of flaring up some of these cells right in here. We're getting that burst of convection. So despite the fact there is a lot of thunderstorms in that core, yeah, it is a lot of thunderstorms, but I think this is kind of a sign that our storm's getting battered by shear here. Problem with shear, and Lauren's been saying it for the last hour, is that does influence the potential for rotation. We get these mesovorticities out here, and we can get that threat of these tornadic spin-ups, and thus the National Weather Service is holding no punches right now with issuing these tornado watches. It's the entire First Coast is under a tornado watch at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I was just checking over there because it had been a little second since I had been over to the computers. The tornado watch for Southeast Georgia, Northeast Florida will go until 1 o'clock. Now it can be expired earlier or it can be extended longer. I would anticipate, now I'm just spitballing here, I would anticipate the tornadic threat to last longer for areas north of Duval into the late afternoon and evening hours. But for now, the entire area is under that tornado watch until 1 o'clock. All right. And the watch, by the way, for Central Florida is going to be expired by 8 o'clock, according to the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale discussion. Good news for at least our area. We're still watching for you in Sewanee County, or if you have friends and family that way. But I do believe we should be okay to go ahead with our regular show here. All right, so we'll let our producers and directors kind of reset. If you can hear Lauren talking, we're going to toss a break, actually. And then again, we'll continue to monitor if we get any new tornado warnings, but officially those warnings now out of the First Coast.
And welcome back as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Right now in Good Morning Jacksonville, all eyes remain on Elsa, which is expected to make landfall within a matter of hours and is already producing plenty of rainfall across the state of Florida.
That's right, Keith. Here's a live look at the shores of Naples from EarthCam. The center of the storm has passed off the shore there of Naples, but still creating a lot of rough surf and some very gray skies there.
All right, let's take you live now to the Gulf Coast in Fort Myers, where you can see Elsa's impact there. Earlier on, it was a lot of thunder and lightning in that area, and they as well are dealing with some rain.
Now let's scoot over to Tampa. Tampa getting pummeled with rain right now, and you can see this car right here, a lot of street flooding. Probably should not be going through that much water, but please remember to be careful. Just turn around, don't drown. In the past hour, we've learned nearly 20,000 people are without power now. We're talking the Tampa area, and we're monitoring it here on our First Coast. So far right now, not a bad situation with the power, but it's just the beginning of the day.
Yeah, that's very true. Welcome in, folks. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville. I'm Keith and Nelson. A quick heads up for you for programming. For those of you watching NBC and you'd like to watch the Today Show, if you have an antenna, just simply switch to 12.2. You can also always watch us with our First Coast News app. We're going to have the latest on everything using that.
That's right. And we want to welcome you to First Coast News here early in the morning. I'm not usually here in the morning, but I'm here so that we can talk with Lou Turner and have him out in the field. We'll chat with him a bit later because he's in San Marco, because as you know, that area often floods. Now, part of our area has seen all sorts of tornado warnings. We've had several in 3 counties, Alachua, Columbia, and Union counties. And we want to talk about a governor's press conference that's going to start fairly soon.
So we know that's set to happen right at around 8:15 this morning. In about an hour, a little less than. We're going to hear what he has to say regarding the state's expected response to Tropical Storm Elsa.
Right now, let's talk about the impacts to Duval County today. We're expected to have about 2 to 4 inches of rain, along with maximum wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. But we're talking about sustained winds much less than that, and that means we're not expecting any bridge closures in Jacksonville today. We are going to be cycling through information county by county so that you can see that at the bottom of your screen as we progress through the morning, so you know what's going on in that area.
And folks, we have a team of reporters spread out throughout the First Coast for you. We have Lou Turner right now in the San Marco area. Renata DiGregorio has been all over Lake City. And Leah Shields, now she really pretty much has been roaming all morning long. At last check, she was in Stark. We're going to check in with them to figure out exactly what's going on in their neck of the woods. But first, we have got to turn things over to our storm experts who have been busy in the Weather Center this morning, Robert Speta and Lauren Routenkrantz.
So good to have you here with us, Robert.
Yeah, it's already been a big morning here. I know the last few hours we've just been wall-to-wall coverage of this. I know Leah, she's probably going to be getting in some good storms here in a moment too.
Yeah, and you know, it's really helpful to have her kind of rolling around the area. And don't worry, folks, she's driving with one of the best photographers we have, Joe Massa. He has been through many storms with us, folks. But Tropical Storm Elsa. Yeah, it's a tropical storm, folks. Maybe you're just getting your day started. Last night we went to bed with this as a hurricane. Now, a very minor, or at least just marginal hurricane with 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds. You need just 74 to make it a hurricane. But the Hurricane Center, with their advisories, goes in those 5-mile-per-hour increments. So we are talking about a 10-mile-per-hour difference. It might not seem like that much. And again, the jargon now, tropical storm versus a hurricane, all right? And it is expected to continue to weaken. It will eventually, in the long term, become a depression. But for now, we will watch it make landfall sometime by late morning, midday around the Horseshoe Beach area. If you're wondering where that is, smack in the middle of the Big Bend of Florida. And yes, a lot of folks saying, hey, this has a very similar look to Irma, but this is no Irma. I can tell you the wind field of Irma was hundreds of miles across. This is just tiny. This is a tiny little storm, all right? But nonetheless, we've still got to watch it as it continues to push up toward the north. Right now, it's moving at 14 miles per hour. That puts storms into Duval, the core of our area, right in the downtown neck of the woods, by about 9:30. Okay, so in the next 2 hours, southern Duval by 9, Clay County within the next hour, okay? We do have some of those stronger storms you can see on the outside of it. We'll get to that radar in just a moment, but the yellow here is a tornado watch. It includes much of Florida and now our friends up into southeast Georgia as well. Central Florida, your tornado watch is going to be dropped at the 8 o'clock hour, set to expire as that tornado threat has diminished with that core pushing up toward the north. But for us here at home, that tornado watch will last until at least 1 o'clock today. What we see typically is as the day progresses, we will reevaluate and then it could be extended farther, especially for our Georgia counties. But again, in just a bit, we are going to continue to fine tune the impacts county by county, of course, because it's all different depending on where you live. Keitha.
Thanks for that, Lauren. Folks, we have live team coverage of the storm this morning with a full team of reporters spread out throughout the First Coast.
Let's talk now with Lou Turner. He is live in San Marco along the banks of the St. Johns River there. And boy, this is a different ball of wax this time compared to Irma. I think you're right across the street from where people had to literally rip out their first floors, carry out the furniture because it all just got flooded, just soaked last time.
Absolutely. In fact, yep, St. Johns River looking pristine. In fact, we've had the winds and the breezes freshening up, as Lauren just told us. I completely concur with her timing on radar. I was just looking. The closest rain band to where we are here in Duval and San Marco is about 35.5 miles away. So if you extrapolate about 15 miles per hour, we are looking at about 2 hours before we'll see that first rain band come through here in central Duval. But you're right. All the homes across the street, beautiful property, absolutely beautiful. What comes with that is the risk for flooding. This storm does not present that same risk here. In fact, speaking to my photographer who's hanging with me now, Richard, who was out here earlier in the week talking with folks about the flooding that had happened, just day-to-day rain that we've been getting and seeing folks moving in. And you just kind of got to get the heads up if you're new to this part of the world, this part of Duval. When we get the nor'easters, in fact, that will stack water into the river, you will get good waves coming in and up and over this river wall. Nothing like that. In fact, we're on fish watch. We saw that incredible video out of the Tampa, Sarasota area of the catfish actually in the road. We won't have anything like that this morning. I'll have to actually throw a line in the water. From San Marco, I'm Louis Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, thank you so much. We've been tracking all different kinds of reporter activity, and one person on the go but safely is Leah Shields.
She's out in Alachua County. Let's check in with her now.
Well, good morning. We are just outside of Waldo, actually circling around the town right now. So we got a good band of rain heading into Gainesville on 301. It's kind of relaxed a little bit. Let me give you that look on the live drive here. And you can see that we're still having to use our windshield wipers. It's still coming down pretty steady, but it's nothing crazy right now. We can see pretty clearly and traffic is moving pretty smooth, though the roads are wet. There's some ponding on the side as well. Now we are going to shortly head back to Stark, check out what's happening there. So if you are in Bradford County, remember there is a shelter that is open at Stark Elementary. It opened yesterday at 4 p.m. So I do want to let you guys know about that. Otherwise, we're going to keep traveling around. If you hear of any damage, reports of rescues or flooding, let us know. We can head there and give you live coverage. Live in Alachua County, Leah Shields, First Coast News, on your side.
All righty, thank you, Leah. Let's switch locations now.
All right, there's Brianna Turner. She is in St. Augustine. No rain it appears as yet, but it does look as if the wind is picking up. I see your hair floating in the wind as well as the waves back there.
Yeah, that is right. Hair just keeps going inside my mouth right now, but definitely a little bit windier. No rain. People are walking their dog. If you take a look on this side, walking their dog. People headed to work. Also, people cutting the grass right here at the fort. So normal activity going on here. Just a bit windy. The last time it rained, or sprinkled, should I say, was about an hour ago. But our weather team has been telling us for days that if you're in St. Augustine, you can expect some wind and rain throughout the day. But I do want to remind you that St. Johns County and St. Augustine are not in the watch or warning zone for Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm live here in downtown St. Augustine. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
Righty, thank you so much. Hey, what's closed today? Let's take a look. Several school schedules are altered or canceled this morning. Summer activities in Duval County, they are all closed. JU is on a remote learning schedule for summer classes. So summer classes there at JU remote, some of them. Also Glenn County schools all canceled today in Georgia, along with school officers in Ware County, Georgia, all closed. And you can track all the school closures in our area on our First Coast News app.
And here's a heads up for you. Several government offices are also closed today. The two big ones are in Clay County and in Columbia County. The offices for the Board of Commissioners in Clay will be closed until noon, we're told, along with the City Hall offices out in Keystone Heights. Now, over in Columbia County, almost everything is closed, obviously out of an abundance of caution as Tropical Storm Elsa approaches. Now, that includes the courts, tax collectors' offices, and the Board of County Commissioners.
And if you have a flight today, we're getting some questions about this. Can I take my flight? The only thing canceled so far is any flight to Tampa. Jacksonville International Airport will stay open just as long as flights are still going. So you can reach out to your airline to see if you need to change your plans or if you are ready to go. And as we get ready to go to a break, here's a live look from Naples. You can see people heading back out to the pier there. Somebody walking along pretty casually. Still some lightning showing up on the camera, but that's an improved shot than from maybe an hour or so ago from our Earth Cam shot. But we'll be back in just a moment. Tropical storm. On the left of your screen, you're going to see some of those pictures we've been getting. And on the right, in just a moment, you're going to see our downtown camera.
Now we know Elsa is moving over the eastern Gulf, set to make landfall along the Big Bend. It will be wet and windy here at home, folks, throughout the day, so get ready for that. Now, up the I-75 corridor, Tampa is getting pummeled, we're told. Well, it was a little bit early on with some heavy rain. Right now, though, at this hour, we're told that the rain is pretty light. What they are dealing with in Tampa, some gusty conditions, strong wind in that area. The video you're watching right now was taken a couple of hours ago, and you're seeing all of that heavy rain there.
And boats are out this morning on the calmer looking waters of St. Augustine. How about that? We have a reporter in that area making sure that things stay calm, but it could get a bit more choppy and very, very wet later on today, but hopefully not the major flooding we saw with Hurricane Matthew. And here's a live look at Fort Myers. We've been talking about how much lightning and thunder they've had, but that is obviously clearing up, so that's some good news for that part. And we were just talking to Lauren Rautenkrantz about when the all clear is, and that means when can we say we'll be safe from this storm. It's going to be an all-day thing, but for Duval County, for example, by 8 o'clock tonight. So we've got to hang with it, and then by tomorrow at 5:05, the shrimp. We play in a doubleheader. It'll be
think about that. Let's
play
look
ball.
ahead, right?
Let's look ahead. That makes you feel optimistic. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeannie Blaylock.
Welcome in. I'm Keith and Nelson. We always appreciate you guys waking up with us. Now, we do want to note this, a quick programming note. If you want to watch the Today Show right now using your antenna, just go to 12.2. That's the channel where you can catch the Today Show at this hour. Quick heads up, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to speak at a press conference. It's set to happen at about 8:15 this morning. We're going to take that live, but right now we have got to check in with our storm experts, meteorologist Lauren Rautenkranz and Robert Spada. Good morning, you guys.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's been a busy morning here. But, you know, good news so far. The forecast, Lauren, it's progressing as we expected,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
So if everyone's waking up and, you know, I mean, it's kind of the anticipation, the, you know, worry because, oh my goodness, it is here. But yes, that's all right. We've been warning you about this for days. We've got that tornado watch in place for areas across the First Coast. Also that flood watch. Those are our two big impacts today. Let's dive right into the radar and show you where the worst of Elsa is hitting right now. The core of the storm still technically offshore, all right? And as of the 5 o'clock advisory, which is now kind of, I guess, irrelevant, but the 8 o'clock advisory will come in at in just the next several minutes or so. We typically see it just before that 8 o'clock hour, but this one will have an updated stats and position because the latest position was 50 miles southwest of Cedar Key. Now, if we look at Cedar Key here, you can see the center of the storm is more west of Cedar Key. So it has moved up toward the north quite a bit in the last several hours. Now, I want to take you down to Homosassa Springs, also Crystal River, my favorite area. Some of the best parts of Florida. They're getting pounded by rain right now. Rainfall rates are very heavy. Also, winds are very gusty. We've got a weather stem camera out in Crystal River, and you can just see the trees blowing. You can see that rain falling, and it does look like a wall of water headed toward this marine science station in Citrus County right now. So again, some pretty wet and sloppy weather out toward the Big Bend. That is all going to continue to head our way throughout the afternoon. And look at this futurecast. This is 4 o'clock throughout the day, and so a lot of that wet weather is going to take a while to head north of that Florida-Georgia border. Now, mind you, I said about, or you even heard Jeannie say, about 5 o'clock is when we should begin to give the all clear for inland North Florida, and that will still stand as we head toward the early evening hours. It looks like right around 7 o'clock, getting that last burst of energy headed through the Jacksonville metropolitan area, but by 8 o'clock, quieting down in North Florida, and then thereafter in southeast Georgia. But Elsa is no Irma. We saw Irma and what it did to the First Coast with the flooding and also the wind speeds. Well, the tropical storm force wind field was just huge with Elsa. Now you can also see the X marks the center of the storm. A lot of those winds still on the eastern portion of the storm. That just is classic tropical meteorology, all right? But if we look at Elsa, this is the wind field, a much smaller system. So that should kind of give you a little positive light as you are headed out the door this morning. But we're still keeping an eye on our areas because we got tropical storm warnings in place for inland North Florida, where we are going to have some of our strongest wind gusts up to 60, 70 miles per hour, which we've likely already seen in some of those storms today. But again, we'll keep tracking the radar, and we are going to take you county by county in just a bit.
While we have you there, Lauren, just one thing for all of our folks up in Georgia. Just again, when will the all clear likely be tonight for southeast Georgia?
10 o'clock this evening.
All right, 10 o'clock. We can make it. We can do it. All right, thank you so much.
All right, folks, we've got Lewis Turner, you see standing by there in San Marco. No rain as yet, but it does appear as if the wind is picking up, Lou. I can see your shirt flapping, or maybe you just lost some weight. I don't know what's going on.
I'm just flexing my muscles for
There
you,
we go.
Keitha.
Right.
And that's making the shirt bounce, of course, as you well know. If you're a morning person, which I love my morning people, this is GMJ, of course. And this is the morning type of event. You know what I mean? A beautiful freshening up of winds. So if you're going to get your jogging, you're going to walk the dog. If you're going to go run and make that coffee run to Starbucks in San Marco, now is the time to do it because you got a couple hours before we get that line of rain. But here along the St. Johns River, we've been using the flags out in the distance as kind of our indicator of the winds freshening a bit, and they are picking up certainly as the pressure begins to drop here locally. really, I mean, look at just how peaceful, how serene the St. Johns River is. I don't anticipate that lasting here over the next couple of hours as conditions do deteriorate. And you can feel that gust, or at least hear it right now on your television. In the meantime, we will continue to check in. We will be your eyes here in San Marco, as we do not anticipate this being a massive flooding event, but a good bit of rain certainly on the way as we go through the afternoon. From San Marco, I'm Louis Turner, First Coast News on your side.
All right, thanks for that, Lou. We appreciate it.
Let's hop on over to Bradford County and Renata De Gregorio. She's been looking around Lake City for us today. Uh-oh, it is pouring down rain there, huh?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we are just, it really is raining a lot. We are just southwest of the downtown in Lake City, and it just started raining a lot harder, actually, just since you tossed to me. But let's take a look around, because we're still over by US 90, and now that it's been raining for a couple hours now, there has been more water in the roads, and we've been able to see it. People have been all right. A couple people have been really driving through here. But if you have to go anywhere, we've been talking about all of the tornado warnings and watches that are in effect. I would just hold off a little bit. I mean, later, hopefully, you can come over and go, we're here at a Publix. Once it opens and all of this lets up a little bit, hopefully you'll be able to go in there. But other places you won't be able to go today, if they're going to interrupt some of your plans, are some government offices, because many of the government offices in Columbia County here are closed today, as are the administrative offices at the sheriff's office. Now, they say that they have extra resources, extra personnel in case of any storm-related things that they have to respond to. They also say they're fully staffed with their patrol cars. But if you need to go to a shelter, they also have 3 community centers that are open: Fort White, West Side, and Winfield Community Centers. So if you need those addresses, we have them on my Twitter. We have them on firstcoastnews.com. But for now, we are live in Lake City. Renata De Gregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
Great out there. Thank you so much, Renata. As we go to a break, we want to remind you to get your hands on your county's evacuation zone. To do this, you could just text us. The text word is zone. Just text that word zone to 633-2402, and we'll send you what you need to know. Maybe no evacuations this storm. In fact, we've heard nothing about evacuations for Elsa, but it is just July, headed into the hurricane season. So find your zone, and we'll be right back. So my goodness, that has changed. Here's a live shot. We've been following this all day here, all morning from Naples, Florida. And our meteorologist, Robert Spetta, is just telling me that it is clearing there. They still have some issues with Elsa passing by, but as far as you can see right there, it is not as tumultuous as it was a couple of hours ago. And here's some video from overnight from Clearwater Beach. You can see they had some very heavy wind and rain, and that was not a safe driving situation. And as far as your flights, we are getting some questions on our Facebook page. Can I take my plane today? Jacksonville International Airport tweeted out this morning that due to Tropical Storm Elsa, there may be delayed or canceled flights throughout the day. And they say be sure to check with your airline to get the most updated flight information before you go to all the trouble to head out to the airport. Keitha.
All right, folks, we have got to check in now with our Katie Jeffries. She is live in downtown, right near the Trout River. Well, she was on the north side. Right now, she's in downtown. Let's get to her now for the very latest on what's happening in that area to see if the rain has picked up or wind there. Katie.
Definitely have started to pick up a little bit. We haven't really seen much rain other than some rain that was kind of spitting around 4 o'clock this morning. The wind has definitely started to pick up. You can probably see a little bit of the choppy water here along the river behind me. Haven't seen any boats out today, which is understandable at this point, but we have seen still some walkers, some joggers kind of out and about earlier this morning. They said they were trying to get those runs in before Elsa moved through. Now, when you take a look over towards the bridges, in fact, you can see a couple runners going across the bridges as well, but you can definitely see some of the cars up there, and then even towards the Fuller Warren, it does look like kind of a normal traffic day when you're looking towards our bridges. And the bridges are expected to stay open, so that is some good news for drivers this morning. Just be careful when those heavy rain and ponding that could be on the roadways later on today, and you can hear the wind picking up a little bit. You probably hear the hum in the microphone. So just be careful, of course, on the roadways as these storms kind of start to move in, especially going across the higher elevation bridges. Those strong gusts can sometimes move your car around in your lane, so just be careful for that. But the bridges are expected to remain open, and like I said, it does seem like a kind of a normal day, at least when it comes to seeing foot traffic and runners and joggers. Haven't seen heavy rain yet, but definitely the wind is starting to pick up. In downtown Jacksonville, Katie Jeffries, First Coast News. Back to you.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about our First Coast News meteorology team. We have more meteorologists locally here on television covering the storm for you than any other local station. And you can also download the First Coast News app and just text the word app to the number you see right there on your screen, 633-2402. We'll send you the information, so no matter wherever you go today, hopefully you might be able to stay home, but if you got to go out and about, you can keep up with what is happening with Elsa with our First Coast News app. And don't forget, the Near Me feature right there at the bottom right of your app. You'll see it when you log on. It's very easy. You can send us video, you can send us pictures. We'd like to know what you're seeing outside your window today, so let us know.
And welcome in, folks. It's now 50 minutes past the hour on this Wednesday morning. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Let's get right into the three things you'll need to know this morning. So in Gainesville right now, quick heads up. UF classes are canceled in office and their offices are closed today. Now, Santa Fe College will close at 7 tonight. That's ahead of Tropical Storm Elsa. And in Duval County, all public school student-related summer programs are canceled for today. There's your heads up in Duval. We want to check in now with Brianna Turner. She is all the way out in St. Augustine this morning, keeping an eye on conditions there for us. Brianna.
Yes, I'm here in downtown St. Augustine. If you take a look behind me, the wind is picking up. The palm trees, it kind of shows you exactly how strong the winds are right now. But it's still people walking outside, no rain. I guess that's the great part of this, no rain, people sitting out. But again, mainly just very windy out here. And over the past few hours since I've been out here, it keeps picking up and picking up. But our weather team, as I've been telling you before, they've been telling us that we're going to expect rain. We're going to expect more winds like now. And again, St. Johns County and St. Augustine, as of now, are not in the warning watch area for Tropical Storm Elsa. So that is what I have now so far here in St. Augustine. Live in St. Augustine, Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News on your side.
In case you haven't seen him, he's been on a lot over the weekends, but he's been forecasting the weather, rough kinds of weather for the military since 2005. We're glad you're here today, Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, since 2005, started here right in Mayport, went around around the world, even been through many typhoons. So, not unfamiliar with these type of tropical systems. Let's talk about our tropical system here, Elsa. This is out of Brooksville, by the way. This is just towards the west of Orlando. They've been seeing some pretty breezy conditions out there, about 25 miles per hour. We have the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, by the way. It's going to be coming out in just a few minutes, about 10 minutes now, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have the most recent information. What I can tell you is look at all this lightning being shown on visible satellite imagery. There's this big burst of convection, and not sure if that's going to play into how the National Hurricane Center relays their next update, but it is going to be pretty interesting. Key thing I want you to know, though, plenty of convection just off here towards the east. What that indicates is, of course, heavy rainfall, and within these bands there is still that potential for tornadic activity when they come on shore. And we were talking about earlier, we had those tornado warnings in place. The tornado watch is still in place until 1 o'clock. So that's an issue we're still watching here. By the way, Cedar Key, this was a wind report out there in the Big Bend where you have that right front quadrant just starting to move on shore with Elsa, a mesonet station there of 56 mile per hour wind gusts. So the storm does hold the potential for those higher winds, plus the heavier rainfall. Look up and down the 75 corridor from Lake City all the way down towards Ocala. 1 to 3 inches of radar indicated precipitation being picked up there. So yeah, the big issue I think right there, it's not so much the rain that's coming down minute by minute, it's the prolonged precipitation because of that rain coming in from the south towards the north. But here's a look at the 5 a.m. update. This is a bit outdated, but like I said, we're going to have our newest update here in just a few minutes. So you can check here, you can check out on the web at firstcoastnews.com. We'll have that latest information as soon as it comes out. But I don't think the track is going to change much, staying just west of Lake City just after this comes on shore. So let's talk about some of the county by county impacts, because of course you want to know, how is this going to impact home, where I live? Who cares about the center? We care, of course, about the center of circulation, but you care about how it's going to be where you are. Duval County, winds could be sustained about 20 to 30 miles per hour. That is below the threshold where they close the bridges. That's at 40 miles per hour, but we could see some instantaneous gusts. So not the sustained winds, but instantaneous gusts up to about 50. Watch out for flooding from that rainfall. We've had persistent rain the last few weeks. Every day, everybody's lawns sees it. It's growing like a weed out there. That's because of the heavy rain. So with the ground's already saturated, more rain could cause additional problems there. All right, Columbia, Baker, Bradford, Union County out there towards the west. Highest risk of tornadoes. We've already had tornadic activity out there. We were talking about tornado warnings last hour. So we made this graphic, by the way, last night. It's coming to fruition. Rainfall rates 3 to 6. Isolated pockets could be about 8 inches when you get that training effect pushing on through with those gusts possibly up to 60, 70 miles per hour. And then you have Ware, Charlton, Brantley, and Pierce County. Further towards the west here, some dirt roads could become impassable at times. Now, like I said, we are continuing to track this. If you are in Jacksonville, you might be looking outside going, where's the tropical storm? You know, it's coming, but it's not here just yet. As we go ahead in the next few hours, we're going to get that first rain band pushing overhead, and then by the midday, the center of circulation will start to move on shore past Lake City, and by this evening, we'll start to slowly see that clearing. Lauren's going to be back in just a few minutes with the latest update and the latest information on Elsa.
All right, Robert, thank you so much. As we head off to break here, here's something that could be a big help to you. We hope you don't lose power. Nobody wants to lose power, but just in case that happens at your house, you could always stay on with us on the go and hear our coverage from our meteorologists on the radio. We have 2 radio partners, 96.1 WEJZ and 99.9 Gator Country. They will air our forecasts as we give them out, and so that's a good source for you. And we'll be right back. Tropical Storm Elsa continues its Tropical Storm Elsa continues its trip up the west coast of Florida. And First Coast News has you covered across the state and across our First Coast.
As Elsa moves up toward the Big Bend, we've got a tornado watch and a flood watch for us throughout the day.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to First Coast News. We're glad you're with us.
Folks, we're tracking the tropics. We've been doing so all morning long. This is all about Tropical Storm Elsa as it passes us here over the First Coast. Now, we want to take a look for you in Naples at this hour, checking things out. Again, this you can see it's really cloudy at that point. The wind is whipping in that area because you can see those waves, how heavy they are. Now, folks, Naples is just one of the many areas we're keeping a close eye on. Again, as Elsa approaches the First Coast, it is on its way.
So let's talk about Clearwater right now. We'll take a look there. I just asked Lauren Rautenkrantz, our meteorologist, how that sits in as far as compared with the center. The center of Elsa is 100 miles northwest of Clearwater. She told me about 5 seconds ago. They've had tropical storm conditions. They still do, but it's getting better there. We still haven't seen Elsa here yet, so we're bracing for a very rainy afternoon.
It's getting better. Those are words that I'm holding on to. Thanks for that, Jeannie, and welcome in. I'm Keitha Nelson.
And I'm Jeannie Blaylock. Keith is talking about it's weakening just a little bit, and we are grateful for any ramp down, right?
All right, folks, we want to get to the top 3 things that you need to know on this Wednesday morning. So Governor Ron DeSantis is set to speak in just about 15 minutes. He's going to talk about Elsa's impacts on the state and the state of emergency that we know was officially declared at the beginning of this week. Now, Elsa has been throwing out occasional storm gusts of about 50 miles per hour. We are still watching for possible flooding in our area. We know that these tornado warnings were popping up a little earlier this morning. That's something else we're keeping a very close eye on at this hour. Right now, though, we have got to go to our weather experts in the Storm Center right now to check to see the very latest, again, on Elsa's track.
Hey there, thank you and good morning, Keitha and Jeannie. It is great to have you here as well with the Good Morning Jacksonville crew. With the latest from the National Hurricane Center, a couple of things, all right? Number one, no change in the track because, of course, we're just monitoring where the center of the storm is currently. However, the intensity has changed just a bit. You might say, no, it hasn't, Lauren. 65-mile-per-hour sustained winds still. That's what we had with the 5 o'clock advisory. However, this pressure has dropped a bit. Now, I don't want everyone to worry because I know we've been saying when the pressure drops, the winds increase and vice versa. They have an inverse relationship is what we call that. Now, what we had overnight and what we typically see in some of these intensifying storms is lightning around the core of those thunderstorms or those thunderstorms around the core of the storm. And we did have quite a bit of lightning off into the Gulf of Mexico. So the pressure drop is likely from that increase in convection along the center of Elsa. However, still forecast to continue to weaken as it is nearing landfall. It's now 35 miles west of Cedar Key, about 130 miles to the southwest of Jacksonville. If you want to take that core of the storm and drag it all the way to the Jax metro area, that's a bird's eye view, right? 130 miles from us. Now, it is expected to move up toward the north, eventually the northeast, and actually hurricane hunters in there now. The vortex data message does show that we've got that northeasterly movement starting to occur, all right? Remember, this is a very large vertically stacked warm chord cyclone. Basically what I'm saying here, there's lots of moving parts, and to get this thing to turn takes a lot of energy. So it is going to take a little while before we start to see that northeasterly movement, but it likely will come with the 11 o'clock advisory. Probability of those 40-mile-per-hour or tropical storm sustained winds today will be mainly confined to our inland areas. Think west of Highway 301, but specifically that I-75 corridor, the Suwannee River Valley. And as that storm will move up into southeast Georgia, that probability will diminish, although it still will be there, especially some stronger gusts out toward Folkston, Waycross, and Blackshear. You'll be closer to the center of that storm. We'll also have that flooding threat today and also the isolated tornadoes that will be possible throughout the day. Right now, we've got that tornado watch that has finally dropped. Remember, we said at 8 o'clock it would finally drop for Central Florida, and sure enough, it has disappeared off of our map, but we do have it for Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia. That's what you're seeing in the yellow here. What I like to see, there are no red polygons. That means we don't have any tornado warnings. We just have all of the ingredients in place for one of those storms to possibly produce a tornado. Now, we haven't had any reports today. We have had a couple of tornado warnings already, but most likely just an extra burst of wind with 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts possible. The strongest of the weather right now sitting out toward Keystone Heights, the Lake Butler area, and also out into central Columbia County. So Lake City really getting pounded right now, and I do know our Renata Gregorio is out there and she is tweeting out some pretty vicious rainfall that is headed out across the area right now. Each individual cell moving toward the northwest, although this is gradually all going to push toward the north. So right on cue here, the 8 o'clock hour, we're seeing some of those heavier rains in western Clay County. One of the spots we'll be watching is Black Creek out toward Middleburg, not along the St. Johns River. Again, we're watching rivers and creeks. This is not a storm surge event. This is a freshwater flooding event. Here in Duval County, though, things are quiet, but you can see those winds are picking up. If you just take a walk outside, maybe to let the dogs out before the rain starts, you can tell something is on the way. We do have some strong wind gusts across Jacks down through Gainesville, Palatka, and St. Augustine, but again, things picking up throughout the morning hours. Jeannie?
All right, thanks so much. We appreciate that, Lauren. We are on your side, even when we're not on your TV. Wherever you go today, we hope you can stay home safely, but if you are out and about, you can always get weather headlines and radar right now on our First Coast News app. Just text the word app to 904-633-2402 and you can get the app on your phone right now. And you can also track the tropics with our meteorologists. In our Hurricane Central section, you can find that on our First Coast News app and also on our website, firstcoastnews.com. So if you don't have the app yet, it's free, easy to get. It's a good day to go ahead and get that on your phone. Also, we're keeping an eye on parts of the First Coast that are prone to flooding. And so that takes us to Lou Turner. And Lou, can we still say you don't see a single sandbag in San Marco?
Not a one, and that's great news. Jeannie, thank you so much. And the river is actually filling up now, and when I say that, I mean the tide is going to come in for about another hour before we have an emptying tide, and that would be right in time as the worst of the rain is coming. I'd say those are two pretty good equations here on the St. Johns River this morning for no flooding for some of the homes that have definitely experienced it before. In the past year, River Road specifically, a road that, as Jeannie reminded me this morning very, very early, asked if I had my kayak, and no, won't need it this time, but certainly, all kidding aside, this was a navigable via boat roadway back storms ago. But that will not be our issue here today. In fact, we're still waiting on our first rounds of rain. We've had off and on drizzle here in the San Marco area and just some freshening breeze, but nothing off in the distance. You can even see business as usual on the Fuller Warren as the folks are coming into and out of Duval County. Now, where it is picking up is out to our west. We know we've seen some heavy downpours out towards Lake City. In fact, we've even had bouts of tornado warnings over that way as well. Now, Lauren Routkretz said no red polygons, meaning no warnings right now. But Renata, let's go check in with her live right now, just west of us.
I haven't.
Good morning, Lou. Well, I was really prepared to say that things have really ramped up because we just drove to the downtown courtyard area and it was really coming down. You could see the water really splashing on the sides of the rows of cars that were going by. But in the last minute or so, it really let up. I was going to show you how the wind was blowing the rain here in the middle of the courtyard. We have a tree that was really blowing. You could really see it. But since then, it's really been off and on like this. But do be careful on the roads. As I said, we were coming down US 90 and it was just really heavy rain. A lot of people on the road still because plenty of people have places to go, work to go to. We are in contact with police and the emergency officials here to find out about any problems that all of this rain and all of the storm has caused. But we also rely on you all, so don't forget about the Near Me feature on the First Coast News app and let us know. We'll be updating you from here. It seems to be letting up a little bit. I say that, but we're also under a covering, so we're kind of cheating here. But we will be updating you in the next half hour and on firstcoastnews.com. I'm Renata Gregorio, live in Lake City. First Coast News on your side.
Thanks for that, Renata. Folks, 9 minutes now past the hour, and in less than maybe about 10 minutes or so, we're expecting to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's holding a press conference in Tallahassee. he set to issue a state of emergency in all of the counties we know are affected by Elsa. Again, that's set to happen right around 8:15 this morning. You're watching right now a live look at the State of Emergency Operations Center out there in Tallahassee, where we are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis in just about 5 minutes or so. We're going to bring that to you live right here on Good Morning Jacksonville. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. All right, folks. And welcome back, folks. You know what? We have a team of reporters spread out all throughout the First Coast. Right now, though, we want to head out to Bradford County, where we have Leah Shields in our live drive. She's pretty much roaming around the area to check out the conditions. So what are you seeing at this hour, Leah?
It's an ominous gray here in Stark as the main downpour just moved out of the area. I'm sure there'll be more throughout the day. I want to show you though the roadways, because there's a lot of pooling on the roadways here, so be careful of the edges. You're going to see my photog maybe splash up some water right here. This is what you got to watch out for, because it can make you swerve off the road. Of course, it looks pretty clear right now. The rain just drizzle, but again, it was the downpour in just a little bit, which really filled up some of these side areas, these retention areas, and the pooling on the side of the road as well. That's really the main concern here in Stark. I know in Bradford they have sandbags available, maybe a little too late if you didn't get those yesterday. They also do have a shelter in case you do need that today, but otherwise it is looking like that big downpour has moved out of the area for now. In Bradford County, Leah Shields, First Coast News on your side.
Let's take a look at our big three for Elsa. All right, we have seen some strong wind gusts for areas inland. Of course, not confirmed on the ground, but radar indicated tornado warnings. But expect generally a wet and windy day. That's kind of what I've been rolling with here, because it's going to be very stormy, waves of it. and think of the worst thunderstorm you've been in the last couple of days. We are going, or a couple of weeks, we're going to continue to see that kind of activity move in throughout the afternoon from south to north. Now, we're already starting to see some of our worst weather head into areas like Columbia County, Bradford, Union, also out toward Alachua. This will last towards sunset for most of North Florida into the evening hours for areas across southern Georgia. We're just going to continue to see the heavy rain, and that is one thing that we really have to watch because we've already got those high water levels. We've got very saturated grounds. We've got rivers and creek levels that are a little on the high end of the scale, all right? Gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible in most situations. However, there will be the occasional 60, maybe 70 mile per hour wind gusts, but that's more likely for areas along that I-75 corridor or into southeast Georgia. Isolated tornadoes can't be ruled out today as well, and that's why we have that tornado watch in effect, at least until 1 o'clock. That may be extended for areas in South Georgia, but we are breaking it down for you county by county because, of course, everyone is going to see a little different taste of Elsa throughout the day today. Worst of the weather should be out west toward Columbia, Baker, Bradford, and Union counties. So Lake City, Lake Butler, Stark, McClenny. Gusts up to 70 possible in some of those severe storms, and some of those radar indicated tornado warnings today could have possibly produced some gusts just shy of that. We were indicating about 60 to 65, but again, if that reaches the ground, still tough to say because it's not like we have someone out there with an anemometer. Rainfall amounts of 3 to 6 inches, isolated higher amounts of 8 inches as well. And that's also where we're going to have some of our highest risk of tornadoes because they're going to be just to the east of where Elsa is tracking, at least the core of it. Up into southeast Georgia and my friends up into Yulee, out toward Fernandina, Amelia Island. Think about 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. This will be a longer lasting late into the day kind of thing for you. Surge only likely up into Camden and Glen, closer to Brunswick, as we watch some of that water maybe pile up with that onshore breeze. But overall, this is a rainfall flooding event, the freshwater flooding, the stuff falling from the sky rather than the rising water because of the movement and the winds of this tropical cyclone. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So we're already seeing it here across Duval and into Ware, Charlton, and Brantley. We are seeing some of those storms already.
All righty, thanks, Lauren. We're going to take you live right now to a picture in Tallahassee. We are expecting a press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis, and I believe it's already started.
It will make landfall near Steinhatchee in the next few hours. Tornadoes remain possible across northeast Florida into this afternoon. The state EOC remains at a level 1. The division has received 92 resource requests for Tropical Storm Elsa. 57 of those have been fulfilled, and 21 are either en route or being mobilized. As of 6 a.m. this morning, there were about 26,000 customers across Florida experiencing power outages. Most of those are in Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Polk counties. There are more than 10,000 restoration personnel prepared to respond to these outages as soon as it's safe to do so. In the event that counties need to provide food and water to residents, we have prepared supplies for points of distribution, including forklifts, traffic cones, tents, and other necessary items. The division has staged 24 generator units, 24 water pumps, 5 HVAC units, and 64 pieces of equipment such as forklifts and pallet jacks used at logistical staging areas. There's not been reports of really significant structural damage anywhere in Florida, fortunately, at this point. As of 7:30 this morning, no healthcare facilities have reported power outages. Our Agency for Healthcare Administration is in close coordination with healthcare providers and will assist with the transfer of patients if needed. As the storm passes through Florida, there are some important safety precautions to remember. There are reports of flooded roads and trees down. Don't drive your vehicle into standing water. As little as 12 inches of fast-moving water can carry away a small vehicle. Be aware of fallen or hanging power lines. Don't approach or touch the power line. Report down power lines to your electrical company as soon as you can. If your home is taken in water, don't use wet electrical devices. And if you've lost power, do not use generators inside your home or inside your garage, and do not put it immediately by a window with the window being open. Carbon monoxide poisoning can be life-threatening, and there have been more deaths from carbon monoxide poisoning over the last 4 years than there have been for direct impacts in storms in Florida, and we've had some significant storms hit our state. So listen to local officials in your county health department on the safety of water supply. In the event of power outages, bottled or boiled water can be used for drinking, cooking, and personal hygiene. We're monitoring the storm as it makes landfall. We'll provide additional updates. I ask Floridians to simply be safe and use common sense. All things considered, where we looked at 72 hours ago, I think the impacts have been less than what we thought would be reasonable. So we're fortunate. We saw a little bit of a wobble to the west when it was approaching Tampa Bay, which potentially minimized impacts there. It is going to go into our Big Bend area. Not a lot of population there, but I think we're going to be monitoring over the next few days how that affects the river levels and some of the potential for flooding. Northern Florida has been very saturated over the last couple weeks, so this is going to dump a lot of rain on there and is going to exacerbate any of those issues. I'm going to let Kevin Guthrie come up and provide additional update.
Thank you, Governor. Again, thank you, Governor. Thank you for your leadership, as always. Thank you for stressing the importance of storm safety, especially as we begin to see some of those power outages coming in. As you begin to see damage from Tropical Storm Elsa, I want to emphasize the importance of documenting that damage in your communities. The division works very closely with FEMA. In fact, FEMA is here in our building on post-landfall operations to conduct damage assessments and ensure that all damage is properly submitted and documented. The best way to capture this damage is via photographs. This includes taking pictures of debris, high water lines, and property damage. You can assist in this effort by taking photos of the storm damage now. This will also help you ensure that any insurance claims you may need to submit once the storm passes will be obviously valid and help speed up that process. Accurate and comprehensive documentation of damage can help the state secure federal recovery funding. So as you begin to do your own damage assessments, please take pictures of your homes, the surrounding areas, and other areas in your communities. If you choose to upload photos of the damage through social media, please remember to tag the division so we can add it to our damage documentation as well. The division is at FLCERT. That's at FLCERT on Facebook and Twitter. We'll use these damage photos, as I've already said, to work with FEMA. Please stay safe and please follow all safety advice given by the governor, the division, and your local emergency managers. The division will continue to work closely with our federal partners, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
And 2 weeks out, nothing, right? Do we see anything? Okay, so we don't see any tropical activity right now in kind of the 2-week horizon. But I would just caution people, this part of the year is really not the major leagues for tropical cyclone activity. I mean, as we get into the middle of August, September, early October, the vast majority of significant activity occurs during those time periods. Obviously, you can get it June, July, you can get it even in November. But this was something I think that we've been able to handle fine. But there is going to be more activity. I mean, we don't have anything on the horizon, but people just need to be prepared. And as these storms come, we're going to have to deal with them. So we'll have any additional updates, but I think you're going to see it go through the Big Bend and end up in Georgia today. And we'll look to see what type of damage is, and we'll be there to respond with any assistance that we can provide. That I could take a couple questions.
Well, Governor, I know it's been a relatively mild storm, but have any injuries or fatalities been reported? And also, what's the status of the National Guard? Were there any additional
I don't think we have any reported, correct?
There's no fatalities, and we've got about 50.
Yeah, so we have had no reports of fatalities. And then we've had 50 National Guard for probably the last 72 hours. But I would caution folks on the fatalities that we typically have seen fatalities after the storm passes. And so if you have, and there have been reports of debris falling on people's homes, you're probably going to see that. Just be very careful as you're clearing the debris. We have people that fall off the roofs when they're trying to work on this and pass away that way. Obviously, I've been stressing the use of the generators, making sure that you're using those appropriately. And we obviously have a very dynamic state. There's been a lot of people that have moved in here since we've had Irma. And I just hope that if this is your first rodeo just please heed the warnings about handling power outages and handling some of the issues with your yard or with your debris, because that's the last thing we want to see is any type of injuries or fatalities for that.
Can I ask you about Surfside? As you've worked through that tragedy, 2 questions. There's a lot of people who reside in high-rise and aging high-rise condominiums around the state. Is there anything that you think that the state should be doing? Do you support asking for recertification of some of those very old buildings? And the second question is, how has this tragedy and working with those people and the families, how's it changed you?
Well, I think if you look, and I've said this before, we in Florida, those buildings are kind of a dime a dozen, particularly in southern Florida. You drive by, you don't even think twice when you're driving by some of these high rises. So you have a tragedy like this, and this is one where I've met with a lot of these families at this point, and you learn about the people who lived in there. Wouldn't have probably thought twice under normal hustle and bustle of normal life, and so you see the impact that they had. And I mean, these families, these are big, some of them big, beautiful, great families, and their lives have been shattered with this. And I think in different ways, depending on the individual that's missing. But you see that pain is very, very deep. And I think the fact that the building came down and there was a waiting game, and those search and rescue were there. They were doing everything they could. They did everything right. The Israeli team, when they came, said that those Miami-Dade folks were doing everything right. But I think the agony of not knowing, could there be a rescue? Could they potentially see one of their loved ones? And then you wait, and then you don't have the news. And I've talked with them and say, we just wait by our phones, not knowing when we're going to get any type of news. And so I think not knowing has deepened the agony and deepened the grief. And of course, those guys are working round the clock to be able to identify everybody. But it's been, I think, a unique tragedy. You don't expect to see that many folks impacted. When I first got the reports early morning, he said a partial collapse, and I was thinking like maybe some balcony or some part of a building, but then when you look at it, I mean, it was a massive collapse of a structure, which just doesn't happen in this country. And I think it's been devastating for Surfside, but also the broader community in southern Florida, and really Florida and throughout the world. I mean, those folks, we have people coming from all over the world to mourn the tragedy. I mean, these are folks who touch people. I mean, I talked to the Israeli prime minister. I mean, obviously they sent folks. We have a lot of folks who had connections in Latin America, and then obviously right here in our own communities. And so it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough to get everyone back on their feet. I mean, even the folks who didn't lose anyone but then left their units. I talked to folks that literally, if their unit was 10 yards more in one direction, they would have been in the rubble. And they actually have pictures of showing as they're leaving. You have people that escape. That's a very traumatic experience. And then all their possessions are basically gone. Their home is now gone. And I was, when the building was demolished, I asked, is there any way we can let them go in and get their possessions? And every single person said it was too dangerous to be able to do that. And so, and that's very sad, because you have everything from valuables to family heirlooms to all these other things. So now yes, all of them 100% thankful that they're alive and with us. But you look at that, getting those folks off their feet, what's that going to be doing in terms of the mental health and the traumatic experience? And then, of course, the families that lost somebody, it's going to be a deep wound for a long time. And but as tragic as it's been, I think the outpouring of support has shown a lot of great parts of our community. Certainly the people that are first responders, and they are invested in this mission. I mean, you got to pull these guys off that pile. They want to be there. They want to be able to identify. They want to be able to participate in this rescue mission, and it's something that's really deep in them in terms of accomplishing the mission. And then as new people come in, we've had teams from out of state come in to give our guys some relief. They get very invested in it. And so to see that and to see that singularity of purpose has really been heartening, because these are folks who are on the front lines for us. But then also to see how the community's responded. I mean, there's been a lot of money raised. We're obviously, I want to get that money to use, and so we're working with some of those groups to be able to do it. But I think that there's so many people say, what can I do? They want to do more. We're going to be able to do a lot more even, once we get past this initial search phase. So I don't think the state's ever going to quite be the same. And, but I'll tell you, you never want to go through the tragedies, but those folks there, they are leaving a very impressive legacy. And for those who are missing, for those who have been identified as being deceased, the impact that they've had, not just on Florida, but through folks all across the country and the world, has really been profound.
Aren't there some concerns, though, that this could impact the real estate market?
Oh, so here's what I would say. So we obviously want to be able to identify, why did this happen? Is this something that was unique to this building? Is it something that was unique to the person that maybe developed it? Because obviously there are sister properties. Is it something that buildings of that age that would have implications beyond that, whether Southern Florida or the entire state of Florida? I think we need to get those definitive answers. I can just say, just having talked with people who've been on the scene, people who've done stuff, I think that I think this building had problems from the start. Let's just put it that way. And so, so we'll see. And we need to do that. But so I wouldn't jump to conclusions about it. But at the same time, if there is something identified that would have implications broader than Champlain Towers, then obviously we're going to we are going to take that and act as appropriate. Okay, well, I don't know if we're going to need to do any more updates depending on what happens. Obviously, if there's more damage, we'll be back, and we potentially could end up going down to some of these places. But by and large, I think that the local response, everyone was ready to go. They did a great job. Clearly, this could have been worse from what we were looking at 72 hours ago, but you're always better to be prepared, and so that's what we did, and we're happy that everyone had all hands on deck over the last couple days. Thanks.
So you've been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee, and you saw the big headline there on the screen. No fatalities so far with Elsa, no major structural damage, and that's the good news. But he did warn everybody that we've seen issues when people are trying to clean up. People fall off roofs, they put the generator in the house or generator in the garage. Don't do that. Keep it away from windows, keep it away. So we'll just follow it and hope that today will stay fairly smooth.
So far, so good,
yeah,
right? And let's continue to hope for that. Folks, you're watching Good Morning Jacksonville on this Wednesday morning as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. We're back in just about 2 minutes.
That wasn't.
Say it again.
What was wrong with it
mic
before?
wasn't plugged in.
Tropical Storm Elsa continues its trip up the west coast of Florida. And First Coast News has you covered across the state and across our First Coast.
As Elsa moves up toward the Big Bend, we've got a tornado watch and a flood watch for us throughout the day.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
And welcome in, folks, as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Right now, we're waiting for its arrival, for it to make landfall here along the First Coast. Now, the center is still right over the Gulf Coast waters this morning, but rain bands continue to swirl through nearly the entire state of Florida. We want to go live to Lake City now. We have our Renata DiGregorio out there, and here's a live look at the scene. The rain is still coming down. It's been coming down for hours at this point. A little bit lighter right now. We do know the wind picked up in that area as well, and we do want to mention that there are emergency shelters open in that area in Columbia County. Emergency management tells us that there are 3 shelters open. They will be open until 6 o'clock tonight. Again, that's in Columbia County, and this is a live look for you in Lake City, where the rain is coming down at this hour. We're going to go there live with Renata DiGregorio in just a bit. First, though, we want to welcome you here to GMJ. I'm Keith Nelson.
I'm Jeannie Blaylock. We are glad you're here. We're all going through the storm together today on this Wednesday. And here are 3 things you need to know right now. Governor Ron DeSantis was just speaking about the storm a couple of minutes ago. He said there have not been any fatalities, no major damage structurally anywhere to the state infrastructure of Florida from Elsa.
There's some good news,
Yeah,
right?
that's some good news.
So crews are working right now to restore power in the Tampa area. We know at least 20,000 people were without power overnight. That number is now down to just under 2,000. Now, most of those are in Hillsborough County. We do want to note that. And you can see just how bad the winds were in that area during the night on traffic camera. We're going to try to get to you a little bit later on.
And happening right now, the Coast Guard is still searching for 9 people west of the Florida Keys. And these pictures are from the Coast Guard. The camera's a little shaky there, but you can see, there you go, right there. They managed to rescue 15 people. There was a cargo ship spotted, and then the cargo ship personnel spotted them in the water. No word yet on what those people were doing offshore, but thank goodness once again for the Coast Guard.
Definitely. So anytime you see those rescues, you kind of hold your breath. Well, folks, we have a team of reporters right now spread out throughout the First Coast. We've got Lewis Turner there in San Marco. We know an area prone to flooding. Leah Shields has been driving around pretty much all morning long in our live drive. Right now, she is in the Bradford County area. And we have Renata DiGregorio in Lake City, where the rain is really coming down. We're going to get to them in just a moment.
And our reporters are part of a huge team covering the storm for you right now. We have the most meteorologists of any local news story or station tracking this storm for you. That's reassuring. We have so many expert eyes, people who have been tracking storms for decades. And 2 of them are in the storm center right now. So let's say hello again to Lauren and Robert. You guys have been doing this hour after hour. And so for you right now, what is the big key headline?
So I would say we are right on cue for seeing some of those areas with tree damage. Now in Columbia County, where we were tracking those tornado warnings around the 7 o'clock hour this morning, we did get a report of a tree on a home near State Road 47 and Raven Lane. So just south of Lake City.
Yeah, and there's a possibility, it's not confirmed yet, that could have been tornadic as well. And that's really been one of the big problems all morning. Possibility of these little spin-ups.
Yeah, and so you'll hear us say maybe have been tornadic. Well, there was a tornado warning. Well, it takes the Weather Service to go and do a storm report to actually confirm a tornado, and we're not just going to get that, you know, right now, because we've got that weather across the area. So let me show you where that report has come in. Again, thinking of the folks whose home that tree fell on. We'll continue to get you more information as we get it, but this just coming in to our Weather Service chat system we have here in the Weather Center, and that was right around 7:30 that the report came in, shortly after that tornado warning that we were talking about here on the air live. All right, so I would anticipate, unfortunately, to see some more reports like this come in, hopefully just trees down on the roadways, maybe just out in an open field rather than on the homes. But we do actually, speaking of which, have another tornado warning, it looks like, issued for probably southern Baker County. I was watching an area of rotation just a little bit earlier, and actually if we roll through my graphics here, I was going to show you these velocity maps, but we'll get you that information in just a bit. Producers, directors, it looks like we're going to stay on the air with this tornado warning. This is for Columbia and Baker counties until 9:15. Now remember, we have the tornado watch in place for the First Coast. I will say, Putnam County, Palatka, if you're concerned about tornadoes, the threat for you has diminished. We did see that tornado watch canceled for Putnam County, but this is a new warning for Baker and Columbia counties. This will go until 9:15. So here we are, Robert and I once again tag teaming to dive into this storm and kind of analyze it a little bit more. Now remember, we've got Elsa, right? She is spinning and spinning and spinning off of the coast, nearing landfall near Cedar Key, mind you. But then she spits out these rain bands, right? And they also kind of have that little bit of rotation within them as well. So it's kind of like an ice skater is just tightening up, right? And the faster they go, they get tightened up, and then the faster they can go, right? So think of maybe the rain bands as the arms, right, of that ice skater, just kind of spraying out from the center of the storm. Yellow here, the tornado watch. Red is that tornado warning. Again, this is for Baker and Columbia counties. And this does not include Lake City, the area that we did report that tree damage just south of Lake City. This is actually a rain band that runs from McClenny, Sanderson, just north of that I-10 corridor in Columbia County, so northern Columbia County, again until 9:15. The worst of it, most likely here, if we want to pop on our velocity map, we can go ahead and see where we have the winds rotating in this storm. So a little tricky here. Robert was indicating this a little earlier. We are between our two radar systems that we have out in Jacksonville at the airport and out in Valdosta. And so those two kind of compete once again to kind of give us the best coverage. Now, it's in between the two, so we don't have the best view of this, but it is still showing that bit of change in color here, right? The red indicating winds that are going away from the radar and the green that's coming towards. And so we are going to look at this little area right here, kind of on the corner there of Baker County, just northwest of Sanderson, and this is moving toward the northwest right around 25 to 35 miles per hour. So we can actually go ahead and storm track this as well. It looks like those roadways are, it's not a very densely populated area, but of course there are those homes out in the beautiful pockets of Baker County and also out into northern Columbia County as well. This is just north of I-10, all right, and we are going to be watching this as it heads up toward the northwest. It is likely out in a very wooded area, possibly just over the Osceola National Park, all right, the national area there. So hopefully not a lot of folks impacted by this, but there are a few folks that might care about this specific tornado warning, Baker and Columbia, and we serve them as part of our viewers here at First Coast News. So we are going to continue to monitor this. Of course, our National Weather Service chat as well. They usually come in with a few updates from time to time. Again, like I said, I was watching this on my velocity map. I had it queued up to show you here, and this is a bit of a farther out picture. You can see Jax, the airport right here, and we have those winds blowing out from this system out away toward the east-southeast, and you can see just a little bit of a notch in that system there, and that's exactly where we're seeing the heaviest of the rainfall as well. If we look out toward Jacksonville Beach, man, the camera is shaking for sure. It is a windy, cloudy, tropical day out along the coast, but again, from time to time today, we are going to see these tornado warnings pop. So, not the best of beach days either, because I'll tell you, there's a high risk of rip currents out there. The breakers and the surf are no fun to be in. All right. Guarantee you, though, Tim Deegan is still doing a little bit of research for us early this morning before we see him in the Weather Center. Hopefully he got some sleep last night because we'll need him. All afternoon, we're going to be talking about this threat just shifting from south to north. A little bit of rotation in these storms, and again, that'll quickly prompt those tornado warnings. So right now, I would say the worst of it is out of McClenny, out of Sanderson, so that is good news, headed over the Osceola National Forest, all right? And again, very heavy rain in these as well, so don't be looking for a funnel cloud. Don't be looking for a tornado on the ground. more than anything, it's just a precaution to put that warning out there to say, hey, there's a little bit of rotation. These things are susceptible to do that and spin up rather quickly. As we head into the next several minutes, we're going to be watching how this couplet forms. Does it get a little tighter? Is it going to get a little broader? And maybe we can kind of let that threat calm down a little bit more. But right now it's pushing toward the northwest again rather quickly. And Robert's doing a great job of kind of looking for the worst of the storm right here. Looks like velocity showing about 30 plus miles per hour in the storm, and that's just one direction. So of course it could be a little bit stronger or a little bit even lighter at times. So I'll let you see that there on your screen. And again, that tornado warning is why we were on TV right now. Well, we're really on for Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa, nearing landfall along the Big Bend of Florida and producing these outer rain bands, all right? And here is the very latest on Tropical Storm Elsa as we just continue to get a little bit more information on that specific tornado warning. Elsa is a tropical storm with 65 mile per hour sustained winds, the maximum winds. Now from the 5 o'clock to the 8 o'clock. If you're a fellow weather nerd like myself, maybe you just really enjoy watching these closely. We watch the pressure. The minimum central pressure as it drops, that wind speed typically increases. Now, because this storm is so close to land, I wouldn't anticipate it to continue to intensify. Nonetheless, we did watch overnight some thunderstorm activity in the center of that storm, producing lightning, dropping that pressure by 5 millibars from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Don't want anyone to worry about that, though. Again, the land interacting with it as well as the westerly shear and that dry air helping to hopefully keep Elsa at bay. You can see, though, there is a little bit more shower and storm activity on the western side of the center, but the majority of the weather to the eastern half of it, at least the worst of it. The heaviest rain, also the tornadic threat that we are talking about here as well. So we'll get you back to your tornado warning. It does look like, again, Baker and Columbia, you're included in this until 9:15. So that's another half an hour. So I'm going to see if Robert Speta has any other information to maybe help me out here because, hey, I know I don't like listening to myself talk for too long, but Robert, you've got some good maybe tidbits to share with us.
Yeah, and also nice just take a little breather here, and that's why we got both of us here to cover this right now. And one thing I can tell you, this is from the National Weather Service. They are saying, this is located over mostly rural areas. Now, I'm not saying that there's nobody out here. Of course, there's some of these rural roads across this region, a lot of dirt roads too, which kind of plays not only to the tornado threat, but also due to that threat, maybe you have some of these dirt roads could cause some muddy conditions and difficult travel. So, we're still tracking that. But here's the deal, though. This is still in place till 9:15 a.m. for Baker in Columbia County, moving off towards the northwest. Most of this is rural. Most of this is wooded. One thing I do want to mention, though, when you get into a wooded rural area, heavy rainfall. Rain estimates within this are about 2 to 3 inches. We're talking about straight up downpours, whiteout conditions. It's not the type of conditions where you would see anything coming at you. This likely is going to be rain wrapped, maybe an F0 or an F1 type deal. Weaker on the tornado sense, but quick moving. According to the National Weather Service, is actually moving at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So it's pretty much a car coming down the roadway. So nothing that's going to be sitting right there, and it's almost invisible because it's set up in the rain. So if you are out in this area, for sure, you want to be taking the precautions. If you don't have a basement, not a lot of places in northern Florida do, head to the interior portion of your home away from the windows. That's the key thing. Bathrooms are actually a pretty good spot, not only because most of the time bathrooms don't have windows, but also because there's the plumbing, and the plumbing goes into the foundation and it helps secure where you are just a little bit more. Earlier, we actually did have a tornado warning to the south of Lake City as well. And we did even have a report of some damage with that earlier on. Actually, I just showed this to you really quick. This is from the National Weather Service out there in Columbia County. Now, this is not the cell we're talking about right now. I just want to show this to you really quick because it confirms that these are causing damage. This was at 7:30 a.m. Here on State Route 57 in Raven Lane there in Columbia County. Earlier at 7:30, Lauren and I were here. We had wall-to-wall coverage. We were talking about this potential as it moved overhead. So, you know, this is confirming that there is that tornado threat as well. Let's go back to our other storm. Actually, that's where it was earlier. Let's go back to our other warning there, Lauren. Here we go. So here's the latest information on this. This is embedded in this rain band, by the way, too, moving just north of I-10. And I like this loop because it really kind of shows you what we're talking about with a rain band. And one problem often with these is what we call a training effect. Here, it's a train pretty much. Here's your engine of the train. Here's the caboose, and you get one cell after another moving from the southeast towards the west. Now, Lauren, did you just take that off of there? All right, there we go. Just changed it up. I noticed that it changed there just a bit. And this is what we're talking about with the training effect here, all up and down the 75 corridor. My goodness, I feel for anybody that is traveling from north to south there. Just some persistent precipitation, one line after another through most of this morning. And there's a look at that the tornado watch still in place here across most of the First Coast until 1 p.m. But the bulk of this isn't going to get out of here until later this evening. So that tornado
has been canceled. That is correct.
All right, that's fantastic. Okay, so we're just going to get back to your regular programming here. You see out there in Baker County, you got our reporters driving around, continuing to cover this. Good news, looks like that tornado warning has been canceled. That's absolutely fantastic news. All right, we'll be back in just a few moments.
All right, we've been watching Leah Shields up in Baker County with our photographer. My Joe Massa has covered years and years and years of hurricanes, and we've been looking at a lot of rain, but not so much now, huh?
Things are pretty light at this hour, but if you're following Leah, which you probably should if you're in the Baker County area, following her online on Twitter specifically, she is sending updates pretty much every hour or so, letting you know what's happening in that pocket of our community. Again, this is Baker County. You're looking at a live look there where the rain is pretty much just trickling down at this hour, but a little earlier on it was really coming down. The rain has been on and off in Baker County. Pretty much all of the hits we've been seeing is in particular as well in Lake City, we saw the rain was on and off. But again, right now things seem pretty calm in Baker County. We're going to get back there in just a bit with Leah Shields. But first, we want to give you a quick heads up about what's going on with our local schools.
That's right. What's closed? Several school schedules are out now. They've been changed or canceled actually this morning. Some activities in Duval County are closed, and JU is on a remote learning schedule for summer classes. Now in Glenn County in Georgia, summer classes schools, they're closed there. They're canceled today. So are school offices in Ware County in Georgia as well. And you can track all the school closures in our area on firstcoastnews.com.
And folks, here's a heads up. Several government offices are also closed today. The two big ones are in Clay County and in Columbia County. The offices for the Board of Commissioners in Clay will be closed until noon, along with the City Hall offices in Keystone Heights. Now, over in Columbia County, almost everything is pretty much closed. Obviously, this is out of an abundance of caution as Tropical Storm Elsa approaches. Now, that includes the courts, tax collector offices, and the Board of County Commissioners. And we want to remind you that the First Coast News Hurricane Special is this weekend. It's called Prepared for Landfall. You can catch it at 1 p.m. on NBC. There's the info for you right there for you on your screen, and a quick programming note for you right now. Kelly and Ryan, for those of you who are a fan of that show, Kelly and Ryan at 9 this morning will be on WJXX, our ABC station, but we will continue to cover and track Tropical Storm Elsa right here on WTLB for you.
All right, now we're going to toss it over to Lauren Routencrantz. And Lauren, one thing you said that I found really helpful, you guys have been terrific, oh my gosh, for hours and hours and hours here. But tell us again when the all clear, in other words, when are we going to be safe from the storm in different parts of our First Coast tonight?
Absolutely, right? That's what everyone wants to know is the positive news. When is this out of here? 5 p.m. for places like Lake City, McClenny, so inland North Florida. 8 p.m. for Duval, Clay County, St. John's. And as we head up into South Georgia, not going to really be able to give that all clear until about 10 o'clock in the evening. So remember, these tropical systems are more of a marathon rather than a sprint. The latest with Elsa, if we just look back at the 8 o'clock advisory, is that it is nearing landfall 35 miles west of Cedar Key, and it is moving toward the north, beginning to make that northeasterly turn though. First Coast News weather watchers, you know I love you all. Thank you to Logan for snapping and sharing this photo of those gloomy skies. Also Tina, always out along the coast, snapping this nice sunrise. A little cloudy, but nice.
Tropical Storm Elsa is closer to making a Florida landfall, and First Coast News is keeping a close eye across the state and across our First Coast.
Heavy rain and some gusty conditions across the First Coast today. We're continuing to break it down here.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
And so we are still, of course, tracking Elsa. Elsa is now a tropical storm down from a hurricane. You're going to be seeing some video here to compare the track of the storm. There it is right there with the shot live pictures from downtown Jacksonville. Still gray, but we haven't really seen the big rains move in just yet. Elsa's moving over the eastern Gulf. It's set to make landfall along the Big Bend. It's going to be wet. It's going to be windy all day long today. But then tomorrow, Keitha, it'll all be over. In fact, by Duval, by what, 8 o'clock tonight, Lauren's saying, Duval, St. Johns County,
I love
Clay,
that you
done,
like
the
to
all
look
clear.
ahead, Jeannie.
I
Let's
like to look ahead. It's a one-day thing.
All right, folks, let's take a look behind right now. This is new video actually in out of Venice Beach, Florida from overnight. Strong winds there, got some rain as well. You can see the area got some pretty heavy rain and winds just whipping up. But we did hear from Governor Ron DeSantis about 45 minutes ago when he says there have been no reported fatalities throughout the state at this point. So things have not been dangerous as yet, but we know what can happen with these storms. So you want to be cautious just in case. Now up the I-75 corridor, Tampa is getting pummeled with rain overnight as well and heavy winds. This is video of street flooding taken a few hours ago. Again, you can see that folks are dealing with flooding in that area. We told that their wind gusts as well were pretty fierce at a point, but again, no reported deaths.
All right, let's take you to St. Augustine. Some boats out this morning, a little bit calm down there. We have a reporter, a whole crew down there to keep us updated on, hopefully they won't get too much water down there. It doesn't look as bad as we've seen in the recent past. And here's a live look at Jacksonville Beach. Elsa's impacts make their way to our First Coast. Good morning, everybody. It is 9:02. We've been on the air now for 5 hours. I'm Jeannie Blaylock, and we're glad you're with us today.
All right, thanks for waking up with us. I'm Keitha Nelson, and Governor Ron DeSantis, we know, wrapped up a press conference like about 45 minutes ago with some storm updates. He said there haven't been any fatalities, as we mentioned, and there's been minimal damage to the state infrastructure of Florida from Tropical Storm Elsa. And right now we have got to check in with your storm expert meteorologist Lauren Routenkranz as well as Robert Spada. They have been tracking Elsa overnight into the early morning. What are we seeing at this point?
Well, right now we're watching the potential for some tree damage across the area. I think people are up and we're going to start to see a little bit more. It's brighter outside and those rain bands keep coming in.
And especially people who are traveling out and about, we are seeing some stuff fall down. We saw a tree on a house earlier, so that's one of the big topics this morning.
Yeah, and we're going to kind of take a page out of my gal's book, her traffic book, and show you some traffic maps in just a moment with an issue off of I-10. However, let's take a look at Tropical Storm Elsa with the 8 o'clock advisory. If you're just waking up, happy Wednesday to you. All right, everyone, this is going as forecast, so don't worry, it is here, but we are going to get through it together. Heavy winds and rain on the eastern side of this storm are what we're going to see, but remember, in the last 2 weeks or so, we have seen 2 to 4 times the amount of average rainfall that we would typically see. So very saturated grounds, and any gusts of wind can typically knock over some trees very easily, especially the older trees, the weak-rooted or shallow-rooted trees like our big beautiful oaks we have across the First Coast. So unfortunately, out in southern Columbia County, a tree on a house near State Road 47 in Raven Lane. Damage may have been tornadic, all right, and we've got that tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock for Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia. Let's take a look at our traffic conditions, and again, this is not my forte, but I can tell you this rain band right here in northern Baker, northern Columbia County, causing some issues with the trees in the area. And as a result, it does look like we have one lane blocked on I-10 if you're heading westbound. So obviously adding a little bit of congestion out there near mile marker 309. Okay, so just the lane blocked on the right hand side, I believe, because of a tree that is down. So we do have a look out across the area, but again, we'll try to bring that to you in just a moment. Here's the latest on Elsa. Good news, at least that I'm seeing. Jeannie and Keitha, I know you're always looking for the good news. No lightning strikes in the core. We saw a burst of convection with that lightning overnight, and that indicated the pressure drop, but as forecast, remember, this expected to weaken, but we will see some heavy rains throughout the day. We'll continue to track it, but get on over to you for now.
And I don't mind you shouting us out one bit. We do look for the good news. The main thing I heard just now was weekend. How about you, Jeannie?
I like weekend. I do want to give you a little update here. I just got this on my Facebook page from Faye. She's in Bradford County, and she says that Barbie Crawford told her that Morgan Road is still out of power. Crosby Lake, the Peeps have lost power. She said her son lives there, but hopefully they'll get that back on. Governor DeSantis said there are like 10,000 restoration workers, as he calls them, around the state trying to get people's power back on. So hopefully the power outages won't be that serious.
The big thing they say is to please just try to be patient.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let's check in now with Lewis Turner. He has been live throughout the morning in the San Marco area. Let's check in with him now.
First bit of rain, Keitha, Jeannie, that we have had really heavy rain, but it was quick. It was short-lived. The wind picking up a little bit. In fact, here on the St. Johns River, just been using these flags here behind me. It's kind of the indicator of how the wind has been going. But I just kind of want to be your eyes and ears here. One of the most flood-prone parts of our First Coast is River Road, naturally, because we were right here along the river. But we have a high tide here in about an hour's time. So the good thing that we keep talking about all the ingredients that aren't there for the flooding this time, and with a weakening tropical system more or less jostling just a bit, as Lauren has been talking about, that is a positive thing. All positives for the folks who live here along River Road, but also folks who live rows and rows back through San Marco, even the businesses that we saw early this morning. No sandbags, and they probably will not be necessary. But you can see, I don't know if you can pan up just a bit there, Richard, but some darker clouds coming in with another band yet again. So we'll watch and wait on some of the heavier rain here closer to downtown Jacksonville. In the meantime,
Is still without a raincoat. That's a good thing. Thank you, Lou. As we go to break, we do want to remind you just quickly to get your hands on your county's evacuation zone. You can just text us. We've made this really easy for you. Just text the word zone to that number, 633-2402, and we will get that right to your phone, and you'll know if we have a more severe storm, which I hope we don't, but we got a ways to go, you know what your evacuation zone is. have it confirmed now in breaking news, the murder of President Jovenel Moïse during an attack on his house by mercenaries. I should say Moïse. First Lady Martine Moïse was also hospitalized. There is an interim president now, an interim premier, as he's called, Claude Joseph. He condemned what he called a, quote, hateful, inhumane, and barbaric act. He said Haiti's national police and other authorities had the situation in the Caribbean country under control now. The killing comes amid deepening political and economic instability in Haiti, and there is a spike now in gang violence. But again, breaking news now, the president of Haiti has been killed. And we're tracking Elsa all morning long. Here's a live picture from Naples, Florida. There are clouds we can see. Before it was just a whole big blank area of dark gray tumultuous weather, and that's improving there. From Clearwater Beach, though, you can see some heavy wind and rain. So let's toss it now to Lake City and Renata de Gregoria, checking out what's going on. I know our meteorologists have been very focused on the Lake City area, a little bit worried about that. Renata?
Yeah, good morning. We're actually just a little bit southwest of downtown Lake City, right off State Road 47. And take a look at this. This is happening right now. A utility crew is repairing this pole right here. There are just lines down right around here. They're getting this one back up. But on the other side of the street, if we look over here, there is just a random area, it seems, because all the trees around here are fine, but then there are a number of trees just on this side of the street where one you can see it's fallen over onto a house. Some of them are just sliced right in half. Right over here where we are standing, there's some more power lines that are down, and then throughout this yard as well, it's just kind of a line down part of this road, seemingly random part off State Road 47 where there are just trees that are blown over. Some of them look like they're chopped in half. And over when we were in Lake City earlier, it seemed like I thought the rain was going to be over, the worst had been over, that it had really started lighting up when we were driving out, but now it is raining again, and you can see these guys have a lot of work to do. But we will be updating you, and we're going to try to talk to some of the people here, see what happened. Looks like there are more utility crews right here going past us. But for now, right outside Lake City, Renata de Gregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
Thanks for that, Renata, folks. It's now 9:12 on this Wednesday morning. A quick heads up. Be sure to check your flights today. The Jacksonville International Airport tweeted this morning that due to Tropical Storm Elsa, there may be delayed or canceled flights throughout the day. So be sure to check with your airline for the most updated flight information before heading out to the airport. The airport does plan to remain open at this point, but again, ahead of Elsa's arrival, they are telling you to make sure you check your flight information before heading out there to the Jacksonville International Airport. Right now, though, we want to check in with our meteorologist, Robert Speda, for a quick look at Elsa's latest track.
All right, let's break this down and just some of the latest information on this. Do want to know, we still have this rain band moving right along the Florida-Georgia border out there towards 75 south of Valdosta. Pretty vigorous, actually, conditions with that. And our storm is starting to near landfall just towards the west of Cedar Key, right around Horseshoe Beach. I actually just saw a video from a storm chaser, Josh Morgerman, out there. It was pretty decent conditions, actually. They were looking at winds likely up about 40 to 50 miles per hour with it as well. Let's pull back the picture, though. These are some of the wind reports out there. Actually, at Horseshoe Point, 42 mile per hour wind. Cedar Key, there at 56 miles per hour. That's where I just said I did see some video out of that location. And we did see this damage report south of Lake City from a tornado-warned cell just earlier on today. There's that cell I was mentioning, actually, just moving back here towards the north and west. I want to actually give you an idea of these breezy conditions, too, already picking up across the First Coast at Jacksonville International. A 35 mile per hour wind gust just reported there. NAS Jax at 24 miles per hour, Mayport at 26. So, you know, this isn't damaging winds, but it is an indicator that conditions are progressing as expected as our storm tracks off here towards the north and northwest. All right, here's the other thing. tornado watch still in place across the entire First Coast all the way out until 1 p.m. at this time. Would not be surprised if it actually maybe not. It's probably going to expire back here towards north, but we're still looking at messy conditions in southeastern Georgia. So I know I say 1 p.m. but we're still got those windy conditions on the backside of that as we go ahead into this afternoon. Max gusts there, as I was just mentioning a second ago. All right, let's talk about the latest information on Tropical Storm Elsa, though. This was as of 8 a.m., so you know this came out just this past hour. Still expecting this really getting very close to landfall at this time, but continue to remain a tropical storm as it moves just west of Lake City and eventually into southeastern Georgia, and eventually will scoot off there as we go ahead into tonight through tomorrow there into South Carolina. So these are the big impacts I want to relay with you, because, you know, I just threw out a lot of numbers there, a lot of pictures, a lot of stuff. The big three impacts today, sunrise to sunset. More heavy rain on already high water levels. That's something we're going to be talking about throughout the day, because we haven't really seen the heaviest of the precipitation set up just yet here in northeastern Florida through southeastern Georgia. Gusts of 50 miles per hour with isolated tornadoes in these severe storms, very well possible. But this messy weather is not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be here through most of the day. So of course we're going to keep you posted here on First Coast News.
Thanks for that, Robert. We have got to check in with Katie Jeffries right now, who is standing by live. At this point, she is in Ken Knight Drive. Now, Katie, we here at First Coast News are very familiar with that area. We did a service project there helping people pretty much to gut their homes, because when it rains there, the flooding is a serious issue. So what can we expect today? What are you seeing right now?
Well, right now, residents, of course, are hoping for the best. We actually just got a moment there of some heavier rain, and now it's kind of back to some spotty rain. But let me show you kind of the area. So this is the Ribault River behind us. It's a tributary of the Trout River. And Keitha, like you were saying, I mean, we're pretty familiar with this area with First Coast News and from our coverage during Irma, because this neighborhood, Ken Knight Drive, saw significant flooding during Irma. The Ribault River, it rose up during Irma, and unfortunately, it flooded a lot of these homes. I mean, 3 feet of water, which is significant. We actually spoke to a homeowner just earlier this week who was still making repairs to his home from Irma. So of course, residents are watching the river here very, very closely to see if it does kind of start to rise up, especially during high tide, the way Irma did. Now, thankfully, it is back there at this point, but definitely an area that we'll continue to watch as the rainfall comes down, because the water, it just ponds really quickly here. In fact, let me turn you around. This is Charles Reese Park over here, and you can see some of the ponding that's already starting kind of in the area, just because it's such a flat area. And then, of course, right almost near the water level. And like Robert was saying earlier, and our meteorologists have been saying, the water's already so saturated, or I'm sorry, the ground is already so saturated with water, all this rain is now kind of starting to pond. It can't soak in as quickly. So, of course, this is an area we will keep watching. These homeowners are very familiar, unfortunately, with flooding. So we'll let you know as we see any developments here. We saw that heavy rain come down just a moment ago. Now it's kind of evened out, but we'll keep watching the conditions here along Ken Knight Drive in northwest Jacksonville. Katie Jeffries reporting with photographer DJ Harris, First Coast News. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Katie. Quick check of your time right now. It is 18 minutes past the hour. And as we head to break, a quick reminder, First Coast News has more meteorologists working around the clock than any other local news station. So be sure to download the First Coast News app by texting the word app, APP, to the number right there for you on your screen. You'll be able to get the very latest forecast, track the radar, and you can easily send us pictures of what's happening in your community using the Near Me feature. Again, that's on the First Coast News app. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. And welcome back, folks, on this Wednesday morning as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Let's get right to the three things you'll need to know right now. So crews continue to restore power in the Tampa area. We want to talk about that area specifically. We know at least 20,000 people were without power overnight. Good news is that number is now down to just under 2,000. In Gainesville, UF classes are canceled and classes are closed today as well. We know the offices are closed. And in Duval County, all public school student-related programs are canceled as well. Let's check in now with Jeannie Blaylock, who is standing by with the latest in an area in St. Augustine with Brianna Ray Turner.
If you take a look behind me, the rain is actually getting a little bit harder than it was about 5 minutes ago. And so the winds are actually getting a lot stronger than it was 30 minutes ago. But now Lorena Enclan, Director of Public Affairs for St. Johns County, says as of now there's no closures of businesses in St. Johns County and trash pickup will proceed as normal. But again, this is not what it looked like an hour ago, 2 hours ago. The wind is definitely picking up and it's definitely, the rain is definitely picking up than it was just 10 minutes ago. I'm live here in St. Johns County. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News on your side.
All right, let's take a look at some of the latest information on our storm. And here's the deal. It is nearing landfall. We haven't gotten the official word just yet, but out here in the Big Bend area, you can see where that center of circulation is right about there. Bulk of the convection is off there towards the east. Now, whenever we say it's going to make landfall or not, doesn't mean it's over with naturally. We're still going to be tracking this as it tracks back here towards the north. You know what we're watching right now, and just moments ago, right before I walked over here, I was just talking with Lauren about this. We're watching these rain bands coming in off of the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, of course, all eyes are here, but you remember this is all wrapping around from the southeast towards the northwest, and the reason why there actually is a tornado watch in place well back here towards the north till 1 o'clock is because those bands continuing to wrap on shore. So that's definitely going to be the next kind of main point to keep an eye on here as we go ahead through the rest of this morning. But there is still plenty to talk about. Let's talk about the latest with Elsa. 8 a.m. update here. Winds at 60 miles per hour as it tracks off here towards north. Will start to weaken after it moves just on shore. Now, this is one particular model, but I think this model, it's called the IBM one, is doing pretty good at handling this. Here's what I was talking about. There's that band just off of the coast. We got the center of circulation pushing on shore. Gives you a good idea of that wind flow sweeping in behind it and all that rainfall continuing to stick through lunchtime. So, I mean, if some of these heavier bands actually could have some pretty decent reduce in visibility with those heavier showers. And of course, as I mentioned, all the way up to 1 o'clock, there's that tornado threat. So if you are under a tornado warning, you had heavy rainfall, don't be heading out and about anywhere. Please don't. We don't want to get any reports of any damage or anything like that or anybody getting hurt. It's all about being smart today, right? And staying tuned and being weather aware. By the time we head into this evening, though, this will start to improve by 7, 8 o'clock with those improving conditions on the backside of our storm. So those county by county impacts for Duval County, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. Gusts could get as high as 50 miles per hour in severe storms. But the sustained winds should be around 20 to 30 miles per hour. That means the bridges are likely going to be staying open. Right now, we're already seeing gusts actually about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Surge 1 to 2 feet there in Glen, Camden, and Nassau County. But it's all about that heavy rainfall as those storms push back towards the north. So we're going to be back in just a few minutes. We still got more information. We're talking about this as well as some of those damage reports. Jeannie?
Thank you so much, Robert. And you can always track the tropics with our meteorologist. And our Hurricane Central section, you can access that from our First Coast News app and also our website, firstcoastnews.com. We're going to take a little short break and then we'll come back and keep you updated. Tropical Storm Elsa continues its trip up the west coast of Florida. And First Coast News has you covered across the state and across our First Coast.
As Elsa moves up toward the Big Bend, we've got a tornado watch and a flood watch for us throughout the day.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
And we want to say welcome back to First Coast News. We, of course, are tracking Elsa today.
Folks, we're tracking the tropics all morning long for you as Elsa passes over the First Coast. Now, I say passes over because that's what we're hopeful for, is that it does as minimal damage as possible. But we are preparing for the just in case and expecting flooding in some areas. Now, we have a look for you in the Clearwater area. Good news here, even though you see the waves are really coming in, they're rushing in. The conditions are improving. I just spoke with our storm expert, our meteorologist, Lauren Rautenkranz, again, who says the conditions there in the Clearwater area are improving at this hour.
And here's a live look from Tampa. They felt Elsa overnight, and they had some very, very rough weather. We've been watching this pier for hours now, and it's still that gray wall behind it, but looks like the ocean isn't quite as fierce as it was a couple of hours ago. And we want to let you know that we are on your side covering Elsa and what the storm is bringing to the First Coast. And that's the hard part, is what exactly is going to happen. But we do know that it's been downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm. And that's good. We have meteorologists, we have more, in fact, of any local news station tracking this storm for you. So we have a big team out there, including our reporters that you see on the screen now. They are spread out all over our First Coast.
We're going to get to all of them in just a bit. First, so we want to welcome you here. I'm Keitha Nelson.
And I'm Jeannie Boylatt. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's not a gorgeous day, but like I say, you know what I love to say. Tomorrow it's going to all be over, right? Okay.
I like the way that sounds. Folks, let's get right into 3 things that you need to know at this hour. So Governor Ron DeSantis, he says the Tropical Storm Elsa caused, quote, no fatalities and minimal damage. That's important to note as it passes over Florida. It continues to pass over our area. Now, the storm has started to cross over into southeast Georgia, weakening all the time. We do want to mention that. Good news there. And overnight, we had multiple tornado watches in our area. We're still watching for flooding, though. That can be an issue in several pockets of our First Coast. Let's check in now with meteorologist Lauren Rautenkranz for a look ahead.
Hey there, Keitha. Good morning, both to you and Jeannie and everyone else that is tuning in to this extended coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa. We are staying with you here because we do have a flood watch. We have a tornado watch in effect throughout at least the early afternoon hours for the tornado watch. That flood threat will actually continue into tomorrow as well as we watch areas like the St. Mary's River and also Black Creek out near Middleburg. Now, if you are just tuning in and wanting to know the very latest on the storm, the last update from the Hurricane Center was at 8 a.m. We are waiting for the official cue from them to say that this storm has made landfall. It is just nearing the western portion of Florida along the Big Bend and really bringing the heaviest of its storms it has to offer and the gustiest of the conditions out near Cedar Key, Homosassa Springs, Steinhatchee. It is expected to, I would say, within that 11 a.m. advisory, if not sooner. It's already beginning to really make that wobble toward the northeast. All right, so that is as forecast as well, and it will weaken as it continues to move over land even farther. Now, just a quick traffic update for you. Yes, taking a page out of my pal Katie Jeffrey's book this morning. We did have a tree reported down on I-10 westbound. We had a little bit of congestion there as the right lane was blocked, but the good news is that tree has been removed and we now have traffic flowing nice and smoothly. So if you're headed east or west on I-10, things are clear, but just be wary of the potential for trees to be down, to limbs to be down, because we have had some really strong wind gusts out in Columbia County and even northern Baker County as well throughout the morning hours. Out in St. Augustine, let's take it back closer to the coast. We do have raindrops that are falling and it is a bit heavy in the area, but you can see that swirl of Elsa near the Big Bend and all of those outer rain bands getting lofted our way. All right, we're going to continue to track them throughout the day today, but again, as this storm makes that eastward trek, we're going to watch that activity shift closer to Jacksonville throughout the next several hours. You can see Cross City even getting some of those strong rain bands as well. Thankfully, though, it does look like these observation stations not showing some incredibly strong sustained winds, but they have had some gusts between 30 and 40 from time to time, even 50 plus, I do believe, along the west coast there just outside of that eye wall. So Horseshoe Beach as well is right on the edge of that outer eastern eye wall of Elsa. So we're watching this outer rain band here. You can see this strong line of storms was the tornado warning producers. No official tornadoes, but some tree damage did result in that rain band moving through. That is the first of many that we will see into the afternoon. I really think it comes in about 2 or 3 waves here. And our first wave of, well, some moderate to heavy rainfall moving through St. Augustine right now. We will also have to watch these far outskirts of it to have maybe a little bit of rotation, especially as they are offshore. We could have some water spouts, if possibly as well. Thankfully, no tornado warnings in effect. Right now, things have cleared up in St. Augustine. That's your rainfall rate per hour. But if you move into that core of the storm, we're seeing rainfall rates of about 3 inches per hour. So some very heavy, hard-hitting rain here. If we look up toward Orange Park, you guys are going to start to see some heavier rain roll in momentarily out toward Jacksonville, downtown. So the station right above my head, about 9:54 by Harborview at 10:06. So this is all quickly pushing toward the northwest. One thing to just recognize here is that this is no Irma. I know the track is very similar. It might have all of us had a little bit of a flashback, right? But this area in orange is the tropical storm force wind field. Think of it as a basketball. Well, we do have a much smaller wind field with Elsa, thankfully, more of like a little marble size. So a much different storm, although it is still producing the tornado warnings. And it does look like we have one that has been issued for.
Yeah, the National Weather Service, Lauren, has just issued a tornado warning for Ware County.
Okay.
That's just south of Hoboken. I got it here on velocity radar.
Sure.
A little bit of rotation just south right there. Right about in here. Let's pull up the official warning. There it is,
Sure.
right there until 10 a.m.
Okay, and so if we want to maybe zoom this out real quick, Robert, so we can just kind of orient ourselves to show us where we're talking about. All right, so producers, directors alike up in the booth, as well as folks who are watching us at home, we have a tornado warning that has just been issued by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. This will go until 10 o'clock, so it lasts a little bit more than 20 minutes here. It's for Brantley, Pierce, and Ware counties, all right, and it is kind of headed up into that direction for the Waycross, Blackshear area, so going to keep a very close eye on this for our pals that are up into southeast Georgia. Now, this does not include Jacksonville, all right, but we are still going to start to watch the rain pick up for you across the 295 corridor, that I-95 corridor. We are talking far out to the northwest with this specific tornado warning. Now remember, southeast Georgia, northeast Florida, you're included in that tornado watch until at least 1 o'clock today. I say at least just because we will watch the stronger rain bands and heavier showers continue to push in with Elsa's core as it's moving across the state into the afternoon hours. But this yellow is the watch. Everyone's included in that except for Putnam County. You are in the clear for now. But we do have this little red polygon, which is for, again, Brantley, Pierce, and a sliver of Ware counties until 10 o'clock this morning. All right, so there is that official warning. You can see it's for a very small cell, right? And you might even wonder, there's no lightning in it. Well, that's just pretty typical with tropical systems. We just get these strong downpours with the gusty winds, and a lot of times those gusty winds on the outside of the core of the storm can include some pretty, significant, sometimes even insignificant rotation. But because of that watch, we just see those warnings popped pretty easily. So make sure you have those notifications turned on for the weather alerts today on that First Coast News app. As we go ahead and turn up the page here toward Waycross, we are looking at the Jacksonville radar. And so again, this velocity map is extending pretty far on the outer reach of the Jacksonville radar. So we're trying to look for some of that rotation here. It does look like Robert is trying to find it. Still pretty tough to point out. At this point, it looks like if we were to see any strong wind gusts, maybe even any rain-wrapped spin-ups, it would likely be south of Hoboken, Georgia right now, again in Brantley County. This is just outside of the Waycross, Blackshear area. One reason we really want to keep an eye on it is because it's headed up toward the northwest. So it's in Hoboken now. and it is going to continue to impact Hoboken, probably picking up the winds by the next couple minutes here. Hoboken Elementary School by 9:47, 10:04 New Hope Church, and 10:17 Southside Christian School. Any new details, Robert?
I think one of the key things right now, it is moving at a pretty decent pace too, at about 20-25 miles per hour. That is the forward motion of this cell from the southeast towards the northwest. So, you know, it's just, it sounds like a broken record every time we get one of these cells here today. Those tornado warnings in place, and they're rain shrouded, they're quick moving, and they're just moving off there towards the north and west. So that's the key thing, reduce visibility, rain shrouded right now. I'm still trying to find exactly where this is. I think it's right in there. It's not a very decent couplet, which is good news. It's also far away from the radar site, but as we've seen already today, we've had several reports of downed trees and some damage.
That's exactly right. Hey, Robert, we are going to join our friends on the ABC side, so we're going to just reset. If you're sitting with us on NBC, just hang tight. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
All right.
And we're on. Now we're on. All right. Well, the direction has changed, but that's all right. We're going to keep with this tornado warning now here because, again, joining us on NBC and ABC now, this tornado warning in Brantley, Pierce, and Ware counties until 10 o'clock. Robert, you could take it away. We were just trying to make sure we had both of our stations set to go with this tornado warning.
Of course, and you know what? That's the number one thing. I know if you're sitting there in Jacksonville, and I just want to show this real quick so you're oriented. If you're sitting here in Jacksonville, out there towards, it looks like the beaches, north side, maybe East Arlington, you got some showers, then back towards Oakleaf, and of course this shield associated with our storm back there towards the west. But many of you might be thinking, okay, I'm nowhere near this tornado warning. But to go back to just kind of taking us away and talking about it, this is what we're all about here, why we have coverage all morning. It's because it's all about keeping you, excuse me, all about keeping you safe there at home, and why we continue to go wall to wall whenever there's a tornado warning, because these things can sneak up on you pretty quickly here. So there's the latest tornado warning there in Ware County, Brantley and Pierce, moving off towards the north and west. You know what I want to do for you? I'm going to pull up velocity. Now, this kind of gives you an idea of where this is. It's rotation based on what I'm seeing is just south of Hoboken, right in there. So let's zoom right in, and we can give you an idea where the roads are. You got 121 there, south of 82. This is going to continue to move towards the north and west. A lot of wooded areas out here just towards the east. I apologize if you're here and I'm pronouncing it wrong, Braganza, and then eventually just towards the east of Waycross as well. So if you're in any of these areas, let's put this up on the map. Let's time it out here for you. All right, Hoboken by 9:47. Now, that's based on this moving towards the north and west at 25 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall with it. 25 miles per hour doesn't seem pretty fast, but you try to run 25 miles per hour, it ain't going to happen. So this is going to sneak up on you pretty quickly here if you are out here. A lot of these trees as well. So it's not the type of cell where you're going to walk outside and you're going to be like, oh, there's a tornado. Quite often, if this is producing one, it's what we call a mesovore. You really can't see it. It's wrapped in rain, comes through, and before you know it, you know, you're starting to get damage and you're getting these high winds picking up. So that's really kind of the type of setup we're talking about here. So if you are in that tornado warning, you want to be taking shelter now. New Hope Church at 9:59, 10:06 Southside Christian School as well. Let's take a look at our tornado warning again. There it is until 10 a.m. So 15 more minutes moving off towards the north and the west. I know the cell doesn't look impressive, doesn't have a lot of lightning with it either. Whenever we're talking about this type of setup, it's all to do with shear and friction. We're getting these bands moving in from the southeast towards the northwest, and they can spin up these weak type of setups where weak type of tornadoes. Weak is always relative though, because you can still see some damage. We already actually just saw some video of some trees down out on I-10 from one of these storms. We had a possible tornadic damage south of Lake City today as well with a tree on a house. So, you know, these are producing those damaging conditions with this out and across this area. And especially when we're talking about a wooded area too, that is definitely going to be problematic. If you are in Waycross, I know you're not in the polygon either, but you still want to be making those preparations. Of course, you probably want to be heading inside now. Maybe you're listening to us on the radio. You want to be heading inside as well to your safe space. Let's actually zoom right in on this. I'll talk about Waycross, which is just towards the north and the west of this polygon, but definitely the higher population center here. Hoboken also included in this, of course, too. You can see where that cell is coming right at you in Hoboken. Let's actually put this time up right there. Looks like this may have just been, all right, moving it right over Hoboken at 10:01, so in about 15 minutes. So if you're out there anywhere in Hoboken, including Hoboken Elementary School, which you know, a lot of kids are staying home today. Anywhere out here, head inside now. Yeah, or, of course, you're probably inside watching, but you want to head to your safe place. Head to the inner room in your house. Bathrooms often are a smart spot. You might be asking why. One, usually bathrooms don't have a lot of windows in them. Two, bathrooms are usually much more secure because all the pipes go into the ground. So even if you are hit by some damaging winds, typically your tubs and things like that will be that much more secure, and they will be keeping you that much more safe. Anyways, you can see there out in Columbia County too. This is what I was talking about right there. Earlier we did have that damage report out there, so it looks like they're doing a bit of a clearing as well. Lauren, what are you looking at?
Hey, I mean, nothing coming in from the Weather Service chat, but a lot of times, guys, no news is good news.
Yes.
And so if we are not hearing anything, that means there are no reports coming in. Now, I do have a live look, or at least a time-lapse video out in Brantley County where we do have this tornado warning. This is in Hoboken, Georgia, all right? And so this is just to the north of where we're seeing the worst, or I guess the strongest part of this storm. And you can see, I mean, it's really hard to see anything. So if you are out and about and you get stuck in one of these tornado warnings at your house or maybe at your place of work, just know that you're not going to really have a great view of a classic looking tornado, right? This is not the situation where we are going to have those long tracking systems or even those really, really widespread destruction. We really will see an isolated tree down here or there. Okay, so we're going to continue to monitor them because, of course, like we already saw in southern Columbia County, a tree falling on a house. So, of course, for those folks, that's a big deal for them, right? But for a lot of us, hopefully we get through this with just some windy and wet conditions. Out in Brantley County as well, we have Waynesville, and you can see a very similar gray look to the sky with the heavy rains just to the south. So for now, just to get you kind of situated here, we've got the Jacksonville International Radar. It's sweeping around and giving us all of the latest on the reflectivity map here. You can see this outer rain band is much weaker than what we saw earlier today. Nonetheless, we'll still have that rotation in it from time to time, which is why we've got that tornado watch in place until at least 1 o'clock. Now, if we are to look on this velocity map and kind of overlay that tornado warning, you can see the red polygon here. That goes for the next 10 minutes or so. That is, unless it's canceled ahead of time. But at this point, there's just a little bit of weak rotation noted south of Hoboken, Georgia, headed up toward the northwest. So we are going to continue to storm track this and looking at really the Homestead area by 1012, the Okefenokee Golf and Country Club out in Waycross and Blackshear. So Highway 84 and 82 right along here. And it does look Hoboken Elementary School is actually right off of 82 there. So again, this tornado warning included in that area. Thankfully, it's summertime though. Kids hanging out at home, maybe with mom and dad today. No good pool beach weather today, unfortunately, though, as we continue to just watch this tornado warning. Again, continue for Brantley, Pierce, and Ware County until 10 o'clock. So you can see it on the bottom of your screen there. Also on the bottom of your screen, you can see our county by county impacts for Tropical Storm Elsa. Someone on Facebook, not to name any names, but they were saying, you know, darn, they can't believe they didn't get the storms. Now, folks, this is still the beginning of what we're expected to see for the rest of the day. You know, Tim Deegan hasn't stepped in the door yet, so the worst of it is still to come for most areas, okay? We will continue to track these isolated tornado warnings, this one specifically, until 10 o'clock. You're looking live out in, looks like Orange County. That would be central, is that central Florida? There, I'm not really too sure, but Columbia County, we did have some tree damage, so folks were actually out there, crews on the side of the road, moving the tree off of the I-10 corridor there on the westbound lane near mile marker 309, and then also on State Road 47, where we did have some trees on power lines as well. And actually, I've got those reports right here for you. You can see focus to the west. That's where we're likely going to see most of our tree damage. Still can't rule it out a little closer to the east though, but most of the heavy rain and those stronger wind gusts will be west of Highway 301, closer to Elsa's core, which, mind you, is awfully close to officially making landfall. We'll continue to watch that and bring that to you as we have it. But that other tree damage report on the I-10 corridor, State Road 47, for 2 areas where we watched some trees down in Columbia County, and then also out on the westbound lane. Not blocking traffic completely, but still kind of a slowdown to look out for if you are headed out. Some trees could be down in the area. 65-mile-per-hour sustained winds with Tropical Storm Elsa. That pressure is sitting at 999. Hopefully it doesn't drop anymore, but earlier and overnight we did have that convection in the center of the storm, the lightning indicating the pressure drop, but we are watching it near land, so likely to continue to weaken, and weaken quickly actually as it moves farther inland throughout the day today. You can see how all this weather is really on the eastern half of the storm. We've got that westerly shear doing its job, limiting the intensity of this storm and also continuing to pull the heavy rains our way. All right, so here's the latest on the velocity map. It does look like still tracking a little bit of rotation. Again, very weak. It's tough to see. These are the tools we're showing you to go ahead and kind of track this storm. Robert, if we maybe could look at, just our reflectivity and maybe compare it to, the hail tracker, which I don't think we're expecting today, but still, we're not seeing any lightning. We're not seeing any other reports out there that would indicate any strengthening in this storm. At least that's the good news.
Yeah, I haven't seen, the rotation is really weak on this one. It is far away from the radar, and, even just a little weak rotation still could be an indication of a tornado. But this is the hail right now. There's not much there. That's good news, and that's not uncommon with tropical systems, as you know, Lauren. This is all coming in from the tropics, so most of the atmosphere is pretty warm. But of course, we still got those gusty conditions with this. I'll actually pull up that velocity just one more time. See just a tiny, tiny bit of rotation right in there. I'll take a look at it. It's just south of Hoboken there, moving off towards the north and west, and right there it is. And let's time this out for you. Heading out to the elementary school at 9:54 a.m. out to 10:14 Midway Church, 10:21 Waycross Health. At 10:21 though, hopefully this warning will have expired. It's supposed to expire at 10 a.m. Actually, I'll just show that to you really quick. Here it is, 10 a.m. Brantley, Pierce, and over towards Ware County. Of course, all 3 counties are in here. It's not traversing the entire county. It's just crossing a few borders right here as it moves off towards the north and west. So as long as the National Weather Service doesn't continue to see rotation here, Waycross, you won't be under a tornado warning, but that cell is not going anywhere. So of course, if you are in Waycross, I would be getting ready for that possibility of some tornadic activity. All right, hey, here we go. These are your wind speeds across the first coast. Waycross right now actually getting some 16 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but remember, they're just ahead of this cell. If you do get some outflow as this pushes in from the southeast towards the northwest, those gusts for sure can pick up. And look back towards the east, though. Ooh, look at Mayport. I worked out of Mayport. I know exactly where that anemometer is that's reporting that. It's located right out there in their airfield just along the river. Does not surprise me that they're getting a 39 mile per hour wind gust right now. Same with Naval Station Jacksonville Airport, that anemometer located right on their airfield, and that wind likely coming straight in from the south. So you can see the river kind of right through there. That wind gust likely coming right up the river and pushing through. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about, maybe a small surge, not anything crazy, but a small surge. Those waves kind of pushing on shore. That's kind of the case when you have those southerly winds pushing up. You could see a little bit of some coastal flooding, but nothing crazy. Thing right now, though, is just that broad shield of that precipitation that's coming with it, which is why we continue to stress not only the wind, but that heavy rainfall here on these already saturated grounds. All right, moving back towards the north, let's take a look at our velocity again. Here it is. Actually, Lauren, if you don't mind just moving this there we go. It still looks like there's a tiny bit of rotation in there, but you really can't see it on reflectivity. This is still out till 10 a.m. Zoom right in just towards the east of 301. If you're here in this area, there we go. That's what I like right there. That is that's fantastic. Riverside Road just towards the east of it, and you can see well, Lauren's doing an absolutely fantastic job over here where that rotation is right here on 301 just east of Riverside. Whoa, look at that. That's actually a pretty decent big jump right there in the winds. 43 miles per hour to 8 miles per hour. You have some what I call coming and going, meaning that the winds are doing this with the radar sight. So it does indicate a little bit of rotation in there, and thus the National Weather Service putting out that tornado warning until 10 a.m. So still 4 more minutes, but if we still have that rotation in there and it's not broadening up, then they might extend that. Lauren, have they said anything in the chat about extending it or anything? Okay, Lauren's just talking off to the side here with me here. Yeah, she just said they might be mentioning a new spot of rotation in here as well. So, you know, that's really the flavor of the day, my friends, is we are continuing to see, you know, just one cell after another spin up out here with the outer rain bands of course, what we're talking about all day is Tropical Storm Elsa, which, by the way, really close to landfall. Would not be surprised if we get any updates from the National Weather Service in the very near future about this coming on shore and making a landfall out there into the Big Bend area. But closer back to home, this is what we're talking about right now. That tornado warning that is in place out until 10 a.m. at this time. So there is still, yeah, we're still looking at the possibility of rotation here. Let's pull up our velocity. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. We can see very weak rotation in here, just south of Oak Hill Church. Eventually, this is going to be nearing Waycross in, I would say, about the next 10 to 15 minutes. So, like I mentioned a few times here, if you are there in Waycross or surrounding communities, get to your safe space. Now, you know, it doesn't mean you have to, you got to get in your safe space, pretty much what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, I'm kind of tripping over my words. Me and Lauren, we're both checking that information at the same time. We're trying our best to keep you guys posted on what we're seeing out here. But there's a look at that latest tornado warning, Brantley, Pierce, and over towards Ware County. Let's pull back the picture, and I'm going to put up, actually,
I can give you a little break if you need to, Robert.
Do it.
I do have a couple of views for you. Just again, these WeatherStem cameras are really awesome to take a look out in Brantley County. Robert's doing an excellent job, guys, of tag teaming this. This is the first time I've been able to work side by side with him, and it is just a whole lot of fun. But of course, an unfortunate situation, right? We don't want to be talking about these severe storms, but I just heard the beep in the Weather Center. Curious to know if that is that warning being expired or canceled. So Robert's checking on it for me, but here's a live look. Again, Hoboken, you were seeing that heavy rain move into the area, possibly some gusty winds along with it as well. Out in Waynesville, we are also looking at very similar conditions, but again, just a different half of Brantley County, so a little bit drier at the moment. Again, about 10 seconds here, and then we are going to be able to get you back to your regular programming on WJXX. That's our ABC 25. And then on NBC 12, we are going to continue our coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa. But for now, we still have that tropical storm warnings in place for inland areas. That's why we're here. But we also have that the tornado warning in effect for Brantley, Pierce, and Ware County. So it is 10 o'clock now. So continuing to watch that area in Georgia here, where we do have this area of rotation. Now, I do believe if we were to pop on the warning, which doesn't seem to be there anymore, there's a new area of rotation. We'll keep watching it, but again, To walk you through this, WJXX, you're going back to regular programming. NBC side, WTLV, you're sticking with us as we track Tropical Storm Elsa.
Tropical Storm Elsa is closer to making a Florida landfall, and First Coast News is keeping a close eye across the state and across our First Coast.
We already have seen some damage reports here on the First Coast, and we're still tracking Elsa through the rest of today.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, folks, welcome in. Elsa is nearing landfall at this hour. The center of the tropical storm right now is just northwest of Tampa. It is slowly moving northeast, we know, toward the state. That's what's happening at this hour.
Let's take a live look at conditions in Naples right now. You know, we've been tracking this shot here since about 4 o'clock this morning. So this shot here from Naples, we've been looking at this pier since about 4 a.m. this morning. It is looking much better here in Naples. Still very dark and gray, but much less rough chop on the water. So they're kind of out of this area right now. It already passed by them. Elsa is going to be past history for Naples here pretty soon. So let's take a look as well in our newsroom at this hour, because crews are cleaning up a tree that fell on I-10.
All right, you're looking at video right now from that event. It's a pretty large tree. Now, we are still working to get more information, but again, a heads up. We know that crews are cleaning up a tree that fell along I-10. You're going to want to avoid that area if possible. This is a look at the scene. We're going to have a crew there to bring you a live update in just a moment. First, though, we have got to welcome you here to Good Morning Jacksonville. I'm Keitha Nelson.
And I'm Jeannie Blaylock. We're glad you're with us. Here are the 3 things that are important to know right now. Governor Ron DeSantis spoke a while ago on the storm, just about an hour ago. He said that there have not been any fatalities in Florida from Elsa, and there has been just minimal damage to the state infrastructure. And so that's good news from the governor a short time ago.
So crews are working to restore power in the Tampa area. At least 20,000 people were without power overnight. The good news, That number is now down to just under 2,000 people. Now, most of those are in Hillsborough County, those outages, and you can see just how bad the winds were in that area during the night with this traffic camera. The winds were really whipping. This thing is barely able to keep still.
And happening right now, the Coast Guard is still searching for 9 people. This is west of the Florida Keys. These pictures came in today from the Coast Guard. They did manage to rescue 15 people after a cargo ship spotted those folks out in the water. We don't have any word yet what they were doing offshore, but they're still looking for some, and many are rescued at this point. Our reporters are part of this huge team covering the storm for you right now. We have the most meteorologists of any local news station tracking the storm for you, and 2 of them are in our storm center right now. So let's welcome again Lauren Rautenkrantz and Robert Spetto, and we are so glad you guys are with us today with all of our reporters scattered out across the First Coast. You guys are on top of exactly what's going on.
How are you doing at this hour? You've got to be exhausted. This has been a long haul.
The adrenaline is pumping. We are. I don't know about you, but I did a couple extra courses in my master's in the tropical meteorology category, and right now I am very thankful I did that.
And plus, I've been here since about 11:30 last night. It's very hard to get tired when we're talking about one tornado warning after another. So.
And you know who's going to be in shortly, folks, is our chief meteorologist, Tim Deegan, and I have had 6 Atlantic hurricane seasons now with him, and I've got to say, I've learned a whole lot from Mr. Deegan, so let's get right to it. Tropical Storm Elsa. Our next advisory will be coming within the next hour. Remember, the 11 o'clock advisory is our next complete advisory with the cone and the intensity forecast, okay? Now, this one here, again, not a lot of changes expected. If anything, we'll see that movement toward the north to the northeast. It has really started to wobble in that northeasterly direction towards Cedar Key and Horseshoe Beach. Steinhatchee, if you're familiar with the Big Bend. If not, that's all right. That's why we're here. If you're curious, we are seeing some heavy thunderstorms in the Cedar Key area right now as this storm really, at least all of the weather associated with it, the wind and the rain, pushes out onto the eastern half of this storm. The shear doing its job overnight to limit that convection, although it did get briefly back to a hurricane last night. This morning, though, back to a tropical storm. Here's the latest with the cone. It is expected to move up into our inland Suwannee River Valley, all right, our inland areas of North Florida, and it will quickly then push up toward the northeast, bringing its heavy rains throughout the day here at home. By 10 o'clock tonight, giving the all clear for southeast Georgia, and by midnight, we will be drying out, eventually getting back to that summertime pattern tomorrow. Now, I will say on Thursday, it's not like we're going to be completely rain-free. I still think with that soggy or that warm westerly flow, we're going to have some isolated thunderstorms, especially across North Florida late in the day. But if you're curious about tropical coverage, we are going to continue to track Elsa. But once this one's out of here, folks, at least for the next 2 weeks, the pattern is looking much more calm. So no tropical development expected, at least within the next week. And if we want to really stick our necks out there, we can say the next 2 weeks. But remember, we had that D-named storm, right? Danny, just a couple days ago, a week ago it seems, a couple days ago, and that is already in and out of here, impacting the Carolinas again as we were approaching last week. But here we are, and we are tracking Elsa already. The earliest E-named storm, by the way, of the Atlantic season on record, and that was just earlier. Well, a week ago or so, we've been tracking this. Again, Friday, it was a storm moving across the Caribbean, and now it's finally made its way up the Gulf, and it is nearing landfall. If we're looking at the outer rain bands of this storm or the core of the storm, it's just flirting with the Big Bend right there. So momentarily, within the next hour or 2, we should hear from the Hurricane Center saying that this has officially made landfall. Of course, a lot of folks always interested to see where it actually ends up, but you can see a lot of that rain getting pulled off onto the eastern side. Very heavy rain associated with it, and remember that flood watch is in effect through even Thursday night, and that tornado watch in effect at least until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've seen some heavy rain push across coastal Duval with those wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour out in Mayport, and then also that heavy rain now pushing up into coastal Nassau County. We also have a couple of showers and storms that are offshore as well, so I really hope the boaters decided to stay on the coast today. It is rough out at the beaches with the breezes picking up and also the surf and the rip current risk. St. Augustine, you've got a little bit of a break, but you see this on your left-hand side of your screen. The weather is going to start to pick up in a bit as well. Remember, those tropical tropical storm warnings are in effect until further notice as well. This area is in the orange, does not include coastal Nassau, so does not include Amelia Island, does not include Duval, Clay, Putnam, St. John's, or Flagler. The rest of you into southeast Georgia and into inland North Florida, we do have those warnings in place, and that just means we're expecting tropical storm like conditions throughout the afternoon. Just to take a quick look on the traffic conditions out there, again on I-10 westbound, we had a tree that was blocking the right-hand lane. It has since been removed. Just be careful. Remember the move over law, and if you see anyone out there working to clean any tree or limb damage up, you give them enough space, all right? Things are green all across the area, though. Maybe that means a lot of you are just staying home and riding out the storm. That's good, all right? Out toward Lake City, that's where we have seen most of our tree damage reports come in today. And so again, for now, things are nice and quiet. If we look at the wind field from Irma, all right, I'm going to leave you with this, and then we're going to toss it back to Keitha and Jeannie. The tropical storm force winds with Irma, massive, right? My news director calling it a basketball, and I would agree. But then we look at Elsa, and it's a completely different story. The tropical storm force winds are on a much smaller scale. They extend out from the center currently at about 90 miles, so still keeping Duval right on the outskirts of it. But again, we're not included in that tropical storm warning, so that goes as forecast as well, right on cue. Definitely a different animal, though, and that is good to see. Something very nice to leave us with. And also the fact, Jeannie, I know you'll like this one. Keitha, I know you'll like this one. No tropical development expected in the next week or two. It's pretty nice, especially after this storm.
I would say that's very nice. Very, very nice. I'll take that. Thanks, Lauren.
All right, folks, we have live team coverage for you of this storm, Tropical Storm Elsa, throughout the morning with a full team of reporters.
So let's start with one of our most flood-prone areas, and you probably guessed that. It is San Marco. Lou Turner joins us live from San Marco. So we still haven't seen you in a raincoat yet, but Keitha says your shirt's blowing, and you say it's because your muscles are flexing. Big abs there.
It's just almost an inside joke, which I know we're supposed to avoid in television between Keith and myself. No, no need for the rain jacket just yet. Now, we have had off and on swirls of rain coming through here on River Road, San Marco. And this is an important neighborhood to monitor for a couple of different reasons. First, St. John's River right here with an outgoing tide. Mind you, that is an extraordinarily important part of ingredient to all of this. And mind you, we haven't had a solid week and a half of a nor'easter either. We've got water flowing out of the river. That's great news. I also want to show you across the river as we look towards Riverside. Crystal clear, and that is going to be an important perspective for you if you join me for later shots. We are finally getting rain. How blinding the rain is, because we have had moments where we get the wall of water and you can't see a mile across the river. But this is the neighborhood that would have famously been underwater in Irma, would have had the kayakers going across it, the homes across the street here. Generally, a lot of folks renting these homes would have had water up to the top steps and even into the bottom floors as well. That is not a threat. In fact, no one has even put out the sandbags here along River Road. And just a few moments ago, as we looked down the street, we actually saw a moving truck. They were unloading utilities. So still work being done. Down the river at the Fuller Warren Bridge, you notice the cranes still moored right there by the bridge where they're doing the work. And even off in the distance, the high-rise where they're doing crane work. What they'll do with those tall building cranes is they'll just let the tops of them more or less spin. They won't anchor them down, because if you anchor them down, you get more a kite, a piece of resistance which could pull. So that's actually acting as a gigantic wind vane right now, showing that the wind is coming steadily out of the southeast. A little something that we can learn, but something else we're using as our little bit of indicator of what's happening. We're watching the flags. We've got the USA and Donald Trump 2020 flags blowing in the wind right there pretty steadily as well. So we'll continue to watch here from River Road in San Marco. Louis Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
Hey there, thank you, Lou. And hopefully you are working from home if you can this morning. But we know that some of you do have to get out and go to some sort of job or appointment today.
All right, from San Marco, we want to head now to Baker County. That's where we have our Leah Shields. She's standing by right now in our live drive. Pretty much she's been roaming throughout the morning. How are things looking in Baker County at this hour, Leah?
Well, the rain is starting to pick up. You might be able to hear it right now in the car as well. Hope you guys stick with us because the camera is going in and out in these areas of town. But let's turn this camera around and show you I-10 right now. I want to warn you that we have seen a tree go down in this area of I-10, just actually maybe 5 to 10 miles back or so. It's been cleared, but these trees are very tall and can block off 2 lanes of road. So be careful. Obviously, the roads are wet. We've seen some ponding in the areas, not so much on the highway, more so when you get off the highway as well. But the rain is very steady right now as we head, eventually getting to Clay County, but heading in that direction right now. It's going to take us a bit of time. And we just left Columbia County where we met these great motorcyclists who are heading actually to Key West right now. They drove through the heat wave in Oregon. Now they're driving through Elsa, and their biggest concern is hydroplaning. And that is a concern, of course, when you have this much rain and you have water on the roadways. So just be safe out there. For now, Leah Shields, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, good reminder about that hydroplaning stuff. Thank you so much, Leah. Several school schedules are changed or they're canceled just outright today. So let's go over this. Summer activities in Duval County are closed. JU's on a remote learning schedule for summer classes. And in Georgia, summer classes for Glenn County schools, they're all canceled, along with school offices in Ware County. And you can track all the school closures. There's quite a list in our area on firstcoastnews.com.
Now, clearly, all of this is being done out of an abundance of caution. Things seem pretty calm right now. We're seeing light rain throughout different parts of the First Coast, but we all know how quickly things can change. We've been down this road before. Now, several government offices are also closed. The 2 big ones are in Clay County and in Columbia County. The offices for the Board of Commissioners in Clay will be closed until noon. That's along with the City Hall offices in Keystone Heights. Now, over in Columbia County, almost everything there is closed. That includes the courts, tax collector offices, and the Board of County Commissioners. And we want to remind you that the First Coast News Hurricane Special is this weekend, folks. It's called Prepared for Landfall. You can catch it at 1 p.m. Again, that's on NBC.
All right, everyone, and good morning. I almost wanted to say good afternoon, but no. It is still 10:17, and we are waiting for that National Hurricane Center advisory at 11 a.m. Satellite and radar in the last 36 hours. Isn't that just impressive when you put it all together? You can see the swirl right off of the western coast of Florida, and this is nearing landfall. I think National Hurricane Center is going to pull the trigger on that news pretty soon. They might just be holding off for that 11 a.m. advisory. There is quite a bit of lightning as well in the core of that storm still near Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach, Steinhatchee, as it continues to quickly race onto the land. All right, now let's take a look at Futurecast. And hey, it's raining out in good old Jack's Beach right now. You can even see a few gusts of wind with that camera shaking from time to time. Overall, a gray, wet and windy day, right? That's what we've been headlining it with. But of course, those county by county specific graphics, if you want those, you can find them on that website, firstcoastnews.com. It's right there on the front of your screen. Of course, /weather is always great tools to look at in there, but also /hurricanes for our Hurricane Central guide. I know my husband and I even used that website in the last couple of days to refresh that hurricane supply kit, especially for baby. Futurecast takes us through the next, 18 hours or so, and we're going to continue to look at heavy rains moving in our way from time to time. Now, if the rain has let off for you, likely to see it pick up in the next hour or so as well. That's how these tropical situations work out. We see those rain bands move through, it gets windy, it gets gusty and wet, and then things clear out, all right? Not a lot of sunshine out there today, though, in between the rain bands, and that's actually a good thing, helping to kind of keep things a little bit more tame. This tornado threat is still there, but it is an isolated one. Into the afternoon hours, we'll still be watching that core pushing across inland areas of the First Coast, and again, the wet and windy weather on the east side of it, which is where we are, giving Duval the all clear by 8, giving southeast Georgia the all clear by 10. Drying out tonight with a few isolated summertime storms back in the picture tomorrow.
Safely upload Elsa storm video and pictures using Near Me on the First Coast News app. Tap the Near Me icon in the lower right corner, upload your picture or video. Stay safe and informed before, during, and after the storm. First Coast News on your side.
Hey, 3, 2, 1. They hear us.
We are following Elsa today, and one of the biggest concerns with any storm is how far are the rivers going to rise and which houses are going to take too much water in.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern if folks live that close to the water. Right now we have our Katie Jeffries. She is near the Trout River right now, specifically along Ken Knight Drive, an area that is no stranger to flooding, unfortunately. What are you seeing out there, Katie?
Well, so far, at least the river behind me, this is the Ribault River. It is a tributary of the Trout River. You can see that it really hasn't come up above its banks, which is good news. You can see that it's kind of stayed back there. We had a moment of heavy rain around 9 o'clock, but since then it's just been kind of spitting rain. And for right now, I'm not seeing any rain at all. But when you look at this area, you can definitely see, if you kind of pan to my left, just how close some of the homes back up to the water here along the Ribault River. And during Irma back in 2017, these homes up here, they saw around 3 feet of water inside their homes, 3 to 4 feet. So it was pretty significant flooding. So you can understand why there's a lot of concern about rising water. I mean, there are people, we talked to them just last week, I believe, who are still doing renovations to their homes because of what happened during Hurricane Irma. And of course, there were no evacuations ordered in the Jacksonville area. So you can see by the cars at the homes, there are still a lot of people who are in the area, but of course, watching the river pretty closely, the Ribault River. Now, one thing to know about this area, the homes were built back in the 1960s before this was kind of within the floodplain base. So the city of Jacksonville is working on a program to buy some of the properties and then kind of clear this as the floodplain. But of course, that hasn't happened just yet. So we'll keep watching, of course, the neighborhood, but especially the water. And if anything changes, we will let you know. Reporting along Ken Knight Drive, Katie Jeffries with photographer DJ Harris. First Coast News. Back to you.
All right, Katie, we all remember that they had such a rough time. They had to have their couches, their chairs, their belongings just on the side of the street because it became trash when it got flooded. Let's talk about St. Augustine. It's further away from Elsa's projected path, but that doesn't mean there will not be any impacts from Elsa today.
Yeah, we know even with just 2 inches of rain, flooding is still a concern along the streets in that city, St. Augustine. Let's turn things over now to Brianna Ray Turner, who is standing by there live. Good morning, Brianna.
Good morning. Yeah, just about 30 minutes ago, there was a really heavy rain. I mean, it looked completely different from now. Now it's not raining, but I am at the Marker 8 Hotel, and let me show you exactly what they did. They actually prepared for this tropical storm Elsa. But if you take a look at this, they took away the cushions from the chairs. They also mentioned how they took the plants off the deck because they didn't want anything flying away from what is on their patio. They were definitely prepared. They're like, anything is possible nowadays in Florida, as they mentioned. But there are many drivers crossing the bridge. Some people are, still boating. I saw boaters going in the water, going through and underneath the bridge. Now, I did talk to Lorena and Clan, Director of Public Affairs of St. Johns County, who says as of now, there's no closures for businesses in St. Johns County, and trash pickup will still proceed as normal. Again, not raining right now, but it was raining earlier, and anything is possible from here on now. I'm live in St. Augustine. Brianna Returner, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, let's take a look at that radar right now. And what I can tell you is that this is moving on shore. We're still waiting for the National Hurricane Center to officially say it has come on shore just yet, but regardless, you know, that's just information at this point, because the bulk of the information, or the bulk of the radar and bulk of the showers is well ahead of this at this time. You can see, actually, we're starting to see plenty of training. That's one shower after another, continuing to move into northern Florida, southeastern Georgia. This is along the Santa Fe River, that is, and they're actually expecting just upstream of this particular point. They had some heavy precipitation over the last few hours, so the forecast naturally is for the water level to rise. Now, it will be cresting just below flood stage, but you know, these are the areas where we are continuing to watch for that threat of continued flooding. Taking a look at that radar, though, as I mentioned, we still have those showers also sweeping on shore just back here towards the east. You have that training effect along the 75 corridor. Looking in, let's walk around our radar. Already seeing a push around Fernandina. Actually, a significant weather advisory just issued for them for those heavy showers. You have that line back here towards the north as well. But one good news I'm starting to see is that back towards the south, it looks less and less tornadic looking, at least at this time, but still heavy rain and gusty conditions. The next advisory comes out in just 30 minutes. We're going to have that at the top of the hour.
Tropical Storm Elsa is closer to making a Florida landfall, and First Coast News is keeping a close eye across the state and across our First Coast.
Heavy rain and some gusty conditions across the First Coast today. We're continuing to break it down here.
Keeping you safe and informed. Good Morning Jacksonville starts right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News, on your side.
Hello everybody, we're tracking Elsa. Elsa is still a tropical storm, not a hurricane. On the left is a look at the track of the storm you can see here in just a second. And on the right, we're going to show you our downtown camera. No, we're downtown, that's where our TV station is, right across from TIAA Bank Field. And we do not hear any rain or see any of the rain, at least not yet.
Well, we see the wind just a little bit. The camera there is shaking, so we have a little bit of wind, but as she said, no rain, right? Good news there, Jeannie. Well, Elsa's moving over the eastern Gulf, set to make landfall along the Big Bend. It will be wet and windy here at home throughout the day. Get ready for that. We're going to have another update at 11 from the National Weather Service. We're going to hear from our meteorologist Lauren Rautenkranz as well as Robert Spada about that in just a bit. And in our newsroom, in the last hour, we've gotten some new news in. Crews are cleaning up a tree that fell on I-10. That's what you're looking at right now. This is video of that event. Again, a tree fell there along I-10. We're going to bring you a live update from that scene in just a bit. We have a crew headed there.
And we want to show you a couple of scenes here in St. Augustine. Always beautiful down there. And look at the boats. They're out, a little bit calmer waters in St. Augustine, but we are monitoring the situation because they don't need any more flooding. They've had their share of it in the last couple of years.
And we have some new video in. This is of rain coming down in White Springs in that area there in specifically. You know, at this point, we are grateful. It's just a little bit of rain that we're seeing, but again, it is still early. We're waiting to see what Elsa will bring.
And here is some new video in from Fernandina Beach. Now, we haven't seen this yet, so let me look at this with you. This is a house drenched in rain, and someone sent that in. We're going to have team coverage of Fernandina in all of our areas for you this morning, but right there, at least nothing's been torn down there. There's no damage. In fact, we just heard Governor Ron DeSantis say not long ago that there's been no major structural damage around Florida, some minor damage here and there, and nobody's been killed in Florida, but we just hope we can get through this whole day. Wouldn't that be great? We can get the whole day without any fatalities in Florida.
It certainly would be. All right, folks, we have our team of reporters spread out throughout the First Coast for you. Lewis Turner is in San Marco, an area that we know is prone to flooding. Renato Gugoro, you're over in Lake City where the rain was really coming down earlier today. And Leah Shields has been roaming around the area in our live drive. We're going to get to each of them in just a moment. First, we want to welcome you here to Good Morning Jacksonville.
That's right. Good morning. I'm Jeannie Blaylock. I get to come in this morning early with Keith and Nelson. We've been here for hours, but you know, Robert's been on the air now for 11 hours. Lauren, a marathon as well. So we're just so glad that we have these two meteorologists who know a lot about tracking these storms. Hey guys.
I'm biased, but I think we have the best team around. Hey, it's good to have Robert here. We did just get that EF0 tornado confirmation out in Columbia County.
Yes, we did. Actually, we were just looking at that. That was one of those cells we were tracking earlier on this morning. We saw the rotation on radar. We knew the damage was there, but it looks like it was just confirmed there was a tornado. And you know, that's the thing we've been talking about all day, kind of the flavor of the day.
Yep, and so these are going to be isolated events, but still, when it does impact, you know, whoever happens to be impacted, if anyone at all, it's a big event for them. So again, a tree on a house out in Columbia County south of Lake City. That is a result of Tropical Storm Elsa's outer rain bands producing those quick little discrete cells with the rotation. Remember, we have the tornado watch in effect for northeast Florida and southeast Georgia until 1 o'clock. Looks like that threat continues to diminish, which is good news. It looks like it's just a very heavy rain event still, which is why we also have that flood watch in effect until early on the Friday morning hours, as I'm probably coming in here for Good Morning Jacksonville before our show starts on GMJ. So we'll continue to watch that in the longer term, of course, to see how our creeks and our rivers you know, handle all of this rain that is headed our way. We've had about 1 to 2 inches of rain across the area inland, and so think about it, we're about halfway through. That would be on par for the forecast of 2 to 4 inches of rain expected with the isolated amounts of 6 inches or so. Even greater closer to the core here, where we have about 6 inches of rain that have fallen in the Cedar Key Horseshoe Beach area. Now, a lot of rainfall in the scalloping grounds pushes those scallops out to deeper waters. So let's get Elsa out of here because it's scalloping season out towards Cedar Key, Crystal River, up into Steinhatchee. You can see that this storm is just close to making landfall, and I want to say it has, but I can't quite yet. National Hurricane Center likely going to pull that trigger and say it has made landfall near Horseshoe Beach by the 11 a.m. advisory. Those heavy rains being spread back into Lake City, so while you have had calmer conditions, things are going to pick up once again. Robert and I watching the potential for, again, some of those rotating storms, but also the heavy rain. If you're curious curious about that EF0 tornado we were just talking about, it's in southern Columbia County where we had that early morning tornado warning around 7 a.m. or so. Unfortunately, tree on a house. Hope everyone's okay out there, the family that was affected. Now, if we look at our local Jacksonville radar, heaviest of the rain is pretty much from Lake City down toward Keystone and Stark and Lottie. Out toward Palatka as well, in areas to the southwest. Areas to the northeast, we are seeing some of those pockets of the breaks right between the rain bands here, and the heavier one is actually pushing out of now the Mayport area and up into the Fernandina area, just outside towards St. Mary's, Kingsland. So out toward Woodbine, just to the south on that I-95 corridor, a little tougher to drive out there. 2 hands on the wheels, hopefully those windshield wipers on full blast. All right, and headlights as well, just so you can see the cars in front of you. Let's take a look at the cone and the futurecast combined. Again, we'll continue to watch those rain bands throughout the afternoon, but giving the all clear into the evening hours, likely by 10 o'clock for our southeastern Georgia counties. And again, that next update is coming at 11 a.m. So if you don't have it already, folks, that National Hurricane Center advisory, the complete one with the cone intensity, you'll get it with that First Coast News app.
Right, thanks so much. Well, we want to check in with some of our reporters who are out and about.
All right, let's go right now to Lewis Turner in the San Marco area, an area that we know is prone to flooding. Still no raincoat, so obviously he's not seeing much rain out there. A little bit of wind. What are you seeing exactly, Lou?
Yeah. Breezy. You're exactly right, Jeannie Keith. We've had a little bit of the showers just coming in bands, but you know, we're looking great. This is River Road, San Marco. Beautiful homes, great neighborhood to live in as long as you stay dry. But you know, in a situation like Irma, that was not the case. This road was inundated. We were underwater. We would not be able to stand here right now. We'd need some sort of boat. We would need buoyancy. But the reason we call it River Road, if you're just tuning in, you're just seeing these live shots for the first time, is because we're right here along the St. Johns River, which is actually relatively calm. And we can get a good solid nor'easter and we'll see the river pounding up against the river wall and coming over onto the street. But we have an outgoing tide and we've got winds. Look, if you look at the flag, all right, here, the wind's also aiding in the outgoing tide. So a southerly to southeasterly flow that'll just help empty this river, which is fantastic news. It'll be any sort of, you know, localized flooding would be stuff falling from the sky, not coming up from the waterways right now, and still plenty of areas that have a lot of rain falling right now, and we're waiting on ours too. It's just coming in bands. We'll bring that to you as we get it, of course, being your eyes and your ears for all of our neighbors who live in San Marco. Check me out on Twitter at Lou Turner. We've been tweeting photos and videos of folks who have been out here walking their dogs and enjoying the day, and even some folks playing some music. So an interesting morning nonetheless, and we'll keep watching for you. Lewis Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
Well, you know, Lou's standing right across the street from where so much of that damage was. I remember those absolutely beautiful old floors, old wooden floors that people just had to rip out like it was just trash. And I'm so glad things are looking better, at least for right now. Thank you, Lou. And as we go to break, we want to remind you to get your hands on your county's evacuation zone. All you have to do is text us. Text the word zone to 633-2402. Why do we do this? Because every single hurricane season, people start calling like crazy. I don't know what zone I'm in, and that's okay not to know, but this year we've made it easy for you. So just text that word zone to the number you see right there, and then for the rest of hurricane season, you know what evacuation zone you're in. By the way, no evacuations with Elsa, and we'll be right back.
And welcome back, folks. It's now 44 minutes past the hour. Let's get right into things that you need to know this morning. So we've had a lot of tornado warnings, and we just learned an EF0 tornado touchdown in Columbia County early this morning. Meantime, crews continue to restore power in the Tampa area. At least 20,000 people were without power overnight. That number is now down to just under 2,000. There's the good news. And here at home, tonight's jumbo shrimp game is canceled, we know, due to the weather, but a doubleheader is set for tomorrow at 5.
And we're tracking Elsa for you all morning. Here's a live picture from Jacksonville Beach. We have some wind going on out there, but we want to toss it now to Renata De Gregoria in Columbia County. She's been checking out this downed tree. And Renata, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I just got an update from Lauren Rautenkrantz, our meteorologist. She said that an EF0 tornado means that there were wind gusts of 65 to 85 miles per hour. So 65 to 85 miles per hour. And that's probably what took that tree down onto the house there, which was south of Lake City. Renata?
Yeah, Jeannie, I heard Lauren say that, and while we were out there, I was afraid to say the word tornado, but it looked like that. And we spoke with a woman, her name is Cameron, and she believes that she actually saw it because she described something that would look like it's in the movies. Now, we had to move away from the area with State Road 47 because of the internet connection, but this is where we are, just off of that, back closer to Lake City. But back to that tornado that was at Cameron's house. What she said happened was at around 6 in the morning, around 6:30, she woke up because her house was shaking. Then she went outside, opened the door, saw what she believed to be a tornado, and what we now can confirm was a tornado, ran back inside. There were 4 kids living in that house, or at least in the house. She brought them all into the pantry and they hid there. She describes it as a really scary experience, but says she also grew up just a couple miles down from there, so it wasn't anything that she was completely not used to. Still, not a way that you want to wake up in the morning. And just around the area as well, there were some trees that looked like they had just been split in half. There's debris. We saw some utility crews. There was a tree that was on a house. That was the one behind Cameron's house. We couldn't actually get there though, because the road leading to it, there's a tree down blocking that, and we actually had to move so that the utility crews could work on it as well. So do be careful if you're around there. Again, it is on State Road 47, just south of Lake City, and Lake City is where we are right now. Here, things aren't really too bad. My umbrella went the wrong way a couple times because of the wind gusts, but other than that, just a really rainy day, not one where you want to be outside, so be careful on those roads as well. For now, we're live in Columbia County. For Renata De Gregoria, First Coast News, on your side.
Oh my goodness, thanks for that, Renata. Folks, 45 minutes past the hour. Here's a quick heads up. Be sure to check your flights today before you get to the airport. So the Jacksonville International Airport tweeted this morning, quote, due to Tropical Storm Elsa, there may be delayed or canceled flights throughout the day. So be sure to check with your airline, your specific airline, for the most updated flight information before heading to the airport. Now, they did say they don't plan to close. The airport does not. But again, you have got to check with your specific airline before heading out there.
All right. Hey, I want to give a shout out to our First Coast News weather watchers. You guys have been sending in some nice photos and videos today. If you want to send in some photos or videos, you can do it one of 2 ways. We got multiple ways to do it. One, you can go to Facebook and check out our First Coast News weather watchers Facebook page. That's a great way to share some of these photos. That's the way I got this one from Logan. Or you can check out our First Coast News app, that Near Me function. You can send those photos or videos, especially some of the damage out there. Key thing I always want to let you know though is take them safely. Don't head out into any power lines or anything like that, or in some of these higher winds. This one also sent in by Freddie as well this morning. Thank you very much for sharing that. You got some of those ominous looking clouds out there. All right, here's a look at visible satellite imagery. I know all morning I've been showing you radar, infrared, but this is what the satellite actually sees from space. And there's a few things I see here by looking at this. One, of course, naturally, this storm does not have an eye, but what it does have is a lot of these kind of popcorn looking higher cloud tops right there and just off Daytona Beach right there. And you can see with those, it's actually putting out a lot of lightning. Those are those heavier showers, those thunderstorms, and those overshooting cloud tops as this comes on shore. So it means that it's still packing a bit of a punch in some of those stronger storms. Winds right now are at 60 miles per hour, but guess what? In just 12 minutes, so at the top of the hour, we're going to have the latest information on the storm. Would not be surprised if we do get that official declaration. This made landfall and has weakened a bit, but we're still waiting on the National Hurricane Center to confirm that. Well, we did get confirmed by the National Weather Service just a few minutes ago. We were talking about just a moment ago was that tree fell on a house in SR 47 in Raven Road, and it was a result of an EF0 tornado. When we say EF0, you think weaker tornado, but weaker means it starts at 65 miles per hour. So there really is no such thing as a weak tornado. And as you see, it does cause damage regardless. So here's a look at the broader picture. Here's the line that we were really putting out a lot of that severe weather, that tornado threat earlier today. Now the good news, what I'm starting to see is this really kind of spreading out more. Now it doesn't mean the tornado threat is off the table, but I think it's backing off just a bit with that broader shield continuing to come on shore. But we still have those rain bands as well moving out there towards Fernandina, and these showers that are really coming on shore, that actually could kick up a little bit of friction, and that's something we want to watch for. But by the way, we haven't really showed this because we're doing so much tornado coverage. I want to talk about our extended forecast. Heat is on the rise after the storm moves away. But for the near term, 10 minutes, yeah, we got the latest update from the National Hurricane Center.
New information coming up in about a little bit before 11. They come out slightly before the top of the hour every time. Thank you so much, Robert.
All right, folks, we want to get right out to Katie Jeffries. You can see she's standing by live right now along near the Trout River, specifically in the Ken Knight Drive area. Now, Katie, we've seen light rain there so far. Anything changed? The wind doesn't seem to be really picking up there either at this point.
No, thankfully, we haven't seen any big changes, and that is honestly great news for this area because the further the water stays away from these homes, the better off. And when we take a look at the roadway, we haven't seen really any flooding other than, a little bit of ponding here and there. You can see some down there. That's truly all we've seen, and that is, like I said, great news compared to what this road was like back in 2017 with Irma, where you had 3 to 4 feet of water inside these homes, and residents, some are still trying to do renovations from Irma. So of course the last thing they want is more water or more problems with water. So we've got Charles Reese Park over here, and you can see just a bit of standing water there in the middle of the park. The water is, or the ground is so saturated with water, it is, taking a little bit longer to kind of drain, but that at least is kind of confined over to that side. Now, the good news here when we actually talk about the Ribault River, which is the water back here, that is the big concern. It's a tributary of the Trout River. The Ribault River, we actually had high tide around 9:12 this morning. So that's good that we have passed high tide and we're not seeing any flooding, and you're not seeing the water kind of come up and come over the bank. So that is good news, because if you come back here, you can see how close these homes do back up to the Ribault River. So that's why flooding, of course, is such a big concern. And the city of Jacksonville is in the process of kind of buying around 40 to 50 properties here and making this kind of part of the floodplain, but that takes time, and that's why you still see so many residents here. But again, we haven't seen any big changes, and that is fantastic news for this area. We haven't seen any issues with flooding, and we haven't seen really any heavy rain. Just sometimes some bouts of wind, but nothing severe at this point. Reporting along Ken Knight Drive, Katie Jeffries with photographer DJ Harris. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Katie. Let's check now in St. Augustine and see what's going on down there.
We have Brianna Returner standing by live. Good morning, Brianna.
I'm at the Marker 8 Hotel here in St. Augustine, and I'm going to show you exactly what the hotel did to prepare for Tropical Storm Elsa. They took the cushion outside of the seats. They also mentioned how they took the plants off the patio just to clear the patio. They didn't want anything flying away from their patio. But also I talked to a boater who her name is Jamie. She lives on the boat, and she was telling me how when the storm was passing, when there was a lot of rain just about 30 minutes ago, she was explaining that the boats were rocking, but it wasn't anything super uncomfortable. She said that There's been way worse storms than which they just went through in the last 30 minutes. But right now, not a lot of rain. People are boating. There's cars still driving out here. I did talk to Lorena Enclan, Director of Public Affairs for St. Johns County, who says as of now there's no closures of businesses in St. Johns County and trash pickup will proceed as normal. Again, not a lot of stuff going on right now, not a lot of rain, just a little bit. And winds are, I would say they're kind of dying down from about an hour ago. I'm live in St. Augustine. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News on your side.
All right, let's take a look at some of the latest on our storm. And right now, I do want to mention we do have that tornado watch that still is in place until 1 o'clock across most of the First Coast. That is southeastern Georgia, northeastern Florida as well. And this all thanks to that onshore flow that's coming in from the southeast towards the northwest. But you take a look right here. There's that center of circulation. I would not be surprised in the very near future, and the very near future means 8 minutes from now, that the National Hurricane Center is going to officially say this has moved on shore. All right, here's a look at the latest track, though. You know what? This is going to be updated in just a few minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up our county by county impacts, because of course you want the latest information, but you also want to take a look at that county by county impacts. And here we go. Duval County winds throughout the rest of today, 20-30 miles per hour, storm gust up to 50 miles per hour. Really watching that flooding threat. And of course, we have been talking about some of these rivers beginning to rise out here. I know the Santa Fe River is under a flood warning as well. That's just off here in the northern portions. Rain 2 to 4, isolated up to about 6 inches so far across Duval County. We've really been under 1 inch, but across inland areas of Florida, already seeing those reports up and over 2 inches. How about Glenn, Camden, and Nassau County? Gusts to 60 miles per hour in some of these severe storms, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. The rain may add to the flooding, obviously, as well here. The big issue, you know, is the already saturated grounds. Of course, we've been getting the rainfall today, but all week we have been getting showers thanks to a stationary boundary that's just been sitting over us. So you get more precip on top of that, and of course, it's going to be causing that problem. It's kind of like a sponge that's already soaked. It can't soak up any more water, and then you try to dump more water into it, causes problems. Clay and Putnam County. I know that Western Putnam last night was under a tropical storm warning. That was dropped earlier today at about 5 a.m. or no, about 2 a.m. I was here about 2 a.m. We are still watching Black Creek near Middleburg for that potential of that heavy rainfall. We still get that big broad shield continuing to move across our area, and that for sure is going to be increasing that threat of some flooding. And take a look at that big broad shield. This is what I'm talking about when I say a rain shield. Here's your center of circulation. Here's that rain shield. That's where we're going to have that persistent rainfall and that flood threat through this afternoon through evening. And I know Tim Deegan, he just walked in through the door. That's where we're going to see the worst of the weather. And of course, we're going to be bringing him in to cover all of that this afternoon. Like I've been mentioning, though, the latest big update, it's going to be out in just 5 minutes.
See what's the new information. Hopefully we're getting a little bit weaker. You mentioned Middleburg, so let's talk about Clay County.
Yeah, that's where we have Leah Shields standing by. You know, Leah, it's been difficult keeping up with you all morning. You have been busy. You and Night Ranger Joe Massa have been all around the First Coast pretty much. But again, as Jeannie mentioned, right now you're in Clay County. How are things looking in that particular pocket?
Well, my photographer, who's been covering storms for, 25 years now? I don't want to give away his age here, but he just looked over at Black Creek and says, it's looking pretty okay right now. Take a look at the roadway in front of us, though. This is an area near Black Creek, very vulnerable to flooding. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of ponding on the side of this road. Maybe it'll splash up against your car, get underneath, but not too much. I wouldn't consider this as bad or dangerous. Right now, of course, the roadway is wet. We're turning down Red Bug Alley right now as well. We have a really cool link on firstcoastnews.com as well, where you can monitor the river levels and rises. That is going to be in that county by county breakdown. I'll make sure to tweet that out as well so you can get a look. And we're taking a look at these little back roads. You can just see some water that's sitting in some creeks and cracks on the roadway. Of course, we got rain pitter-pattering on the windshield, but really not too bad in Clay County at the moment. We know this can change, so stick with us. We will try and stay in Clay County for a bit longer, Keith, as you'll be able to keep track with us for at least the next hour or so. For now in Middleburg, Leah Shields, First Coast News on your side.
Thanks so much, Leah. And we want to remind everybody, too, that our First Coast News Weather Watchers page, we are taking pictures and video. Even if you look out your window and it's not that bad, that's okay. We just want to see what you are seeing outside.
All right, folks, don't forget, we count on you to help us tell the entire picture. Again, as Jeannie mentioned, go to the First Coast News Weather Watchers Facebook page and share your pictures. You can also use the Near Me feature on the First Coast News app. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa.
Tropical Storm Elsa is making landfall now in Florida, and First Coast News is keeping a close eye across the state and across our First Coast.
Continued wet and windy conditions for the rest of your Wednesday thanks to Elsa.
Keeping you safe and informed, First Coast News' coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa continues right now.
You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville, First Coast News on your side.
All right, folks, welcome in. The 11 a.m. advisory just in. We're going to get to our meteorologist in just a bit. First, though, right now you're taking a live look outside from our traffic camera. This is in downtown Jacksonville. Now, just to make things clear, the center of this storm should be about 90 miles from Duval. So we're not expecting it to actually hit here, but we will likely feel the effects.
And our team will be spread out all day long from St. Augustine up to southeast Georgia, from Lake City, where we had the tornado on top of a roof there, to the beaches until Elsa is out of here. So for now, right now, let's toss over to Lauren and to Roberts, our two meteorologists in right now, and Tim Deegan's there as well. And the 11 o'clock advisory, what is the big news there from that?
Got a tropical storm that has 65-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Hurricane hunters have been making several fixes inside the storm, giving us plenty of excellent data. Also still making that northerly direction, all right, up toward the Steinhatchee Horseshoe Beach area and the Big Bend of Florida, specifically Taylor County. Minimum central pressure sits at 999 still. Now, once this moves onshore officially, it will begin to weaken significantly, all right? And that is good news, at least for our southeast Georgia counties, as that core is moving out just to the west of Waycross Blackshear. We will likely watch that tropical storm warning, or at least the tropical storm force winds, a much lower probability of that than per se we will see out toward the Suwannee River Valley, all right? But still moving toward the north at 14 miles per hour. The center kind of making a couple wobbles here and there, but will begin to eventually make that northeast and eventually that more easterly trek later on as we head into the next 36 hours or so. But for now, again, it is making landfall. The National Hurricane Center, even with this 11 o'clock advisory, not saying that it is officially made landfall. They likely would have a special statement between now and that 2 o'clock hour. I would expect landfall by midday, though. It is really just right there as it continues to move on shore between Cedar Key and the Steinhatchee area. You can see a lot of the rain also onshore with this satellite and radar imagery. There is some lightning still in the core of this system as it continues to swirl onshore, and we can see it's not really organized, right? It's a very lopsided system. That shear has been doing its job, limiting the intensity of Elsa. Now, if you're curious what we're going to see here in downtown or just across Duval, those rains are picking up on the western portion of the county, and I would anticipate the heavier rains to continue to stay really west of the river, at least in the next hour or so. You can see western clay is getting pounded, so the Blanding area as well, Middleburg, just to the west of you, we're seeing the heaviest of the rains, but still Black Creek picking up some good showers and storms right now out toward McClenny and I-10. Remember, that's another spot we were watching along the St. Mary's River, and so we will continue to monitor those river levels, but for now we don't have any reports of flooding per se into the weather center at this point. We do have reports though of some tree damage across the area, specifically Columbia County, where a tree fell onto a home, unfortunately, with an EF0 tornado reported. Remember, that's 65 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts. If we look at our local radar here in Jacksonville, one thing I'll be watching, remember we've got that tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock as well. This line that's up into southeast Georgia, pretty much from the Woodbine area up into the Waycross area, it does have a little bit of rotation possibly with it, and so our National Weather Service pals in Jacksonville watching it as well. So if we were to see any warnings come out of it, I'd likely be up again between Woodbine and the Waycross area in the next 30 minutes or so. Tropical Storm Elsa continues to quickly push up toward the north, though. It'll eventually make that northeasterly turn later today, and it will weaken as it moves across the southeast, pushing out of Georgia as we are heading into Thursday. If we look at our First Coast News Weather Watchers Facebook page, they are just coming in with a bunch of great pictures and videos. If you're not a part of that, you can go ahead and join as well. But again, the latest from the National Hurricane Center, still keeping Elsa at a 65 mile per hour sustained winds. That is a tropical storm, and for us here at home, we're really seeing the impacts now. Things are going to start to pick up. Most of our heavy rain west of Highway 301 throughout the day.
Thanks for that, Laura. Now at this hour, Tropical Storm Elsa is right now making landfall in Taylor County right along the Big Bend. Locally, the worst of the storm's impact has yet to come. You can expect wet and windy conditions all throughout the day, but already this morning, crews removed a tree. Now, this fell on Interstate 10, specifically in Columbia County, right near mile marker 301. But we do want to make it clear that tree, there's a photo of it, has been cleared. It was causing earlier some serious traffic backups, but things are okay at this hour.
And we've confirmed that an EF0 tornado, as you just heard Lauren telling you about, brought a tree down on a house. This is south of Lake City in Columbia County, Raven Road at about State Road 47. Clay Electric reported more than 350 homes lost power in that area. But what a story there. Our reporter Renata De Gregorio talked with the homeowner there, and 4 kids were inside the house. They got in the pantry and they stayed safe. So that's good to know. But those are some powerful winds, 65 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts there south of Lake City.
That was quite a story to hear
Yeah,
from
thank goodness
Renata.
they're all okay.
That's the
Jeez.
big thing. Yeah, it's really good to hear that. We do want to check in now with Lewis Turner, meteorologist Lewis Turner. He is standing by in San Marco, an area that we know floods pretty easily just when we have heavy rain. So when you have this storm approaching, it is a really big concern. Let's check in with him now to see what the conditions look like at this hour. Lou.
Keith and Jeannie, right now, not the heavy rain that we typically would cause flooding. These homes during previous storms would have water up to their top step, even into their bottom floor. Again, River Road, San Marco. But if you'll indulge me for a minute, the St. Johns River, just a little hydrology for you. Even in the last hour since we've checked in, the river is calmed. And being a guy who gets on the river and has studied the ocean, generally speaking, when you get the roughest river conditions is when you get the tide going against the wind. Okay, and right now we've got a southerly to southeasterly wind with an outgoing tide. And by the way, it's a north-flowing river. So things look pretty calm. And generally, if you get a nor'easter, if you get just a good afternoon storm with microburst or downburst conditions, you'll get the river actually coming up over the wall and into the street, not getting any of that. A couple of positive ingredients here, as I like to kind of harp on the positive, is the fact that all flood meters and gauges and sensors along the St. Johns River, even parts of different branches, north and south branch of the Black Creek, which is to our south just a bit, all below the action phase, which just means they're all at normal levels, which is extraordinarily good considering all the rain that we've had for the last 3 weeks. The rivers are in very, very good, healthy shape right now despite the rain. Now here in the here and now, we've been watching radar. We are in a steady rain, and it's only if you're watching from San Marco right now and you're comfortable and you're by the television, just hang tight, because now is when we'll have our next couple of hours worth of steady rain. In the meantime, I'm Lewis Turner, First Coast News on your side.
So that might be just the last time we see him without a raincoat. What do you think? There you go. Let's talk to Aaliyah Shields now. She is near Black Creek in Middleburg. Always a concern there, but this time maybe not such a huge concern.
Yeah, within the last half hour, we showed you some back roads. Weren't seeing much water. We actually got a little peek of the creek, and now I got a good view of the creek I want to show you here right now. It's looking good. It's looking very calm. I know there's a flood watch for this area. There's also a wind advisory as well, according to our weather app. And you could see the river, the creek just kind of sitting still. You got a lot of water, heavy rain pounding down on it right now, but the trees in this area, not seeing much wind blowing them left or right. So it's somewhat calm here, though we are getting a good amount of rain over Black Creek. This is the Middleburg ramp. Of course, you guys, you don't need me to tell you, this is an area vulnerable to flooding, so it's a good sign to see it not any higher than it is right now. Of course, things could change, but this is our view right now. We're going to keep driving around the Middleburg area and, of course, keeping an eye on certain areas of Black Creek. If you see anything, make sure you send us video or let me know at Leah Shields News on Twitter. We can head your way for some live coverage. For now, in Middleburg, Leah Shields, First Coast News on your side.
Safely upload Elsa storm video and pictures using Near Me on the First Coast News app. Tap the Near Me icon in the lower right corner, upload your picture or video. Stay safe and informed before, during, and after the storm. First Coast News on your side.
Let's take a look right now at some conditions in White Springs, Florida. This is in Hamilton County. That is northwest of Lake City. Let's check in now with Lauren Rautenkrantz and hear a little bit more about this area.
Hey, well, I am just actually tweeting a picture right now of this image out in Horseshoe Beach. This is Dixie County, Florida. This is between Cedar Key and Steinhatchee, and we're waiting for this time-lapse video to actually populate. I just popped it into our graphics system. You can see it doesn't really look all that normal, right? It definitely looks like there's quite a bit of surge there with the trees, and then also there's house on the stilts, mind you, out in the distance. So this is very close to where we have Elsa actually making landfall right now, and so the timestamp here will continue to change as the minutes pass, but pretty cool imagery coming in, thankfully, from this weather stem camera. Again, once we get that time lapse, it'll be really interesting to see the progression of that water kind of piling up on shore. Again, this is on the western North Florida Gulf Coast, all right, and that is Horseshoe Beach. Good old scalloping grounds between Steinhatchee and Cedar Key there. If we look at the latest on Tropical Storm Elsa, again, this did just come in at 11 a.m., so 15 minutes ago. Still moving toward the north at 14 miles per hour, although it will start to wobble a bit more toward the northwest as we head throughout the afternoon. Pressure sitting at 999, and it's a 65 mile per hour sustained tropical storm. By this evening, it should be dropping to barely a tropical storm with 40 mile per hour sustained winds, but of course spreading its rain and wind our way throughout the day today. So overall, it's been wet, it's been windy. We're going to have our heaviest rainfall totals as expected along the inland areas closer to the core. That's also where we'll also have our highest tornadic threat. Remember, isolated at that, but still we could have some heavy batches of rain here in Duval County. And remember, we've been so saturated with rain and storms in the last 2 weeks that anything we get is kind of insult to injury, just taking a little bit more time for that water to soak into the ground and get into our creeks and our rivers. And speaking of which, we will be monitoring areas like the St. Mary's at McClenny, the North Fork at Black Creek. You can see we have crews in both of those areas as well. The heavy rainfall is continuing to push on through again, but we will see some gusts from time to time topple down trees. These will also be some isolated events, but just know that it doesn't take a lot of wind to bring down a tree, especially with a large canopy, or maybe it's just towering very high because the grounds are just so wet. Those roots are a lot weaker because the ground is, again, very soggy. The heaviest of the rain at this point is falling from Brunswick out toward Waycross, so the northern portion of the First Coast out into southeast Georgia. They are also included in not only the flood watch, but also the tornado watch. And so we'll continue to monitor the rainfall rates there, and then also if we do have any isolated rotation within those storms. Some of these storms offshore, by the way, do show a bit of rotation, maybe some water spouts associated with them, thankfully staying offshore at this point. But you can see here in Duval County, the northeastern portion of the county, so out toward Ocean Way, Mayport, north side, and then also the airport is dry and quiet, but you head downtown and then you even head west, southwest on that Beltway 295, and the rain really picking up. It's more moderate rain, but still very heavy, so you need 2 hands on the wheel, those windshield wipers going, and maybe you're hanging inside for the lunch break today as we head toward that noon hour. Might be a good idea, especially with the very damp conditions out there. Nonetheless, if you do need to get out on the roadways, it's not a day where we're saying you have to stay home. If you're heading up 95 toward Woodbine right now, maybe up toward Brunswick, things aren't all that terrible. But again, we do have those pockets of heavy rain, especially if you head west toward Waycross. Again, the futurecast does show we're going to continue to watch those rain bands roll in throughout the day, but weakening Elsa will be on out of here by this evening. Still think we can give the all clear for our southeast Georgia counties by at least 10 o'clock this evening. Logan and Tina both snapping and sharing some great photos into our First Coast News Weather Watchers page. Again, if you have any photos, go ahead, snap them, send them our way. That update at 11 a.m. you got on your phone from the First Coast News app. We'll also have updates at 2 o'clock, and then the next complete update from the Hurricane Center will be at 5. But I would anticipate more updates to come because we'll get official landfall sooner rather than later. And then also probably Elsa will be weakening as it continues to move inland. Jumbo shrimp not working. I guess it's work for them maybe. But hey, we all enjoy some jumbo shrimp baseball, right? That ballpark, not in service this evening, but we will have a doubleheader tomorrow night, so that's something to look forward to. And then, hey, as we head throughout the rest of the week and into the weekend, number one, we will not be tracking anything tropical. Thank goodness. There is no tropical development expected in the next week or so, but we will have some very hot and summery conditions. Tomorrow also, if any folks have to clean up some limbs or trees around their property, we will have late day storms with that westerly wind, and that westerly wind heating things up really as we head toward Saturday, especially getting into those lower 90s. Keitha?
All right, thanks, Lauren.
We appreciate it. You know, we've been checking in with our crews all throughout the First Coast, throughout the morning, since about 4 o'clock this morning. And of all of our crew members in Columbia counties where we find Renata Gregorio, she has been getting the worst of the weather. I just spoke with meteorologist Tim Deegan. He says the core of the storm is expected to go through that particular area. So let's toss things over to Renata now for a closer look at things there.
Hi, Keitha. Yeah, you might remember the last time we were downtown here in Lake City. The rain was really lightening up. We were optimistic. Well, now it's a both hands on the umbrella type of situation. We've now got a lot of wind. This has gone inside out a few times and plenty of rain. You can see kind of the wind blowing the rain sideways here, even down by the lake in Lake City in the downtown. We have some of the palm tree leaves blowing around, but really the most damage we've seen has been over on State Road 47. That is where there was a confirmed tornado, and we spoke with a woman who the trees right around her were just, some of them looked like they'd been snapped in half, and she actually said that she saw the tornado. She said she was woken up around 6:30 this morning because her house was shaking. Then she opened her back door and this is what she saw.
It looked like literally what you see off of a movie. It was scary. I shut the door and went back inside, got all the kids. I took them to the pantry because there was no windows in there. I didn't want the kids to get hurt, so that was my main concern.
Stand by. And she says also that there was a tree on a house behind her home. We couldn't get there because there was a tree blocking the way, and utility crews were out there working on that. We also saw some other utility crews out there. Now, if you run into anything and you can safely send us some video or snap a picture, let us know where it is so we can let more people know to be careful in that area. I would advise, I mean, this is not fun right now. Just if you can, stay home or just wherever you are, but do stay safe. But for now, we are live in Lake City. Renata Gregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
And we promise we're going to get you a sturdier umbrella for the next storm.
Definitely so. And looks like Marcus, her photographer, is hard at work as well. We saw him wiping off the camera just now. We want to check in with Katie Jeffries. She is right now in the Ken Knight Drive area. I believe that's where she was when we last checked on her. We see water behind her, so I believe she's somewhere near the Trout River. Katie, what's going on in your area?
That's right, Keitha. We are still along the Ken Knight Drive area. We are just on kind of the dock near Charles Reese Park. So this is the Ribault River behind us. It's a tributary from the Trout River. And this Ribault River is what caused, so much flooding in the area back during Irma. Now, when you take a look at the river, you can see we actually are seeing some of the most steady rain that we've seen pretty much all day at this point. But notice just how close the backyards are here to the Ribault River. So if the water level rises, it is pretty much going to go into those houses, which is why, of course, residents here have been watching water levels very closely. Some are new to the area that we have talked to. Others were here during Irma, so they have those memories of 3 to 4 feet of water inside their homes. And then, of course, having to tear out so many things. I mean, when we were back here right after Irma, there was just, the streets were lined with couches and pieces of wall and, all the things that you have to pull out. You have to basically gut your home if you get water in it. So thankfully at this point we haven't seen the water really rising. So even though the high tide passed around 9:12, we were watching closely. So the way I've been kind of judging it is when you take a look here at the boat dock ramp. We've been kind of watching to see if the water has been coming up the ramp, and it's mostly been staying the same. I mean, you can see where some of the tree debris is. That's kind of been the high water mark, and it hasn't passed that at this point. So that is good news, of course, for residents. We're really not seeing the water from the Ribault River rise. So a lot of people are in their homes here along Ken Knight Drive. There's a lot of vehicles in driveways. And again, thankfully, we're not seeing the water levels rising like they did during Irma. And of course, that is a good thing. You don't want to see that. So hopefully it stays this way. It stays within its banks and the folks here don't have to deal with flooding again. But along Ken Knight Drive, Katie Jeffries with photographer DJ Harris. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Let's hope those folks don't have to go through that again. And we want to thank all of you sending in some really terrific video and photos to our First Coast News Weather Watchers page on Facebook. And wow, check this out. William sent in this picture there of Elsa approaching. You can see it getting dark right there. And he said, oh, remember this hashtag FCN storm. That's another place you can send your pictures. And this is Robert Spetta, our photographer, because he's actually a meteorologist, but he's doing a double duty here. He said, are you being impacted by Elsa? Please let us know. Coach Kim, hey Kim, Elsa finally made it. We can see there that this covering is standing around your pool, so we hope nothing blows that down. That's good. And Brianna Ray Turner sending in some pictures there in St. Augustine. Some boats out there looking like some calm, but boy, the rain is starting to kick in a bit in St. Augustine. Renata there, we just talked to Renata a little while ago. It's been raining a lot in Lake City, and we know Lake City is where we had the tornado, that EF0 touchdown and land on the one person's roof, but 4 kids inside and the adult okay. And this is from NWS Melbourne. Just had the first rain ban of Tropical Storm Elsa roll through our office here in Melbourne. So that was some pretty vicious clouds there. Robert Bradfield, our First Coast News roving reporter. The beach that is normally here in St. Simon Sound is not visible. Winds are pretty gusty. We're looking at the Golden Ray. You know, that's the ship that capsized there. The cargo ship is trying to be cut into pieces and hauled off, but that is definitely getting slowed down by Elsa. Rain is really coming down on US 90 in Lake City. Renata, you're doing a great job. You're like the photography queen out there. You're doing well. Here's another from Renata. This guy here, he's a happy camper. He's just pecking away. I don't know what on earth he's eating there on the sidewalk, but birds don't mind this, do they? And then First Coast News here. Check out this video from our news partners in Tampa. This is Channel 10 in Tampa. Elsa is still packing a punch over Clearwater Beach Marina after being downgraded to 70 miles per hour. And this from First Coast News. Whoa, check out this video from Eric Glasser. This is from WTSB. That's our sister station in Tampa and our news partner. This is the first sign of land. Let's stay on this for just a second. I didn't get a good look at this last time we saw that. First I thought it was a small alligator, but Lou Turner says it actually is a catfish, but I don't know, I feel kind of sorry for the fish. I hope it gets back to some water. But anyway, that's the first sign of land and sea merging in Elsa. So I don't know what happened to the poor catfish, but hopefully it's okay.
All right, folks, there's so many ways that you can share your own videos with us. Obviously, online, you can simply use the hashtag GMJ. We've been asking you to use that. Now, there's also the Near Me measure that you can use on our First Coast News app. Just check that out and put your photos in there. And also the Weather Watchers Facebook page. You guys have been sharing photos using that. Now, in the event that you lose power, you can always stay with us on the go and hear our coverage on the radio with our partners 96.1 WEJZ and 99.9 Gator Country will air for updated forecasts.
We're taking a live look at some conditions right now in Jacksonville Beach. Here we go. And I don't know if people are on the beach or not, but we do want to tell you that the lifeguards have said, please don't go out. Wait till Elsa passes. We got a whole summertime of fun coming up. Just stay clear today and stay safe.
You know, we say that, we give the warning,
yeah,
but
I know.
you know there are going to be surfers out there for sure enjoying those waves. All right, folks, so as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa, here is a time lapse for you from the west side of Jacksonville all the way to downtown. As you can see, the rain starts getting heavy on the west side and then pretty much tapers off as you get closer towards downtown. I spoke to Lauren earlier, our meteorologist, who says the center of this storm should stay about 90 miles from Duval. Things could quickly change, so that's what we're expecting here. We all know that flooding is a concern, an issue for certain areas, so we're keeping a close eye on it all for you.
And so, Lauren, let me start with a question I'm seeing from viewers on our social media. When is the worst of it going to come to Duval County, Jacksonville? When is the rain going to be like, I really don't want to go outside and drive?
Next couple of hours for sure. We're starting to watch those heavier rains roll in, but if you can kind of see in the radar trends here, the heaviest of it is to the west, all right? So at least the western side of Duval, west of 95, west of the river, you're going to continue to notice the heavier rains. Closer to the beaches, we're not going to pick up quite as much rainfall, but still, a lot of those future casts are indicating that we could see some of the heavier rains later on into the afternoon before we can give that all clear by, again, about 8 o'clock, all right? So I hope that helps answer just a little bit better, but at least as far as the tropical storm force winds go, we are not expecting them here in Duval County. We could have some stronger gusts, remember, in the severe storms if we get any, but at this point, I'm just trying to convey the fact that, yeah, folks, we are seeing a much different animal than what we saw when we saw Irma, right? A lot of people this morning were like, it looks like Irma, the track is like it, but look at the wind field with Irma, completely different than tiny little Elsa here. And you can see the wind field much different, much smaller, more confined. And so that is why we are seeing those tropical storm warnings farther to the west. All right, it includes areas just west of Duval. Now, this is out in Horseshoe Beach. This is a time lapse courtesy of WeatherStem. We got Dixie County, where you can see the water has come up with the surge. It's raining and it's very cloudy out there and also very windy. All right, upwards of 60 miles per hour sustained winds with higher gusts, and that just supports the fact of the information the hurricane hunters were finding as well. So those sustained 40-mile-per-hour winds, again, that's tropical storm force. Good chance of that for our areas that we have that tropical storm warning in place. Baker, Union, Bradford, especially Clay and Suwannee and Hamilton counties. As we head into the afternoon, as Elsa weakens, that probability will diminish, but still a good chance in southern Georgia, especially western areas, to see that tropical storm force wind. But thankfully for Waycross, that threat actually diminishes even more so as the day progresses. If we look at the rainfall amounts just kind of point blank here, it goes to show with the forecast the heaviest of the rainfall totals, 3 to 6 inches across the inland southeast Georgia areas and inland northeast Florida areas. So yes, we are picking up a good dose of rain, and remember, it's not going to take a whole lot of rain, unfortunately, to cause some of those minor temporary flooding issues and kind of a nuisance out on the roadways with the ponding possible as well. Jeannie?
Thanks so much. Now let's check in on St. Augustine, my favorite city. Do you know why?
Why
it's my husband and I got married in St. Augustine, so I never want to say anything bad. Nothing bad in St. Augustine. Let's see if it's so far so good.
All right, we have Brianna Ray Turner standing by there live. It looks pretty good. We saw a little bit of rain earlier today. Any drizzle, anything at all, Brianna?
Yeah, right now it is actually drizzling, and we know downtown St. Augustine is like the main attraction. I mean, even when I moved down here in Jacksonville about 6 months ago, this was the place to be at. But take a look. Usually during the summertime, we know this is very super duper packed, but I would say about 10 people here and 10 people there. Not a lot of people hiding under their umbrellas because again, this is on and off drizzling. I wouldn't say the rain is heavy at all, just a little bit of drizzle. The wind has definitely toned down a lot, and I don't know if that's just because I was closer to water and that's why maybe it was a lot more winds that way. But being downtown St. Augustine, no winds at all. just a little drizzle. Now, I did talk to, as I mentioned, Jamie, one of the boaters that I met at the marina, and she was explaining to me that she works for Black Raven Pirate, which is one of the attractions here in St. Augustine. You can have birthday parties, you can get married on there, and she mentioned that they did close due to weather. So I'm going to talk to other restaurants and see if other people are closing due to weather, but that's what I know so far. And again, drizzling, not a lot of winds going on. I'm live in downtown St. Augustine. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
Safely upload Elsa storm video and pictures using Near Me on the First Coast News app. And welcome back as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. We're going to go live right now to downtown. This is one of our tower cams. You can see it shaking just a bit of wind. But we do want to note, talking with our meteorologist, the center of the storm, it should stay about 90 miles from Duval. Still, we are expecting effects from this storm. We know how easily some parts of our area flood.
And we want you to know that Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan is following this every step of the way. If he's not at the station, he's at home watching everything he possibly can through computer. But now he's here. So welcome, Tim. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to be here. I do want to mention that, yes, I'll just sleep a few hours like I did last night. But it was huge that Robert could come in last night and give me a few hours there at midnight, and then Robert and Lauren, of course, all morning long. So thank you very much. Lauren's still here helping me with the baton and the relay. Michaela will be here soon as well. First of all, I wanted to show you the big picture. So we've mentioned that the core of Elsa has come ashore at Horseshoe Beach. See the little points here? This is Cedar Key, Steinhatchee, and then Horseshoe Beach. But all of us are being affected in one way or another, but a big variety of effects, right? And we're going to break it down for you county by county in just a bit. Just for those of you who have just joined us, I want to let you know the latest numbers from the National Hurricane Center. So still a stout tropical storm, winds of 65 miles per hour, but not a large one, a small tropical cyclone. And I've heard much discussion about Irma. Lauren was talking about this before. So not only is it not as intense as Irma was, it's not nearly as large. But certainly, if let's say you've only lived here for the last 5 years or so, it's an Irma type event in that it's coming from the Gulf of Mexico. We always expect storms to weaken if they come from the Gulf. If there's such a thing as do we have a choice between coming at us from the Atlantic and the Gulf locally, we'll take the Gulf because at least the storm surge impact here isn't nearly as significant. I want to go to the visual satellite picture. And what I mean by that is this is the satellite that uses just the light of the sun shining on it. And sometimes, although there's a lot of white here, we can get a better idea of where the circulation center is. It has come ashore. Now, if you were with us yesterday, you could clearly see the circulation center, which meant there was a lot of shear. It's one of the reasons why once it got to be a hurricane, we didn't think it would intensify much. There's not actually much shear with this at the present time, but of course it's over land, and that's why the forecast is for weakening. Again, I think this is a great example of when we talk about the cone of concern, this isn't where the weather is. This isn't our forecast of where the weather's going to be from Elsa or any tropical cyclone. It's a forecast of the air. In other words, this is the National Hurricane Center saying we think it's going to be near Waycross this evening, but it's just as likely to be here or here. Notice how the air increases with time. Makes sense, right? But I think obviously we're being impacted by Elsa, even though we're not in the cone. Just want to make that clear for those of you that might be new to the area, and I suspect there'll be other tropical cyclones we'll be watching through the year. So here is the big look. Obviously, it has arrived. So generally think things started to get wetter and windier around sunrise. Things will begin to improve around sunset. The farther to the south you are, the quicker the improvement. The farther to the north, the later the improvement. So we're talking about winds gusting to 60. That's just in severe thunderstorms. If this was January and we said winds gusting to 60 in severe thunderstorms, it wouldn't matter because remember the definition of a severe thunderstorm. And for that matter, when you see a tornado warning and you're under a tornado warning, even if you don't get the tornado, that basically is a severe thunderstorm and you can have winds gusting to about 60 miles per hour. I'm hopping through this just to gradually and generally show you that the farther to the north you are, the later conditions will be improving. Could be as late as 10 o'clock tonight. But the guarantee is this cyclone is on the move and conditions will be improving dramatically. But I would say specifically for, let's say, Nassau, Duval, Clay, and St. John's, the heaviest rains, the highest potential for severe thunderstorms, let's say started about 11, will continue through about 5.
All right. Thank you so much, Tim. Let's move over to Clay County. Leah Shields has been all around there checking things out.
Yeah, Leah Shields and Joe Massa have been driving around pretty much all of the area. Right now, as Jeannie mentioned, she's specifically in Clay County. We didn't see much rain earlier. Have things changed at all, Leah?
Yeah, it's definitely picking up. It's one of those kind of days where your windshield wipers are going full speed. I'll show you this right now. You have the pitter-pattering on your windshield, the slick roadways, so your typical Florida summer rainstorm. It looks like, of course, this is going to continue for a while. You know, Tim just saying that. So just be safe if you're on the roadways. It doesn't look like people are staying home, honestly. This is Blanding Boulevard, and the traffic's been running very smoothly. Of course, you have to worry about the ponding in the area, and that's true for any part of our area that's seen this storm today. The ponding, the slick roads, all of that. Actually caught up with some motorcyclists I met at a gas station. We were filling up, they were filling up, going our different ways, and I talked to them about their trip. They're heading down to South Florida, and I said, this storm didn't scare you away, and here's what they said.
Probably for about a few days because we've just kind of been following with it on the radar and online, so.
It didn't stop you?
No.
Why?
I don't know, it's just a higher calling, I guess, a purpose that something that this country really needs at this point.
That purpose he's talking about, it's a group of dozen motorcyclists who are also in a prayer group, and they're heading to the four corners of the U.S. to pray for unity. So pretty cool mission they're doing there. Of course, they're worried about hydroplaning right now, another worry you have to have when the roads are this wet. We'll keep driving around, but right now it is raining pretty hard here in Clay County. Leah Shields, First Coast News, on your side.
And we want to hear a little bit from Mayor Lennon Curry earlier today, talking a little bit about this storm. All of our authorities, all of our officials from the mayor's office to the governor, trying to make sure that everybody stays safe and make sure that couple of reminders. One, if you're going to use a generator in case your power goes out, that you don't put it anywhere near a window, definitely not in your house, definitely not in your garage. And so let's hear a little bit from Mayor Lenny Curry as well.
Well, since we went to bed last night and woke up this morning, it took a slight move to the west, which is good for us, good for Jacksonville. But we've been through this multiple times over the last 5 years. I've had to issue 2 evacuation orders over the last 5 years. So just weather's unpredictable. We're prepared for this one. We could have flash flooding. We're just asking people to be ready, but we're really, given that it's kind of moved away from us a little bit, reminding people that it is hurricane season. You should know your evacuation zone. You should have your storm kit prepared. And if you don't, this one is a reminder to do it.
That video we're showing you, that's video from Irma, not now. So we want to make sure that you know that. We are wishing everybody safe travels. We're keeping an eye on the roads as well. Ponding on the side of the road can easily make you swerve, so we want to make sure that if you see low water, just imagine it could be much deeper than you think. So remember, they say turn around, don't drown. And we are continuing to track Elsa. We were talking about, just to let you know, he was on MSNBC talking about Jacksonville and how we're weathering the storm. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
And welcome back in. You're watching First Coast News as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Here is a live look for you in Naples. Now, this is quite a change, a contrast from what we've been seeing earlier throughout the morning. Before, it was just empty. No one was on that boardwalk, but they certainly are now on that pier, rather, just walking up and down freely. We do want to note that conditions clearly are improving there, but they have had thunderstorms in the area. But as you can see, again, folks are just walking up and down on the beach as well. And we want to send things over to your storm expert meteorologist, Tim Deegan. Tim, I understand it has been busy, but again, in that area, we saw things improving. Just now above us here in downtown, I'm hearing the rain coming down in our newsroom.
Well, I think this radar loop pretty much paints the picture as far as what we saw and what we're going to see. So what I'm showing you here is the last 24 hours, and this is Elsa as it was down near the coast of Naples and Fort Myers, again, passed just to the west of them, worked right up the coast, Cedar Key, Steinhatchee, and then onshore right there at Horseshoe Beach. And then as the core has worked to the north, its bands have brought in plenty of warm water off the Atlantic, have brought in squalls into our area. In fact, it's that first outer squall, if you follow sort of the perimeter of Elsa, that brought in those tornado warnings earlier today and brought in that damage. And now we're talking about the core that has not only come ashore and impacting you folks out toward the Swanee, Okefenokee, but impacting the rest of us as well. So here's a big look and the big picture, but why don't we zoom on in? By the way, so Naples is down here. If you haven't been to Naples, typically this part of the Gulf is like a pond. So even to see any kind of surf there shows the kind of motion that's in the Gulf of Mexico right now. So what can we say beyond the fact that it's rainy and it's windy? Well, this shading indicates where the tornado watch is, covering well nearly all of the First Coast, meaning any of these squalls could briefly put out a tornado like we saw this morning. But let's get a little more specific. So this is what I mean by the outer perimeter squall that came through early this morning. It is just about north of what we call the First Coast. So this is moving away from Brunswick, moving away from Waycross. Everything's wrapping around and into the core as it heads toward the northeast. So these strong squalls east of northeastern Florida, these will probably come ashore over southeastern Georgia. The worst that Elsa has to offer, I've drawn it here using the radar. So here's Elsa, and this, when we talk about the right front quadrant, this is the right front quadrant, and this is where the worst of the weather is from, or will be, from Madison through Folkestone and Waycross through about 4 p.m. Stronger squalls will come ashore over southeastern Georgia. One more point I want to make, in addition to the fact that we're on the perimeter of the heavy rains, those of us in the Jacksonville metropolitan area, if there's going to be another area in which we'll start to see some severe storms redevelop, it's going to be right here. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but this is what we'll be watching from now through about 4 o'clock. As Elsa heads northeast, this line will sort of pinwheel out and head toward the Jacksonville metropolitan area.
Thanks so much, Keith. You mentioned hearing rain on our roof. I do that now. I can hear it pounding down, but we're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from San Marco.
That's where we find Lewis Turner. Lou finally has on his rain jacket, so clearly the rain is coming down that area. Good afternoon, Lou.
Let that be your barometer. Keith and Jeannie, yep, we have put on the rain jackets, the rain gear, because it's just been steady, and it will be for the foreseeable, as Tim was showing us on the radar loop. But I want to take a look at the river. Still very calm. The winds are not an issue at all. In fact, we wouldn't be able to zoom in. If you look, it would be across towards the Ortega River that we saw boaters, actually 2 rooster tails in a wake off in the distance from boats that were on the river. Certainly hope that's a business decision they were making, not a pleasure decision. Off towards River Road here, if you look I'm with Richard right now, we're looking down towards the drainage, and everything is draining terrifically. In fact, we saw JEA and the city of Jacksonville out here making sure everything has been clear. Much more team coverage as we track Elsa for you right here on First Coast News. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, technically, still everyone. Yes, we are 5 minutes from the noon hour, and we are going to kind of just give you a little recap here of Elsa with the latest advisory at 11 a.m. Remember, making landfall was the wording from the Hurricane Center in Taylor County on the North Florida Gulf Coast, specifically between Cedar Key and Steinhatchee. Out toward Horseshoe Beach, we have had tropical storm force sustained winds with gusts upwards of 70+ miles per hour. This system's still moving toward the north, but what Tim and I will be watching in the next several hours is that wobble toward the northeast a little bit. As we head into the next several hours for us, still watching the potential for some heavy rain to be swirled our way as it moves around the center of this tropical storm. So as we go into at least the next advisory, we should see weakening with this storm gradually and slowly but surely, okay? And as it continues to move up quickly toward the north-northeast, then we are really going to see this thing rapidly weaken. We still do have those tropical storm warnings in effect for portions of the first coast. So again, those tropical storm conditions expected for inland North Florida, portions of southeast Georgia. This does not include coastal Nassau, but it does include places like Yulee, Callahan, inland Nassau County. So Duval, Clay, Putnam, St. John's, Flagler, you're not officially included in those tropical warnings. But again, we're keeping an eye on the weather to make sure everyone is safe throughout the day with some of these stronger storms rolling in. And what can we see? Well, possibly some 60-mile-per-hour gusts, isolated tornadoes, and tree damage will also be something we are watching. But just to get you out the door today, hey, we will get through this, and then tomorrow we're going to see that sun return, things heating up as we head toward the weekend.
You want him to go and talk or no?
All right, so that, of course, is Jacksonville Beach, rainy and breezy, some gusts to about 25, not too bad. This is the easy part, right? Looking back at what Elsa did, let's get right into what Elsa is doing and what Elsa is going to do. We've really reached the point now to where we are fully involved in what we call the envelope of Elsa. So all of us in some form or fashion being impacted by Elsa. Again, you folks out toward the Swanee and then eventually the Okefenokee, you'll be impacted most significantly, but the rest of us will be as well. So we're going to spend a lot of time together doing analysis of the radar because you can see what's happening. We all know it's raining. Our main concern will be within this area of rain and spiraling energy. And there is Elsa has come ashore now. So it's not going to strengthen anymore, but it's pretty well organized. So we're going to pretty much get what we see here. And so within the rain, there will be some isolated severe thunderstorms. That's when winds will gust to 60 miles per hour. And some of those severe thunderstorms might produce some additional isolated tornadoes. So that's what we're watching. Right now, we don't see any. The more intense colors and occasionally where you see some lightning, that's where maybe a thunderstorm, a downpour might become severe. But at the present time, we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings around. Now, what I've painted here is the right front quadrant. You hear us talk about that a lot, and that just means the core is going to go about like this. This is the right front quadrant. The rest of us won't be dealing with the right front quadrant. Those of you in southeastern Georgia, we're going to watch these squalls coming ashore for you. For those of us in the Jacksonville metropolitan area, we're going to watch to see if this squall becomes more intense as it heads our way.
Tropical Storm Elsa is making landfall now in Florida, and First Coast News is keeping a close eye across the state and across our First Coast.
Elsa has made landfall with winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. It will be impacting all of us in some way or another through the next several hours.
Keeping you safe and informed. First Coast News at noon starts right now.
This is First Coast News on your side.
And welcome to First Coast News at noon on this Elsa Day. I'm here with Keith and Nelson. This is Jeannie Blaylock. We have our whole team of meteorologists here, and the good news is nobody's been hurt. The bridges are open, and we're feeling optimistic, although we are not finished with this day just yet, Keitha.
No, we certainly are not. We want to get right to our meteorologists. Lauren Rautenkranz and Tim Deegan are in here. You know, we have a team of experts, reporters all throughout the First Coast. We're going to get you to different pockets of the First Coast in just a bit. First, though, we do want to check in with Tim. Tim, you just came in. We know that Elsa has made landfall, to something that we have been waiting for. So what's in store at this point?
Well, I guess what I want to share, I'm here with Lauren, and first of all, I want to say thank you, Lauren. Lauren's been here since 2 o'clock in the morning. For those new to this tropical world, it's not necessarily that usual that a cyclone goes as well forecast. I mean, this came ashore pretty close to where the 5-day cone showed 5 days ago. It's one of the reasons we come on the air even when we think we're just going to be on the perimeter, because there could be so many variables. That is unexpected variables. But so far, but why don't you give us a recap since about 4 this morning?
Oh gosh, where do I start, Tim? Well, I mean, we were watching it, you know, go from hurricane to tropical storm at 2 a.m. And so that was big for folks who went to bed. It was a hurricane. It was back a tropical storm. But it hasn't really weakened quite yet. We're going to wait for that as we head into the next, you know, couple hours or so.
Thank you very much. We do want to mention, oh no, can we please come back to the camera just for, I promise, just for 15 seconds, because I know for a fact Maddie has been watching. You have to tell her hi.
Hi, baby. I'll be home soon.
Very good. All right, let's take a look now. No doubt, folks, we're watching this closely because although for many of us, let's take a look. This is what we have. We are watching the storm. There you go, and there's the watches. And certainly because there is still a potential for some severe thunderstorms and some isolated tornadoes, it could still be a serious event for some of us. So let's take a look. There it is. Follow the intense color here. And this is what Lauren means by it's still well organized. So it's come ashore, but notice we talk about this through the decades, really. When it's looking more symmetrical, then it's pretty intense. This is actually looking as symmetrical as it has looked in quite a while. So once again, thankfully it's on shore. What I mean by that is at least we know it's not going to get any stronger. But because if for nothing else, the symmetry, that indicates for us this is not going to weaken in a big way. The worst of the weather will impact you folks over the Swanee, through the Okefenokee, but again, the rest of us impacted as well. This is a visual satellite picture. I know it shows you just a lot of bright white, but it just supports the fact of that symmetry. There's not a lot of shear. Nonetheless, there's enough motion in the atmosphere so that this cyclone will continue to move along. 8 o'clock tonight near Waycross, but again, impacting all of us. This is the cone of concern. Remember, that's not where the weather is. That's just the potential error of the forecast track. We're going to show you radar to show you, obviously, all of us are being impacted by the weather. This is a real quick look. Overall, generally rain, accumulative type rain, meaning our concern for flooding is as it gradually adds up into the creeks, maybe a few of our rivers. No storm surge problems. So the St. Johns River is not going to be an issue as far as that is concerned. For those of us in Duval County, again, isolated severe storms. The worst of the weather will be over by 8, maybe as early as 6. For those of you out around the Swanee, again, maybe some gusts to 70, but that's only in the severe storms and the isolated tornadoes. That's what we're going to be watching for. Later, for those of you up toward Ware County and those of you up toward Brunswick, remember it's moving from southwest to northeast. We're keeping a close watch on the Black Creek. If 6 inches falls on the watershed of the North Fork, that's our concern. Notice for you folks farther off to the south, it's going to end earlier. Do want to go quickly to radar because this is showing us what's happening right now. So there is the core. You can almost see an eye-type presentation. It doesn't actually have an eye, but there is a COM right about there. This is the squall that came through earlier this morning and produced some of the tornado warnings about the 6 to 8 o'clock period. That's moving away. For those of you in southeastern Georgia, we're going to watch these cells offshore. These are going to race onshore, maybe into Camden, but will definitely catch Glenn County in the next couple of hours. This is the right front quadrant. This is the windiest and the worst that Elsa's going to offer. Notice the time frame here. So you folks in a Waycross, you just had that one band. That's going to be getting up to you by about 4. On the other hand, ending in the Live Oak Lake City area, probably by about 1 to 2. For those of us in the, let's say, the southeastern Georgia area, these are what we're watching offshore, and we could briefly see some water spouts spin up there and then possibly come ashore as an F0 tornado, EF0 tornado. What do we mean by that? That would be a tornado with winds of about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So it would not obliterate a house, but that's just like a severe thunderstorm. You get wind gusts to 60, can bring down some power lines, can cause some power outages. Here's just the general area of rain that will continue to add up. This is the accumulative rain that we're talking about. So this will not cause immediate flooding, but this is going to pour into the Santa Fe, to the St. Mary's, eventually to the Swanee, the North Fork of the Black Creek, right on the edge of that. So it's going to be a slow accumulative event as well. What about severe thunderstorms? To be honest with you, isolated severe storms could develop within any of this area, but what we will be watching, because meteorology supports it, and I suspect it jumps out at you as well. Can you notice? So here's the core heading to the northeast, and maybe even a little calm center there. But you notice this line here almost looks like a front. In fact, for those of you that know occlusions, this almost looks like an occlusion. So I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I can tell you that as forecasters, we are really hyper-focused as far as the Jacksonville metropolitan area. We're hyper-focused on what's going to happen here. I think if any organized line of thunderstorms develop, it's going to be here. And so although the core of Elsa will be heading this way, we've talked about that for those of you in the Swanee and the Okefenokee, for the rest of us, especially in this shaded area over the next 3 to 4 hours, this is where we will be watching closely. And so not saying it's going to be a guaranteed place of danger, but if you don't have to be driving in these areas over the next 3 hours, you know, why do it? Again, this system is on the move, and generally speaking, conditions will be improving dramatically right about sunset.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. Right now, here are the 3 things that you need to know as Tropical Storm Elsa is around us now. We are tracking power outages in the counties across our coverage area. We know about 5,800 homes are reported without power across northeast Florida and southeast Georgia. I'm looking at reports from JEA in Duval County, specifically fewer than 10 power outages in Duval County.
And we know this includes Columbia County, where an EF0 tornado brought a tree down on top of a house south of Lake City. No reports of any injuries in that area. There's the good news. The storm is over our entire area, and you can expect wet and windy conditions throughout the day. And here's what the tree looked like earlier today. We're about to show you a look at things. So this is a new picture from the FDOT camera you're about to see right near mile marker 301. Now that's close to Arter Bay. We do know the tree has since been cleared, but earlier it caused some really bad backups in that area. Again, this is on I-10 right near mile marker 301 in Columbia County. Again, that tree has been cleared. Crews cleared it, as we mentioned there, and that video shows you that. We want to check in now, also in Columbia County, our Renata Di Gregorio. Renata, we have been checking in with crews all throughout the First Coast. You have really been getting the worst of the weather, and we can see it's really coming down there now.
Yeah, it is especially windy right now. I'm ready for this umbrella anytime to go inside out again. It was not like this earlier. I think it's been progressively getting windier as we've been out here, actually. And you can actually see some of the rain going sideways. There are some palm tree leaves that are scattered around. But I just heard from the public information officer with the Sheriff's Department here in Columbia County, and he said what we have seen as well is that the worst of it has really been over at State Road 47. That's where there was a confirmed EF0 tornado. Our Lauren Roundkrantz meteorologist was telling us all about that. And we know that over there were utility workers trying to put some lines back up, some power lines. There were downed trees. Some of the trees looked like they had just been chopped in half. You can probably hear now the rain is really picking up again. But we spoke to a woman who was over there, and she says that she actually saw the tornado. She says that she woke up because her home was shaking, opened her back door, and saw what she described looked like a tornado from a movie. So she took the 4 kids in her home, and they went and all hid in the pantry together. But they are working to clean things up over there. Not the best conditions to get that done, but we are over here in downtown Lake City, and we will be updating you on air and online. Also important to note that there are 3 different community centers that are working as shelters. You can find out which ones those are on our Twitter and on firstcoastnews.com. I'm Renata Di Gregorio, live in Columbia County. First Coast News, on your side.
And
you know, we did hear from Tim earlier, the core of Elsa is going over that particular area where we just saw Renata in Columbia County. So we're not surprised by it, but still, my gosh.
yeah, Renata and her photographer over there, Mark, is doing a good job keeping us track of what's going on. Let's check in now in Clay County. Leah Shields has been all over the place. Let's see where she is now. Leah?
Hey, we're still on Blanding Boulevard in Middleburg. That's because there's a lot of construction in this area you could see, which is making some of the sides of the roads pond a little more than they probably usually would. Of course, that just means you're going to possibly swerve if you hit one of those deeper puddles of water. That's really all they are right now, is puddles. The rain is coming down pretty well here, though. I did speak with the Deputy Director for Emergency Management. He says Black Creek is looking okay, which is great news for people who live here in Clay County, because you know that is a big worry here. That's a very vulnerable spot for flooding. They are under a flood watch. I checked on our weather app, and of course it still says that's going on. So of course people here probably still keep an eye out as the rain, like I said, continues to pour down here. We're hearing the pitter patter. You can probably hear it on the windshield right now, though the wiper is going back and forth for several hours now. It's slowed down a bit, but really Clay County is getting a lot of downpours. Not a fun time to be out here, but Blanding Boulevard is running very smoothly. Again, we did check out Black Creek. It's looking a little bit swollen, but according to the emergency management, is looking okay. As for damage-wise, a few trees down, he says, but nothing big, which is, again, great news for people here, and I'm sure if anything changes, we'll let you know. We'll keep you up to date. Leah Shields, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you, Leah. Max speed there for those windshield wipers. Notice she's not driving. We're making sure that she stays safe while she's talking. And you know, First Coast News would like to see your pictures and your video. Because of you, we can tell big stories from really anywhere on the First Coast, no matter where you live. If it's nasty weather, if it's nice, if you see some sunshine, whatever you're seeing, we'd like to know. So download the First Coast News app to your cell phone, or you can text app to 633-2402 if you don't have it yet, and we will send that right there. Now notice right there, see the arrow down there on the bottom right? It says near me when you go on our First Coast News app. It's so easy, folks. You don't have to be high tech to get this. You just touch it right there, and it gives you a great explanation. Here's where your video can go, here's where your pictures can go, and then we can share your pictures on TV. Right now, we want to take a look live at conditions in White Springs, Florida. Now, this is south of Lake City, Columbia County area. Technically, it's in Hamilton County, but what's important to show you, well, we'll just tell you about it. We don't have a live look right now, but it's raining like crazy. And the reason we're focusing in on White Springs is because that's kind of the brunt of this storm. And Tim and Lauren and all of our weather folks, our meteorologists, say this is the highest risk area from around here for tornadoes.
All right, let's check in now with Lauren Rautenkranz. And Lauren, we know that Elsa has made landfall. That's something we've been waiting for. Let's talk about specifically what we can expect right here in our pocket of town.
Hey there, Keitha, Jeannie, good to still be here with you ladies on this afternoon on Wednesday here. Yeah, it's 12:20. I have to keep reminding myself we're into the afternoon hours as we are finally tracking Elsa make its way inland. All right, now that will help to weaken this system. We've been waiting for that, but it's still too close for comfort, right? We are seeing the heavy winds and the rain spread our way. Going to be watching the tail end of these systems continue to move and sweep across the First Coast as it moves up toward the north, all right? Just like we saw early this morning, we saw almost a foot of rain fall in the Port Charlotte area just north of Fort Myers. So we do know that these tropical tails can drop a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. I think in about 6 hours, 6 inches, in about 3 hours is what we saw in some spots as well. So remember, it's going to take some time for that water to seep into the ground and to make its way into the creeks and the rivers. So not only do we have the flood threat, we also have the isolated tornado threat. The good news is that as of now, I've been scanning the velocity across southeast Georgia and northeast Florida, and looks like if we're seeing some strong wind gusts out there, likely to be straight line. But remember, just like Tim has been telling you, in some of those severe thunderstorms, all it takes is that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and then we can typically see some of that tree damage across the area. And just like today out in Columbia County, we've seen a tree fall on a home and also onto power lines. If we look at the satellite and radar, you can see the heaviest of it is falling along and west of that Highway 301 corridor. Some of it sneaking into western Clay County, though, early this afternoon. We do have a flood warning for a wide area here across the Suwannee Valley and then, of course, across portions of Alachua County. That's because we've seen so much rain fall. And so, of course, there is likely some flooding, ponding in the roadways, those low-lying areas, those flood-prone spots, all right? Some of those estimated rainfall totals out toward High Springs in Hamilton County, upwards of 4 inches. If we look up out toward Lake City, we've seen some rainfall rates very excessive today, and just west of town in Lake City and Columbia County, almost 5 inches of rain. Remember, those county by county impact graphics, what did we have? 3 to 6 inches of rain with an isolated amount of 8 inches in some spots. And that is really on cue for now. All right, we'll continue to watch those rainfall totals build up into the afternoon hours. Much lighter rain closer to Duval and on the more, side of town, closer to the beaches, more along the lines of 2 inches of rain expected, but still included in that flood watch because, again, we have very saturated grounds out there. Here are the velocity scans like I was showing you. What we look for are those couplets, the differences in the winds. Right now, we see all green on the one side, which is great news, and then onto the other side of this system, we still see no, major spin in the atmosphere. This is the Valdosta radar, so I know the coloring changed there, but basically red going away from the radar and green coming toward the radar. So that's good news. We have a nice consistent wind flow according to the Jax and Valdosta radars. We'll keep an eye on that because of course that could change. We'll watch for that tornado watch to possibly be extended, not just for time wise, but also up to the north as we head into the next several hours because that will expire at 1 o'clock. Currently, these are sustained winds. Check it out. 20 out in Mayport, 21 at NAS Jax, 22 at Gainesville, and you can guarantee our boat is staying on shore today because it is gusty and squirrely out there at times. With the highest wind gusts that I have seen are out in Alachua County recently, with that heavier batch of rain continuing to swirl across again from the west-southwest. We'll watch that tropical tail of Elsa slide our way more and more as that core of the system heads up toward the north. Again, the 11 o'clock advisory is the latest info from the Hurricane Center. We'll look for that next intermediate advisory at 2 o'clock. For your 7-day forecast, though, not expecting things to completely dry out behind this system. We will still expect a few isolated storms into the afternoon tomorrow. But hey, the good news, the jumbo shrimp, they're playing ball, a doubleheader tomorrow, ladies.
Over then. Love it how you said it's gusty and squirrely out there. So let's see if it's gusty and squirrely in St. Augustine.
All right, St. Augustine, that's where we find Brianna Ray Turner. She's in downtown standing by at this point. You know, Brianna, of all of our teams, you have been the driest of everyone throughout this morning, and it looks as if there's still just a little bit of drizzle in that area.
Yeah, the driest is correct. People are not letting the drizzle stop them from coming out here and enjoying downtown St. Augustine. I would say the only thing we got going on that's a little bit more wet is down here, right near the drain here. You know, a lot of the attractions are still going on. The trolley just passed not too long ago, but people are really coming out. I mean, I met a lady from as far as from Atlanta. She was like, "Oh yeah, you guys are covering the storm, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, we wanted to come out here and still enjoy this, you know, beautiful scenery here at St. Augustine." So definitely not stopping anybody from coming downtown St. Augustine. Again, you can look at the palm trees. A little bit of wind that can kind of give you an idea of how you know, how gusty the winds are. But again, no rain right now, just a little bit of winds, but yeah, that's pretty much all that's going on. Pretty dry except the ground below me. Live in downtown St. Augustine, Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News on your side.
What matters is that you're staying safe. That's all we care about. Thanks for that, Brianna.
So let's toss it over to Lou Turner live in San Marco. I remember during Irma, I know we keep going back to Irma, that moment that the mayor, do you remember this? He said, if you are trapped inside your house, stick your arm out the window with a white t-shirt and wave it around. My stomach just turned. That was a scary moment.
Yeah,
Boy, is this better today.
Well, you know, Jeannie and Keitha, you bring up Irma, you bring that up, but it's only human nature, it's only natural. I mean, the scar tissue that we developed for all of us who were here during Irma, and if you're new, if you just got to town, great, welcome. You know, the shape is different, the track was similar. Between Irma and Elsa, and the ingredients, none of the same ingredients, right? So, and we had been forecasting for that, saying, but still, nonetheless, you see that. You think St. John's River, because that was a big part of Irma's history, was the fact that the water had been stacking up for days and days with just a very persistent nor'easter. We have not had that. In fact, now we've got an outgoing tide. Now we've got a calm river as the winds match what the tide is doing right now. In fact, our next high tide, at least for the Main Street Bridge sensor, right around 9:59, so about 10 o'clock tonight is when we'll have our next high tide. So we've got an outgoing tide as well. And looking along River Road here, this is San Marco, this is what Jeannie was speaking about. I mean, a lot of these homes had water right up to the top step and into the first floor, but things draining well here right now. From San Marco, we'll wrap it up. I'm Louis Turner, First Coast News on your side. Back inside to you.
Entire tires. I can see the whole wheels of the car. It's not flooded. Thank you so much. Hey, look, all this video coming into our First Coast News Weather Watchers page. We really appreciate that. Hashtag Elsa, hashtag FCN Storm. Let's take a look at some of these up close and see what all people are sending in. Some of our reporters, some of our viewers. Renata de Gregorio there. That's the tree that came down over I-10. It's been cleaned up now, but that caused a mess up in that upper right-hand corner. And then Evan there from, I think this is from the National Weather Service there. It was just really a tough thing to see through all those clouds and through all that. There it is right there. That's been when it was dark, it was especially hard and rainy. Robert Spada was our meteorologist here for 11 hours overnight. He forecast for years and years and years with the military, and so we're glad to have Robert as part of our meteorology team here. We have the largest meteorology team on the First Coast tracking this storm for you. Lou Turner sent you pictures there of, like he's describing, a relatively calm St. John's River up there in that upper right-hand corner. It's all flipping around. You can kind of check it out. Ann Schindler there. She's always sending us good pictures. Looks like a drive-by picture. She's probably down in St. Augustine. And William there, that looks like TIAA Bank Field. And no flooding around there. That's kind of near the TV station. There's the baseball ground. You got that? That at the 5:05 tomorrow night. A doubleheader to make up for the canceled game tonight. We will be out there in the sunshine with hot dogs.
Look, folks, when we say this, we mean it. First Coast News is on your side. We have more meteorologists working around the clock than any other local news station. Download that First Coast News app by texting the word app, APP, to the number on your screen. That's 904-633-2402. Again, all you have to do is text that word and we'll send you the info you need instantly to your phone. Now you can follow the most accurate weather team on the First Coast by texting the word app to the number on your screen, 904-633-2402.
And in case we lose power, don't you worry. In case you lose power, we will always be available for you. Here's what we're doing. We have 2 radio partners this time, 96.1 WEJZ and then 99.9 Gator Country. They will always be airing our weather updates with Elsa, so you don't have to worry about being out of the loop. Up now, conditions at Jacksonville Beach. I just asked Tim Deegan anything I need to say about the beach. He said, yeah, something positive. They don't need to worry about a storm surge at our beach.
And check this out. I love time lapses. They're so cool to look at. So this is as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. This time lapse is from the west side of town to downtown Jacksonville. And as you can see, the rain starts getting heavy on the west side and pretty much tapers off as you get closer to downtown. All right, we want to toss things over to Tim Deegan. Tim has been in the Weather Center. Well, even when he wasn't here, we saw him online tweeting, so we know that he's been entrenched in this for quite some time. Tim, let's talk about Elsa itself. It's finally made landfall. That's something we were waiting for. So what's in store at this hour?
Okay, so first of all, since Jeannie shared some positive news, why don't we continue that trend? And that is that at least we know that Elsa is not going to intensify anymore. Now, this shows tropical storm force, sustained winds. So sustained to 40 miles per hour. Notice we do not have any hurricane force winds left, but I think it gives a real quick visual presentation of where the core, when we talk about the core of Elsa, where the core of Elsa will go. And then notice the weakening as well, because we lose those intense colors. In fact, within a few hours, the winds around and within the isolated severe storms will become more significant than the winds around the core of Elsa. Because remember, tropical storm warnings are for 40 miles per hour or more, severe thunderstorms, winds up to 60. So that will increasingly become where we're going to focus more. Now, the rains are coming down. I'm not saying that these are imminently going to flood at all, just some of the many areas we're watching very closely. in areas in urban Duval, some of the rural areas, especially North Duval. And as you know, we've been continuing to watch Black Creek, where there are some significant rains on the North Fork, not an imminent flood. But the rains are beginning to accumulate. Same thing for the St. Mary's there near McClenny. So here is at Horseshoe Beach, Tropical Storm Elsa. But as Elsa heads off to the northeast now, we'll increasingly look off to the southwest as the circulation like this, bringing in showers and thunderstorms, versus this morning we saw activity coming at us from the Atlantic, from the southeast. So if you're following directions, you want to be your own forecaster. We had been looking off to the southeast and then to the south, and then later this evening we'll look off to the southwest if you're going to be out and about. Let's do some radar analysis, shall we? So this is the core. I think you can clearly see it as come ashore, and here's some good news. Notice it's a little tougher to see that core. That means the overall system is weakening, and that all that's left really is what we call the right front quadrant. So where will the weather from the right front quadrant go? That's the worst that Elsa has to offer over through about 5 o'clock. So pick out your spots. Real quickly, though, I do want to note, for those of you in Georgia, we're going to watch these storms might come ashore, and that could possibly produce some severe thunderstorm warnings. Then for the rest of us, all you see this motion racing to the north, we're actually going to see the clearing there. We're going to see the potential for severe weather to head about like this, and that would be the timing as a warm front lifts to the north and Elsa continues to race away. That'll be after sunset tonight.
And so, Tim, let me ask you, where was the landfall exactly?
So we're still waiting officially from the National Hurricane Center, but I think for all points and purposes, we're going with Horseshoe Beach. And that was right about at 11 a.m. They had winds of 62 with gusts to 72 miles per hour. For those of you not familiar with Horseshoe Beach, this is what we call the Big Bend. I think you can see why we call it the Big Bend. Think really Horseshoe Beach, Steenhatchee, a lot of folks here. Lauren's one of them. Her and her family go out there for the scallop hunting and grabbing, so to speak, and then on down to Cedar Key, but even down around Clearwater, where I think Jordan gave the teachers some fits. I'm kidding. They're actually beginning to see more of a storm surge there than earlier. Why? Because as Elsa was approaching, winds were from the land, and that's when actually the water blows out. Now they're getting a southwest wind and actually getting some storm surge there in the Clearwater, Tampa Bay area.
Okay, Tim, I ask you about that because we want to take this first look we have now at where landfall was, and this is the damage that Tropical Storm Elsa left in Cedar Key.
My God.
And you could see, it looks like that somebody just took a knife and chopped that tree right down, right, in half. The fire department posted these photos of the trees, the power lines down in roads, their tree limbs, trees on homes. Meteorologist Nicolette Zangara is at the Cedar Key Marina, and she has a look at the conditions now in this area that got hit pretty hard here.
We're here at the Cedar Key Marina looking at conditions right now. They have not improved very much. In fact, the winds are still gusting to around 30 to 40 miles an hour, which is causing some debris and damage across the Cedar Key and Levy County area. We've seen downed trees, we've seen downed tree branches as well. That's blocking part of the roadways. Another concern is the storm surge. High tide is expected over the next few hours, which is going to bring a lot more water on shore. We're certainly seeing that with some of the waves moving on shore right now, and that's certainly going to be a concern through this afternoon. So even as the storm departs, it's not the time to let your guard down just yet. In Levy County, Nicolette Zangara, back to you.
Nicolette's so right. You cannot let your guard down, folks. And the people who live in that area where Katie Jeffries is standing by near the Trout River know that very well, all too well. How do things look at this hour there, Katie?
Well, now that we have been seeing rain for almost 2 hours consistently, we are starting to see some kind of roadway ponding. This is Ken Knight Drive, right in front of Charles Reese Park. So you can see you've got some kind of roadway ponding a little bit. It's not bad. Obviously, you can still drive through it at this point, but you are starting to notice the water kind of pool up here a little bit. Now, when we take a look down Ken Knight Drive, this is an area that if you go back to when Hurricane Irma came through in 2017, there was about 3 to 4 feet of water in these houses. So that's why people are always, a little nervous when they start to hear that there's going to be another tropical storm or another hurricane coming through this area, because the water for this neighborhood can rise really quickly. The good news is, taking a look at the Ribault River over here, haven't seen the river itself rising. So that is some good news at this point. We've been watching that closely, and I'm not seeing the river itself rising, just some pooling here from rainwater on the roadways. Back to you.
Here's a live look at our camera from downtown Jacksonville. Let's check in with meteorologist Tim Deegan. And Tim, I said downtown, that's the beaches, obviously. Heck.
Jacksonville Beach, I think you covered it.
Thank
that
you.
was good. One of a nice thing, if we can say that, as Jeannie mentioned, our beaches, we don't have to worry about a storm surge, even over southeastern Georgia. To be technical, yes, the ocean is going to be about 1 to 2 feet above normal. That's not going to cause problems at the beaches. We just continue to mention that because I think you can be an analyzer with this. With the flow like this, notice the coastline in Georgia faces southeast, whereas the coastline in northeast Florida actually faces east-northeast, and that just means the ocean can pile up a little more there. Again, 1 to 2 feet, not a big deal, but as long as Elsa continues to go along its forecast, this is just a forecast map, then the 1 to 2 foot surge just means the drains in the Brunswick area especially have 1 to 2 feet less of water to drain down to, if that makes sense. So in other words, the little bit of surge that you do have and will have in southeastern Georgia, as you get the additional rains and some of the heavy rains, it's going to aggravate the drainage problems. This, again, just a computer presentation, but it represents, I think, notice where the most intense colors are. This is what we're following on radar right now, sitting right about here over I-75. In fact, we just got a report of some trees down in Alachua County. It's not a guarantee that there's going to be severe thunderstorms, but I think if there's going to be another round, maybe the last round of organized severe thunderstorms, it'll be with the band. So as Elsa goes like this, the core of Elsa, which will continue to follow, and she sort of unwinds here, the organized unwinding, if that makes sense, will be this line. And this computer model paints that, going from the Waycross area through southeastern Georgia and Duval. So that's what we're going to get. You can follow. That extends northeastward as Elsa makes this motion. Again, this is just a forecast, but we think it's doing a pretty good job. Notice by midnight tonight, even you folks in Brunswick to Waycross, your conditions will improve dramatically. I want to go back a moment because this is Horseshoe Beach, and if you look closely here, these trees are not normally in the Gulf of Mexico. So, although not a catastrophic event, they probably had about a 2 to 4 foot surge, maybe eventually 5. Real quick, Lou was talking about this as well. Lauren put this together. This was the wind field of tropical storm force winds as Irma came up. Look at this. As Irma made landfall from near Fort Myers all the way to Greenville, South Carolina. Now check out Elsa, a very different animal, as everyone is. But for now, we're dealing with Elsa, and we'll continue to track that as that heads to the north and then the northeast.
Giant basketball of wind compared to a little grape. All right, thank you. Oh, let's go over to Renata de Gregorio. And her loyal photographer, Marcus, has wiped that lens off about 3,000 times today. And as we say, Renata, we promise a sturdier umbrella next time. How are things looking where you are?
Hey, well, we changed into some dry clothes. They were dry for about a second, but it's still really windy and rainy here, and I want to give you an example of that. As we were standing here getting ready to talk to you all, I heard this tree fall down. I think it might be a branch. We haven't gone all the way down there. We're standing in an area right now that is not in reach of any trees, but it made a sort of thunder-like sound. I thought it might be thunder. No, it was part of this tree, so we're gonna have to tell the city about that. But that's just an example too. I've been kind of ready to wrap up. All right, we got dry clothes on. It's just kind of rainy here, pretty windy, but you know, things are okay. And then, you know, lucky no one was standing over there. But this is not the worst that we've seen. We saw a tornado, the effects of that, and you can hear from the woman who was living right there and said she saw the tornado and that their dog is missing. You can find that picture. It's a pit bull named Honey on Renata FC News on Twitter. So go and check that out. Be sure to. But for now, we are live in Lake City. Renata de Gregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
And welcome back as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. It's now 48 minutes past the hour. We have Lou standing by in San Marco where he's finally seeing some drizzle in that area.
Yes, and I'm looking at my paper right now because I wrote this down, Lou. We were talking to you at 4:07 a.m. today, and you compared the rain back then, hours ago, akin to a horse sneezing.
I guess maybe karma has come around to that analogy because it's been a little different, steady for sure. But boy, I think, you know, compared to what we have seen in past and storms I won't name again, made out pretty well here on River Road. I'll let the car come through here because still people coming. More or less, this is kind of like the stadium of spectating bad weather here in Jacksonville. You know, anytime you want to check out a couple of different things. You want to check out the St. Johns River for sure, because as the river goes, so does the flooding through San Marco and in the Riverside area. But the river is just absolutely outstanding. I mean, we've got an outgoing tide, we've got a wind supporting the tide, so it has remained relatively flat. Nothing coming up over the river wall either into the street, and everything's draining perfectly. San Marco looks outstanding, and it's good to be those eyes to bring you that solid news here from this side of Duval County. I'm Lewis Turner, First Coast News on your side.
Hey guys, I think we're going to head on over for a quick check of the weather real quickly. And yes, not my forte, but going to take a little page out of Katie Jeffrey's book here where we are looking at our traffic conditions. Very heavy rainfall, folks, and it is not fun to drive in. We're not saying you have to stay inside all day today. You can definitely drive across the area in the rain, but remember, we're going to see the ponding on the roadways. Hydroplaning is always a concern, so just make sure you're taking it slow. On westbound I-10 at mile marker 317 in the Sanderson area, there is a report of a crash, and as you can see, some very heavy delays heading on the westbound side of the I-10 corridor there out toward Lake City. There also is a report of a tree down on I-10 as well. Jordan Wilkerson looking at the traffic cameras out there. So some issues on the I-10 corridor if you're heading east or west. Just make sure, again, you are taking caution and maybe packing your patience as you're heading out the door today if you do have to head out that way. On our satellite and radar, we do have the core of this storm continuing to move inland. Very heavy rains on just the eastern half of it. Remember, we've been talking about for days now the westerly shear, and that has done its job to limit the intensity with Elsa as it made landfall. However, we're on that eastern side where we're seeing all of that energy and all of those storms move. Now, the tornado watch goes officially for the next 10 minutes for the area you see in the yellow here. However, it is going to be extended up the coast towards Savannah and Charleston. So we'll have that watch box in a moment once it officially comes into the weather graphics there. As we look at our satellite and radar, you can see again the heaviest of the rain still west of that Highway 301 corridor, where we do have that flood warning for the Suwannee Valley portion of Bradford Union and also Alachua County. This will go until 3 o'clock. And if you look at those rainfall totals in the last 24 hours, about 5 inches in places west of Lake City, also just south of High Springs. Now, this is a different way to look at our future cast. Potential power outages, all right? Not saying that it's going to happen, but good news is that it is expected to be very sporadic and isolated, but it also coincides what Tim has been telling you with that last round that we'll be watching sweep through with the tropical tail of Elsa. So some isolated sporadic power outages, most likely our weather graphics and the contours picking that up because of the potential for the strong winds within those storms, and then also leading to some tree damage. And you can see that here on our future cast by about 4 o'clock, some heavy rains headed into Duval County. So unfortunately, folks that are working today heading home around that 295 beltway, you are going to be seeing some heavy conditions on the roadways, probably traffic-wise and also weather-wise. Again, that next update from the NHC coming at 2 o'clock. Make sure to get the First Coast News app if you don't have it already.
you a live look now at conditions in Jacksonville Beach. Oh, so it's not a bikini day, but at least it's not a storm surge like Tim was worried about. Not that I need bikinis, but you know,
It's
some people.
certainly not a bikini day. Light rain in that area. Let's toss things over now to Tim.
Or we could change and go to
not
Leah.
Tim.
Let's go to Leah and Marcus.
Now, Leah has been driving around pretty much all morning long. Her and Joe Massa, our night ranger. Let's see where she is at this point. Leah.
Hey, we are in Orange Park heading into the west side of Jacksonville on Blanding Boulevard. I want to give you this tidbit. We have been driving more than 300 miles today on the First Coast. We are on your side tracking Elsa. I want to give you a look at the road right now. Coming down strong here in Orange Park. We got those wipers again on high speed here, so drive safely, but the roadways still very full. You might even be able to see if I turn this sideways, possibly as the other cars pass. It's a pretty packed day on the roads. I mean, nothing crazy, but people aren't staying home. Really don't need to. Just drive slowly and avoid those sides of the road where you get that pooling water, makes people swerve. We did have one incident where someone kind of stopped abruptly at a yellow. Try to avoid stopping abruptly. The roadways are so slick out here. You might be able to see some of the reflections of people's lights on the other side of the road. It's just been raining for a while now, so this road it's very wet. We got some cars splashing water as they come up underneath your tires. So it's your typical rainy day drive, and just take it slow and stay safe out there. For now in Clay County, Leah Shields, First Coast News on your side.
All right, we're going to go out to the west of Duval, but for those of you from Baker West, and really for anybody here who's thinking about driving on I-10, the reports are now adding up of different portions of I-10 shut down because of trees in different places actually across the interstate. So you might want to keep that in mind. Might be another reason if you don't have to, well, drive all the way through to Tallahassee, or maybe you have friends coming back the other way, those issues going on. Also want to talk about the rain. It's really been adding up now. We've seen some totals approaching half a foot in many areas. And for those of you parents that maybe have some students down, especially in Alachua County, there are now the roads being closed because of both trees and flooding. That's being added up. And this whole shaded area, that includes Columbia, Union, and Bradford County, and a flood warning till 3. And that's probably going to continue because the rainfall totals are continuing. Throughout the rest of the afternoon, the other ingredient we'll be watching, possibly some tornadoes. This is the tornado watch currently in effect. It's about ready to be expanded through Savannah. So that's what we'll be watching through the afternoon.
All right. Well, we're collecting pictures from all over the First Coast in video, and we'll show you those all afternoon on First Coast News app and tonight starting at 5.